This audiobook contains 871 censored sentences and 655 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. A female devil with a name similar to Rias. According to Kateria, this platinum blonde beauty was likely god rank, but was under constant surveillance. If Ethan could reach her, she would be the best candidate. And if she couldn't teach him, she would be a perfect test subject for his combined training techniques. Serving one's Barado sounded exciting. Ethan followed Rias to the second floor, stopping in front of a bedroom with a new nameplate, Irina Zinovia. He knocked. Coming. A cheerful voice rang out, and Irina's cute face appeared. When she saw Ethan, her smile vanished instantly. They stared at each other for a long time, until Ethan rubbed his nose. Aren't you going to invite me in? I'm here for Zinovia. Irina's face darkened. She wanted to slam the door in his face, but remembered her mission. Humph, jerk who can't appreciate my beauty. She turned and stomped into the room. Ethan followed, closing and locking the door behind him. The room was large, but had only one bed. Zinovia's story was much like his memory. The church had cast her out because she could no longer provide faith after learning God was dead. So, she joined the devils. But why was Irina here? Ethan sensed she had already been reincarnated as an angel. Usually, she wouldn't join the devils until much later. You two share a room? Yeah, we always did at the church and on missions. I see. There are plenty of empty rooms if you want your own space. Ethan said, Cinchuredo, fine. Fine, just get on with it. She snatched a bold outfit from her suitcase, her most striking one. If you're going to underestimate me, they'll make you crawl on my feet in this. She huffed and marched in a bathroom. Once the door closed, Zinovia spoke up. Actually, the church wants us to get pregnant with your child. Without God to serve, having children became my new goal. So it's not really a hidden agenda for me. She paused. Technically, only Irina is still on the mission. I've left the church. Pregnant with my child? Ethan scoffed. Is the church trying to create a hostage? At Ethan's level, forming a contract was difficult even with the enhanced bond of a dragon pact. Unless he actively cooperated and the others chose not to refine the life energy, the chances were near zero. Still, he was happy to accept the gift. Ethan approached Zinovia to start getting close, but she suddenly acted shy. Zinovia, are you embarrassed? It's okay, I know. She shook her head awkwardly. I haven't eaten all day. Rias said it's almost dinner time. I want to eat first. Ethan face-palmed. He forgot she was a glutton. Cinchuredo, her appearance, was a graceful blend of youthful charm and natural elegance. Even her toes were perfectly shaped. Ethan was mesmerized. With her hair down, Irina was more beautiful than he imagined. Where's Zinovia? Irina asked, drying her hair. Cinchuredo, it feels great after a bath. Ethan didn't care about her inner turmoil. He could talk her through it while they were busy. He pulled her into his arms, keeping a supportive hold around her. Irina lay down on the bed, closing her eyes and resting. As he helped her relax, Cinchuredo. Chapter 352. Irina Shidu. Ethan didn't tease Irina for long. After a few quick adjustments with his fingers, he stepped back. Just as Irina was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she found Ethan standing over her, holding her firmly in place with a serious look while his hands pressed down on her shoulders. Next, we'll move on to this part, he said firmly. Cinchuredo. Irina had to clench her jaw to stay focused. Mission or not, she refused to let herself lose control of the situation. Under Ethan's steady guidance, the unexpectedly tender moment stirred a long-forgotten warmth deep within the honey blonde woman. Cinchuredo. Only Ethan could make a proud angel of the church serve him so obediently. Ethan squinted, appreciating her loyalty. He now understood how to approach Irina Shidu. Dear Irina, do as I ask. Ethan spoke with quiet authority, guiding the conversation with care, and finally resting his hand gently near her Barado. Are you all right? You seem to want something more. Seeing his determined gaze focused on the moment, Irina felt both uncertain and quietly encouraged. You are remarkable, Miss Irina. I should take my time and appreciate this properly. Otherwise, it would be a waste of God's gift, Ethan said softly, admiring the moment. Irina was lost in her own thoughts, her eyes filled with a quiet, dreamy expression. She had a quiet charm about her. With her face flushed pink, she quietly went along with whatever Ethan said. Ethan enjoyed the feeling of being in charge. He looked her over again, taking in the moment. Her elegant posture and graceful bravado gave her a striking silhouette. Her long legs and confident bearing were impressive to see. Her skin was smooth and refined, showing both natural grace and the discipline of consistent training. Under the dim yellow light, she looked like a masterpiece of white jade. Her features were striking, almost otherworldly, with a noble bearing that rivaled royalty. Her figure was graceful and statuesque, carrying herself with quiet poise and confidence. Centurado. NNGH. Though she appreciated the compliment, she shyly closed her eyes. Her slender hand gripped the gift tighter. Then, she felt his hand move again, sliding past the decoration to touch the Barato flower. His long fingers gently brushed across the petals. Centurado, Irina instinctively moved closer, leaning forward to reach him. A rush of excitement made her gasp, her barato shifting with surprise. Ethan leaned in, pressing his barato gently against hers in a warm barato. This caught her off guard for a second, but soon she welcomed the heartfelt connection. After a long, tender moment, Centurado, but it was a clear-headedness used as a mental defense. He stepped closer, holding her gaze with quiet intensity. He pulled back and spoke with heavy sincerity. Tell me this is what you truly want. He stared into her eyes, his hand resting gently at her side. Centurado. He knew she wasn't just about the mission. If she didn't have feelings for him, she wouldn't have agreed to this even if Michael himself ordered it. He leaned down, smoothing her messy hair. Irina-chun, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? He kissed away her tears and gently bit her nose. He held the dragon close to her, waiting for her to steady herself. Under his gentleness, her discomfort faded, replaced by a sense of calm and wonder. Her teary eyes softened. A long-dormant determination stirred within her. Irina smiled quietly, gathering her strength. She moved gracefully across the room, light as a barato flower seeking sunlight. Are you all right, Irina? Irina's cheeks flushed pink as she spoke softly. I'm fine, thank you. Ethan smiled gently at her. What would you like to do next? Oh. She pressed her barato together thoughtfully. Centurado. The narrow mountain trail was so challenging that every determined step forward felt like a rewarding achievement for him. Her cries of exhaustion only encouraged him to push harder. Irina's pale figure grew flushed from the effort. Her cheeks were red, her eyes focused. She was completely absorbed in the demanding climb. She raised her arms high. Centurado. Centurado, the girl, believing she had lost control of her bladder, started to sob quietly. Ethan gently pulled her hands away from her face, holding her close as the room fell into an intense, quiet hush. Irina felt overwhelmed, as if a deep emotional mark had been left on her heart. Centurado. He knew that for devils and angels, forming a lasting bond was nearly impossible without human help. He planned to use this mission to eventually bring Irina closer to him. She only needed to follow one path, Ethan's. Looking at her pale skin and calm expression, Ethan was just about to leave when a knock came at the door. Ethan? Irina? Are you in there? Zenovia's voice called out. Ethan looked at the exhausted Irina and then at the clock. It wasn't even 8 p.m. He stepped back, opened the door, and pulled the blue-haired swordswoman inside before she could turn away. Centurado, after an exhausting day, Zenobia looked over at her friend with concern. Having just finished a large dinner, the blue-haired girl was feeling strong and full of energy. "Ethan, what should we do next?" she asked curiously. Her eyes moved from his face down to the colorful kite in his hands. Ethan answered with action. He gently removed her jacket like helping a little lamb and gave her a warm barato. He held her close while his other hand rested gently on her side. He signaled for her to stretch her long legs, and together they enjoyed the playful afternoon together. Centurato, Zenobia quickly began to enjoy a warm feeling she had never experienced before. Ethan's hand gently rested over hers. The girl's touch felt incredibly tender. The moment between them was overflowing with emotion. Centurato, as he offered her a warm, sweet drink, he gently brushed her thumb and index finger along the smooth surface of her full dessert. The delightful taste made the straightforward, blue-haired swordswoman instinctively lift her glass, tracing circles in the air with her arm while her shoulders moved energetically. Ethan smiled at her reaction and gently held her close, comforting her as they shared a tender moment together. Ethan and Zenobia shared a close, intense moment together. She let out a soft gasp, her emotions growing stronger. He drew her nearer, holding her gently, and she responded with a warm, affectionate bravado. He continued to reassure her, and she smiled in relief. Centurato Zenovia's face flushed, and her amber eyes narrowed with a warm expression. She stood tall, and her bravado appeared graceful and confident. Centurato. She stood quietly in the valley, the air around her carrying the faint bravado of wildflowers. The breeze touched her skin, and she took a deep breath as she walked along the path. The warrior moved gracefully, her slender form swaying as she turned toward the distant mountains. "Ah, the view is beautiful here. Ethan, I love this feeling," she said softly, taking in the open landscape. Centurato, 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 Centurato. She stared at Ethan with a warm, excited expression and asked, "So, this is just the beginning? The real adventure will be even better, right?" "Yes," Ethan replied reassuringly. "It might be a little challenging at first, but you'll be fine if you stay patient." He adjusted his stance and stepped forward to join Zenobia on the path ahead. Centurato, 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 Centurato. She used her hand to tuck her blue hair behind her ear and looked up at Ethan for approval. At his signal, she carefully reached out to examine the ancient artifact, admiring its detailed surface and sturdy base. Her small hand followed his instructions, gently turning the ornate piece to inspect its craftsmanship. Ethan closed his eyes in quiet satisfaction. Centurato, 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 Centurato. It seems the mission didn't succeed just now, Irina whispered quietly. To complete the mission, I still need to proceed. Ethan didn't wait for her to finish. He moved quickly to help her with the next phase of their plan, finding her way with unerring accuracy. The two swordswomen continued their activities together. Time flew by, and it was now late September. It had been about 2 weeks since Irina and Zenobia first met Ethan. Despite multiple meetings, they hadn't achieved their goal of pregnancy yet. However, they knew it was a long-term task. Ethan had fully mastered his new angel bloodline and the perfect holy sword compatibility talent. His combat form now featured 12 pairs of wings, a mix of devil, fallen angel, and angel wings. The holy sword talent was a great surprise. In this world, there were holy swords not just against devils, but also against dragons and other races. Michael possessed a dragon-slaying sword that did massive damage to dragon bloodlines. With this talent, if anyone tried to use a holy sword against Ethan, the weapon would likely refuse to harm him. Holy swords have a consciousness. They prefer a perfect, compatible user over a forced master. Ethan had even summoned Durandal, the tyrant holy sword sealed in an alternate space by Zenobia. Zenobia had panicked, thinking the blade was going to rampage, but the world-cutting sword floated obediently in the air like a pet, letting Ethan stroke its blade. With Ethan's help, Zenobia had reached S-rank, high-class devil, and Irina had become a 6-winged S-rank angel. Both girls had fully integrated into the mansion. Zenobia, now Rias's servant, fit in perfectly with the occult research club. Irina, despite her angelic aura, spent most of her time bothering Ethan with playful teasing, so there was no friction with the others. Nothing builds a bond like spending time close together. As the days passed, everyone's strength grew. Cinchuredo Japanese shopping malls were adorned with National Day labels from the neighboring Great Power. On this festive day, Ethan pushed open the door to the infirmary at Kuo Academy. After spending 20 days stuck just below the god rank, having attempted several intensive meditation refinements to no avail, he decided it was time for a serious talk with Chisato Hasegawa. Ordinarily, being stuck at such a bottleneck for years, decades, or even a lifetime was normal. However, Ethan had been cultivating for less than 2 years. With his rare and unique talent, 20 days felt like an eternity. More importantly, he was already on the path to becoming one of the supreme powers, and he couldn't stop now. If he did, those coveting the secrets of his cultivation techniques or beauties like Rias Gremory would soon make his life a living barado. Surzex could protect him for a while, but not forever. He chose Chisato Hasegawa out of the 4 potential candidates, not just for convenience, but because he genuinely wanted to pursue this tall, black-haired woman with a fiery spirit and a gallant personality. He was also certain that even if he failed to gain the secret of the god rank from her, he wouldn't be in any danger. After months of observation, Ethan was sure Chisato was still sealing her true power. In this altered timeline, her reason for being in the human world had changed, but the rule that she couldn't easily use her power remained. This green-eyed school nurse had been at Kuo Academy since before he met the Naruse sisters. Ms. Hasegawa. Ethan greeted her as she sat at her desk. He scanned the room to ensure no other students were present before deploying a barrier. Chisato's hand paused almost imperceptibly as she turned a page. She pushed up her red-framed glasses and asked calmly, "Is something bothering you, student?" Her tone was somewhat masculine, yet her voice was incredibly charming, highlighting the confident presence of this mature professional. Even under her loose white lab coat, her appearance was striking. Ethan noted her commanding style. Her green knit sweater suited her professional look. "I have a question for you, Ms. Hasegawa. I'm just a school nurse. For academic questions, you should seek your classroom teachers. Only you can help me with this." Ethan looked directly into her stunning face. "I want to know how to complete the Second Life metamorphosis and reach the god rank." Chisato gave him a long look. At this point, Cinchuredo. At 5:10 p.m., Ethan sat in Chisato's red sports car. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she said as she drove. As a nurse, she had to stay until all students left after club activities. Because students, boys and girls alike, frequently visited the infirmary just to see her, she was always busy. "No, am I one troubling you?" Ethan smiled. Ethan kept a low profile at the academy, preferring to stay out of the spotlight. This, combined with Chisato's own legendary status, meant no students dared interrupt them as they left together. Chapter 359. Unexpected Initiative. Chisato lived in a high-end luxury apartment in the city center. "I didn't expect a guest." "Ethan, you can wear my slippers for now," she said, handing him a pair of pink slippers that were a bit small for him. The apartment was spacious and clean, with expensive furniture. Chisato took off her lab coat. Her hip-length black hair flowed behind her. "Any dietary restrictions?" she asked while opening the fridge. "Ms. Hasegawa, dinner isn't necessary," Ethan said, his voice tinged with urgency. "Some things cannot be rushed." The nurse replied calmly. Meeting her green eyes, Ethan felt a sudden wave of calm. "Then I'll leave it to you. I'm not picky, as long as it isn't raw." While she cooked, Ethan watched her from the sofa. She moved around the kitchen with ease and confidence. Dressed neatly for the evening, looked elegant and refined. After a delicious meal and a few glasses of red wine, Chisato's face grew flushed. Perhaps because her powers were sealed, her tolerance was low. Her green eyes were misty with wine. Ms. Hasegawa, Sensuredo, not just up and down. The gentle, soothing feeling on his back deepened. Yes, like that. A little lighter. Chisato spoke softly, her cheek resting against his barato. It feels wonderful. My muscles are starting to relax. Ethan turned to look at her. Sensuredo, she let her guard down completely. She leaned into Ethan as their barato met. The moment felt overwhelming, and she wrapped her hands gently around his neck. Her thoughts faded away under the weight of the heartfelt barato. Chapter 360, an unnecessary move. Tensions ran high in the room. The black-haired woman expressed her frustration aloud. Ethan reached out to steady her, placing his hands briefly on her barato to redirect her attention away from the unnecessary confrontation. Sensuredo, Ethan. Her emerald eyes were filled with the mist of spring. She changed into an elegant evening dress. The noble, graceful figure stood before him, the soft purple fabric draped elegantly across her shoulders, catching the light in a beautiful shimmer. The matching lace garments complemented the elegant curve of her silhouette, with a tasteful cutout design that added a graceful touch. Ethan reached out and gently held her close. The tender moment made his heart race. He brushed his fingers lightly across her barato. Chisato felt like insects were crawling over her skin. Her heart raced, her brow furrowed, and she took a shaky breath. Ethan, bring me to the bed. He laid her down under the soft light, and she rested quietly in the quiet room. Sensuredo. He stood close to her, the tension between them undeniable. Chisato stepped back, turning away from his intense gaze, clearly uncomfortable and hesitant about how close he had gotten. Sensuredo, with a calm and resolute presence before him, awaiting his return, Ethan felt a sense of infinite satisfaction. Chapter 361. The charm of the goddess. Ethan continued to admire Chisato's graceful bearing with warm, steady eyes. Her composure was radiant, glowing with a warm luster under the soft light. She had a graceful, striking figure with smooth, pale skin. Her posture was tall and elegant, and her form was admired for its barato balance. She carried herself with a quiet confidence that drew attention. Sensuredo, Aphrodite, was Chisato's true name, representing the deity of love, beauty, and passion. Hearing her calm, detached tone, the beast inside Ethan was awakened. He let out a hoarse, low growl from the depths of his throat, like a lion asserting its barato. His large hands moved across her smooth skin as he gave her a gentle massage. He worked carefully along her shoulders and arms, then moved down to her feet. Chisato relaxed slightly, closing her eyes and quietly enjoying the moment. Sensuredo, Ethan gently barato Chisato's hand, and she smiled, feeling a warm wave of emotion spread through her. Ethan, she whispered softly. Overcome with feeling, she laughed, a bright moment shared between them under the evening sky. Sensuredo, the cool late summer night breeze fluttered the curtains, brushing gently against the goddess' flowing gown. Under Ethan's admiring gaze, she stood radiant and graceful. The moonlight illuminated her serene figure like a statue in a garden. Ethan's hand rose slowly, reaching toward her barato in quiet reverence. Sensuredo. The unexpected barato made her feel a mix of embarrassment and anticipation. As he reached out to her, she felt her guard begin to drop, as if drawn to him by an unseen pull. A wave of warmth swept through her, and with a soft sigh, Sensuredo, she shifted nervously, unable to bear the heavy silence. Looking at him with emotional intensity, she whispered, "Ethan, I can trust you with my heart, but are you really ready for this?" Ethan paused. He gazed into her emerald eyes and said softly, "As long as you are willing, not even the pursuit of the 10 chief gods or any other crisis can stop me from loving you." Chisato looked at his handsome face for a long time. A pale green light emerged from her, and a powerful aura began to surge from her. Ethan let go and backed away slightly. 3 layers of magnificent magic circles appeared behind her. Her radiant form was lifted slightly by a strong wind, and her smooth black hair turned into a brilliant gold. Ethan stared at the goddess in her true form, Aphrodite. She reeled in her powerful aura and lay back on the bed, opening her long arms. "I wasn't sure whether the seal would affect your cultivation ability, so I removed it first." Looking at her now blonde hair, Ethan felt a wave of nervous energy. He guided her to sit at the center of the bed and sat beside her. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Aphrodite straightened her legs in a full 180-degree stretch, letting out a small exhale. She pressed her fingertips into the mattress as Ethan gently held her barato to help her rise into a balanced yoga pose. Chisato took her turn at the stretch, looking down toward Ethan's encouraging smile as she steadied herself. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced away with a shy laugh. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Chisato concentrated hard, using her hands for balance, and gradually found the knack for the movement. "Good, just like that." Ethan smiled and guided her. When she finally got the rhythm right, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Centurado, Centurado. She collapsed onto Ethan's barato, trembling from the overwhelming emotion. Ethan held her close and let out a deep, relieved breath. Even after the moment passed, she kept her arms wrapped tightly around him as if she never wanted to let go. Afterwards, Chisato snuggled tightly against Ethan, feeling safe in his arms. Her eyes were closed, and her face was flushed and damp with a happy smile. Ethan had never completed his training so quickly before, and he felt incredibly satisfied. Powerful energy flowed into him through his cultivation ability. The invisible bottleneck felt thinner and thinner, but eventually the energy was exhausted, and he still hadn't broken through the Devil King limit to reach the God rank. Didn't break through? Chisato's voice was low and charming. "No, the life metamorphosis bottleneck seems immune to my ability, just like when I broke into a rank." Ethan leaned close to her and explained. "I see." Chisato sealed her goddess form again, returning to the black-haired nurse Ethan loved. "It wasn't for nothing," Ethan said, gently pressing his forehead to hers. "If I had a few more goddess-level pure essences, I might be able to push through to a breakthrough." Chisato nodded. She had felt the changes in him, but there weren't enough goddesses in the world to meet that requirement. It was better for Ethan to try and break through via a life-and-death battle or by comprehending the key to it naturally. "Ethan, your soul contract still has a slot, right?" Chisato stepped closer. "Try adding this. If that doesn't work, it'll guide you on how to break through to the God rank." Ethan saw the full moon through the curtains. He had suspected she had been watching him for a long time. Now he was certain. Chapter 364. The Secret of Life, Part 1. Ripples of spatial energy fluctuated around Ethan as the simple materials required for a soul contract materialized on the room's floor. Soul contract slots were precious. Ethan hadn't finalized candidates for the remaining ones, but he kept the necessary materials in his storage space. After all, the ingredients weren't particularly rare. The true value lay in Ethan's innate soul bond talent and the special magic circles provided by Maria. Soon, the contract formation was drawn. Ethan carried Chisato Hasegawa to the center of the array. The silver moon outside seemed to radiate a peculiar energy that resonated with the magic circle. The ornate runes glowed, and a pink mist enveloped the room. "Chisato-ne, I'm coming back in." "Okay, I'm almost ready." Before Chisato could fully respond, Ethan stepped closer to help her stand. Centurado, Centurado. As Chisato rested close to Ethan, she spoke softly into his ear. "Ethan, will you stay with me always?" Huh? Yes, of course I will. Ethan replied warmly, holding her close. He thought she was just sharing a tender moment, but her next words touched him deeply. If it's you, am willing, once you reach the god rank. You can choose whether or not to start a family. Ethan froze for a second, his steps halting, but his training took over, and he instinctively continued forward. He steadied her. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Centurado, 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 staining it with his scent. As the last drop was drained, the magic circle erupted in a brilliant light. An invisible force bound their souls together. A complex, shimmering collar appeared around Ethan's neck, extending down toward his chest as it absorbed the goddess power. Simultaneously, a unique mark appeared on Chisato's body, a bright red heart-shaped collar on her neck and a green, elegant crest on her belly resembling a goddess with open arms. The contract was complete. Their soul power surged. Ethan's had already been several times stronger than those of his level, but after the bond with Chisato, it had doubled again. Don't be surprised. Once you complete the second metamorphosis, your soul power will leap again, Chisato said, returning to her role as the dignified nurse. She absorbed the essence within her to ensure none leaked out before pushing Ethan off and standing up. Centurado, why did you seal yourself and come to the human world? Ethan asked as they lay back on the bed. Didn't you already know? Chisato looked puzzled. I only know part of it. Ethan decided to explain his transmigration memories. It wasn't a secret among his inner circle anymore. Chisato nodded slowly. I knew that. That's exactly why I chose to sign the contract with you. She began her story. I came to the human world a long time ago to secretly protect Bisera. He is connected to my sister, Raphaeline. Chapter 366. The Secret of Life, Part 3. Years ago, during the war between the three factions, all sides suffered heavy losses. They tried to recruit humans to their cause. Most humans were cannon fodder, but the strongest, like the Hero clan, were forced in. Bisera's father, Jean Tiju, was a genius of the Hero clan with Devil King-class power. He ended up in a chaotic battle against Sephi Ether, the sister of Wilbert, the former demon lord. Raphaeline, a god-rank entity, was sent by heaven to suppress them both. However, due to the world's rules, she couldn't use her full power. Jean and Sephi Ether both went berserk, and Jean's spatial powers tore a hole in reality. The three drifted through the void and ended up in the lair of a sleeping ancient dragon. To return home, they had to cooperate. They didn't fall in love. Raphaeline was particularly close to Chisato, though they claimed to be sisters. The ancient dragon took an interest in Jean because of a faint dragon lineage in his blood. With the dragon's help, Jean's bloodline was purified, but he couldn't handle the influx of power. Like all dragons, he needed to release that overwhelming energy. Sephi Ether and Raphaeline refused, but the dragon wouldn't let them leave. Finally, they reached a deal. Sephi Ether used a secret method to draw the excess essence out of Jean, intending to store it. Raphaeline signed a contract to protect them, but Sephi Ether, only being Devil King class, couldn't control the essence. It fused with her own blood and formed an embryo. Sephi Ether couldn't accept being pregnant from an accident. As she was about to destroy her own life, Raphaeline, desperate to return home, offered to act as a surrogate. Raphaeline took the embryo, which absorbed her own goddess bloodline, making it even stronger. Bisera Tuju was born of compromise, not love. As a god-rank being, Raphaeline could choose to conceive, but it weakened her significantly. When Bisera was born, she was at her most vulnerable. The ancient dragon finally opened a portal and let them go. Jean raised Bisera, Centurado Chisato, Aphrodite, watched her beloved be sealed and couldn't stop it. She wanted revenge against the other chief gods. She began looking for someone with the potential to help her. Her first choice was Bisera, but his progress was too slow. Then she saw Ethan. He was progressing at a terrifying speed and had the boosted gear. She had been watching him since his first day at Kuo Academy. She discovered his secret power training and his transmigration. She shifted her focus entirely to him. She chose to be proactive tonight because she was betting everything on him. Centuredo, she had been starved for closeness since Raphaeline was sealed. By staying by Ethan's side and signing the soul contract, she had tied their fates together. If Ethan reaches god rank, like Jin Tuju, they won't have to fear the 10 chief gods, but they will certainly come for Chisato once they realize what she's done. Chapter 367. Tempered in the mortal world, even Raphaeline, who was sealed away under pressure, was bound to suffer the same harsh consequence. Aphrodite, Chisato, who had pledged her complete loyalty to Ethan, would face at least the same fate, if not worse. Ethan, naturally, would never allow that to happen. To resolve this perfectly, he needed the strength to single-handedly contend with the remaining 10 chief gods. Since Chisato was part of the 10 chief gods, this was technically an internal matter of heaven. Surzex and the others had no reason to intervene unless they wanted to spark another Great War One, where they wouldn't even be in the right. During their first union, Chisato had specifically asked if he was ready before unsealing her power. Ethan understood the weight of that question. Although their encounter had a hint of a transaction, their feelings for each other were genuine. After hearing her story, Ethan's doubts were cleared. Aside from the surprise that Raphaeline, the goddess of war, preferred women, everything was far more logical than the plots in his memories. He realized that if he hadn't appeared, Chisato probably would have settled for Becerra Tuju out of desperation to save her sister. Chisato-ne, how exactly do I complete the second life metamorphosis? Ethan asked honestly, finally giving up on shortcuts. After talking for a while, the two had shifted to face each other. Instead of answering immediately, Chisato gazed at him with a calm, thoughtful expression and gently placed her hand near his. Ethan understood. Breaking through to the god rank wasn't a matter of a few minutes. On the goddess' first night, the trial would demand great patience. Satisfaction came first. Given her stamina, he knew they'd have plenty of time to talk about bottlenecks later. Ethan, the Barato of time management, gave himself a mental pat on the back. He gently brushed her silky black hair and whispered, "Chisato-ne, you're amazing." The gorgeous, Centuredo, the warmth of the Barato, was remarkable, and Chisato's practice technique improved quickly. Though her early attempts were clumsy, his patient guidance soon helped her succeed. Centuredo. The contrast only made him more determined. A fierce battle was imminent. That night, Ethan pushed his abilities to their absolute limits alongside Chisato. Their combined training proved extraordinarily powerful. Enhanced by her unique divine aura, Ethan didn't even want to leave the bed the next day. They both took the day off and stayed home together. During the breaks, Ethan finally pieced together the key to the second metamorphosis. The first metamorphosis is the magical reconstruction of the Barato. Once the body reaches a certain threshold of strength, it's complete. For geniuses like Rias or Sona, this was easy because their innate magic was already powerful. The second metamorphosis, however, is about the spirit, the soul. One must use magic, or spiritual energy, chi, etc., to refine and evolve the soul. Once the soul reaches a critical point of sublimation, it fuses with the body to reach the god rank. The difficulty lies in the fact that the soul is intangible. Even a Devil King-class expert in mental magic can't claim to fully understand it. How does one use tangible magic to nourish an intangible soul? According to Chisato, the more you Barato it, the harder it becomes. It's like trying to push through an invisible barrier. Even if you know it won't truly harm you, instinct stops you. Overcoming that instinct is just the first step. Ethan tried it immediately, but it was incredibly difficult. Given how powerful his soul already was, a brute force approach might take centuries. However, there was another way: the red dust heart tempering, mortal world training. This involved living like a normal human, sensing the world without using supernatural powers. If one gains an epiphany, the soul evolves naturally. Ethan knew this was basically about state of mind, heart realm. If the power is there, but the mind isn't, the breakthrough is blocked. This also explained why his martial arts had stalled. Martial arts, transitioning into the immortal path, was the leap from mortal to transcendent. Chapter 368. Stuck at the first step? In traditional Qi cultivation, every realm requires a corresponding state of mind. But transitioning from martial arts to the immortal path is different. It's more like the power system of this world. You either grind until you break through with raw power, or you have a sudden epiphany and ascend. Ethan had a premonition. If he completed the mortal world training, he would not only complete the second life metamorphosis, but also step into the immortal path of martial arts. He verified this with Sheila, the Demon Queen, and Surzex. Sheila confirmed the theories, while Surzex, ever the battle maniac, offered a shortcut, a life-and-death battle. Surzex offered to push Ethan to his absolute limits in intense combat to accelerate his soul's evolution under dangerous conditions. Ethan declined. He didn't enjoy extreme punishment, and he really wanted to see the mortal world path through to ensure his martial arts didn't wither. So, in mid-October, Ethan began his mortal world training. The rule was simple. Live like a commoner. Don't use powers to solve problems or change lives. Usually, this requires going somewhere where nobody knows you. But Ethan had a problem. He couldn't just leave. His girls couldn't endure the void of a long absence, Centuredo. In such a chaotic, high-energy environment, even if Ethan didn't use active magic, he was far from normal. He was stuck at the first step. He gathered all his contracted allies, including the newest and strongest, Chisato. How we solve this? Ethan asked through the Soul Network. Ethan, don't rush the breakthrough. Take it slow, Rhea suggested. President, waiting for a crisis to break through is too late, Ethan countered. If he didn't advance, the girls tied to him by the contract would also be stuck at the Devil King level. Chisato, already god rank, gained zero benefit from practicing cultivation with him because of the mortal-immortal gap. How about you live elsewhere for a month? Aquino suggested with a confident smile. Would a month even work? Middled and Kaneko asked while sitting near Ethan. And Aquino, could you last a month? Aquino blushed and looked away. Aside from the others, her determination was the strongest. Ethan valued her fierce yet loyal nature far too much to leave her for a month. Just let him train with Surzex, Yuki Kiba suggested. Ethan frowned at her. If he wanted a difficult challenge, he wouldn't be having a meeting. Centuredo, right? She struggled with the term. You naturally attract women, but cause men to hate you. This might be why your soul isn't pure. Your attraction talent and paired technique are a set, but the extreme hostility from other men is an impurity or side effect. If you remove the dross and keep the core, your soul might transform. Ethan looked at Chisato. Chisato, what do you think? It's highly likely, she replied. Chapter 369. Inner Demon Chisato explained that after signing the contract, she could feel the sheer strength of Ethan's soul. It was so strong it should have transformed already. The fact that it hadn't suggested an internal conflict. They reached a conclusion. To complete the metamorphosis, Ethan had to overcome the betrayed hero, Beta, template. It wasn't that the template would disappear after God rank, but rather that he had to overcome it to reach God rank. He had to refine his soul by purifying the Beta energy. Mr. Ethan, I have an idea too. Asia, the blonde nun, said softly. She looked nervous, being the center of attention. Go ahead, Asia, Ethan encouraged. In the church, the priests used to say that all thoughts, good or bad, are part of you. You have to face the bad thoughts and conquer them to truly solve the problem. I think the Beta influence is part of your soul. You should face it, then defeat it. Ethan smiled and kissed her tender cheek. Thank you, Asia. Her simple logic hit the mark. The Beta template and the secondary cultivation panel were both innate soul abilities. Ethan had long suppressed the Beta side with his overwhelming power. never giving it a chance to manifest. To face it, he needed to stop suppressing it. Step 1. Face the inner demon. Ethan learned a self-sealing spell from Chisato. By sealing his active magic and power, the suppressed beta destiny immediately began to stir. He kept his physical stats, S rank from martial arts, and his passive instincts, but he was effectively human again. Immediately, he felt a change. Even though he was in his mansion, surrounded by girls who loved him, he felt a wave of malice coming from all directions. This was the inner demon, the soul's manifestation of his beta template. Slow down, Ethan told himself. I need to study how this talent actually works to defeat it. Centurato, the beta template, went into overdrive. Within a week, Ethan was back to his early days of transmigration. He received love letters every other day and had to meet girls for confessions under the leafless cherry blossom tree. But where there are girls, there are bullies. By the end of the week, guys started looking for trouble again. But Ethan wasn't a weakling anymore. Even with his magic sealed, his S-rank physical conditioning and elite martial arts meant he could take on dozens of ordinary thugs with ease. Chapter 370. Yuzaki Hana. It was Friday. For once, Ethan hadn't received a love confession, meaning he didn't have to stand like an idiot under the bare cherry blossom tree. He slung his bag over his shoulder and left the classroom with ease. Having chosen to temper his heart in the mortal world, he wanted to stay as close as possible to the life of an ordinary high schooler. The Occult Research Club was clearly far from ordinary, so he decided to look elsewhere. Club activities are a staple of Japanese school culture, and he wanted to experience them properly. To be honest, aside from a brief scouting trip when his powers first awakened, he knew very little about them. Unfortunately, with only a few months until his senior year, most clubs wouldn't take a new Barato, and those that were mostly eager to recruit him quickly. Since Kuo Academy became co-ed 2 years ago, the gender ratio was still heavily skewed. Finding a normal club experience was proving difficult. However, he realized that facing the demon meant accepting his special nature, not pushing himself to be mundane. Thus, Ethan chose to join the swimming club. If people were going to stare at him anyway, he might as well make the most of it. When Ethan changed into his new swim trunks, his impressive physique caused the girls in the club to swoon, their eyes lighting up with admiration. A few bold seniors even tried to playfully pat his Barato. With his powers sealed, Centurato, but now she was right in front of him. In this world, Yuzaki Hana had only recently met Shinichi Sakurai. She currently had Barato, length hair, which made her look even more charming and cute than the short-hair version he remembered. Sakurai was also in the swimming club, but he was a loner. Ethan observed that no romantic feelings had blossomed between them yet. Hana seemed outgoing, but she was actually shy and a bit tsundere. Even though she was clearly attracted to Ethan, she would never confess first. In Ethan's memory, she and Sakurai were so dense that they could sleep in the same bed and still not admit their feelings. Ethan wanted her, but every time he thought about making a move, he felt guilty about potentially stealing her from Sakurai. Even though nothing had happened yet, he felt a strange sense of guilt. He needed a reason and excuse to cross that moral line. After a few days of mental conflict, his interest in Hana was noticed. One day, encouraged by the other girls, the silver-haired girl finally approached him. Hana blushed, fidgeting with her fingers. Everyone is saying that you joined the swimming club just for me. Ethan didn't want to make the shy girl uncomfortable. He glanced at her team uniform. At first, it wasn't, but now, I definitely have feelings for you. Instead of being put off, Hana's face turned a deep crimson. Her heart raced with overwhelming joy. Being around someone so charming felt like a rare gift. Even with his complicated reputation, people were still drawn to him. Hana's presence gave Ethan a reason to feel hopeful, but her next question caught him off guard. If that's the case, why haven't you said anything? People say that if you care about someone, you should be honest with them, even if they're already in a relationship. Ethan's expression shifted. He felt offended by the rumors he was usually the one being pursued. But then he realized something felt strange. He was so caught up in his inner demon that he couldn't see the obvious. He was overthinking. To an outsider, Ethan was already a legendary jerk, yet here he was, agonizing over a reason to date a girl who wanted him. I understand, Ethan said smoothly, pulling her close. My personal life is complicated. So, Hana-chan, now that you know, will you go out with me? Go out? Dating? Hannah's head practically steamed. After a few stutters, she nodded shyly. Uetakikun. Then, starting now, we're boyfriend and girlfriend. The words boyfriend and girlfriend triggered Ethan's PTSD. Instinctively, he corrected her. Not boyfriend and girlfriend. Just dating. Hannah looked at him with big, confused eyes. Isn't dating the same as being Barato and girlfriend? Ethan was speechless again. He felt the mental blockage, but he couldn't quite break it. Finally, he gave in to his desire to be honest with her. You're right. We are Barato and girlfriend. The moment he said it, he felt a weight lift from his chest, but the malice from the world intensified. Having a girlfriend was like adding fuel to the fire of his beta curse. The negative effects were growing stronger, but Ethan wasn't afraid. Without his sealed powers, these threats wouldn't even register on his radar. Chapter 371. Curious little girl Hannah was oblivious to Ethan's internal struggle. Overjoyed by his response, she beamed and led him out of the pool area under the envious glares of the other girls. You Suji-kun ain't going to change, Hannah said playfully at the locker room door. No peeking. Ethan rubbed his nose. This youthful romance felt surreal. Despite having experience with Barato relationships, he had never really done the dating thing. Was this the difference between a girlfriend and a casual companion? He didn't know, but he had read enough romance novels to play along. Hannah, just call me by my name, Ethan smiled, heading to the men's room. You can't peek at me either. Oof. Who would want to look at a smelly man? Ethan teased back, actually quite a few people. The president and vice president have been observing me for days. Hannah huffed and stuck her tongue out before disappearing inside. She knew he was popular. In the girls' locker room, she had overheard several classmates gossiping about a classmate named Ethan after a recent swimming class. After changing, they left school hand in hand. They took a bus to a small commercial street. Hannah stayed quiet the whole way, stealing glances at Ethan and looking away whenever their eyes met. This pure reaction gave Ethan a taste of sweet, youthful love. It was a refreshing change from his usual encounters, which often felt like they were fueled purely by a superficial attraction. The street was filled with locals and low-cost shops, perfect for a student date. Ethan and Hannah stood out due to their looks, Ethan's supernatural charm and Hannah's lovely appearance. Hannah, Ethan said, buying her various snacks. You have a great sense of style. Hannah smiled, not catching his meaning. I'm not little. We're in the same grade. I might even be older than you. Ethan suppressed a laugh. Yes. Definitely not small. They spent the afternoon eating street food. Eventually, Hannah patted her belly. Ethan, stop buying things. I'm so full I won't be able to eat dinner. It's fine. If you can't finish it, I will. Ethan enjoyed the freedom of wealth. Since his transmigration, he had achieved total financial freedom. Though in this supernatural world, money wasn't the ultimate source of happiness. Hannah secretly wondered if Ethan was a rich second-generation kid, which would explain how he could afford so many friends. After all, in any world, supporting a wide circle of Barato requires a strong economic foundation. Ethan, why do you always call everyone by their first names? Hannah asked curiously. In Japan, using first names usually implied a deep sense of closeness. I've lived away from my parents for a long time, Ethan replied smoothly. I don't like my last name. If I want people to use my name, I should use theirs. Hannah offered him a bite of her candy apple. She had wanted to buy a chocolate-covered banana, but Ethan had stopped her. He didn't like the flavor. Censuredo, how could an ordinary human sense that? He realized Hannah likely had a hidden talent, one that wasn't suited for magic, but was still a spiritual sensitivity. You'll understand the answer to that in a while, he said cryptically. Ethan, all right, curious girl. Save the rest of the questions for our next date. Ethan patted her silver hair. It's getting late. Let me walk you home. As they entered a secluded alleyway, Ethan's expression sharpened. But before that, I need to deal with some annoying flies. Chapter 372. Taking her home, Hannah was confused until several large, thuggish men appeared at the end of the alley. "Hey, kid," the red-haired leader started. Ethan didn't let him finish. He delivered a clean, sharp uppercut that knocked the man out cold. "Let's skip the cliches. Just come at me together." The remaining thugs hesitated. They thought he was just a pretty boy, but he had taken out their leader with one punch. They rushed him, with two trying to circle around to grab Hannah as leverage. Ethan, despite being sealed, still had his S-rank martial arts conditioning. In 3 minutes, the thugs were all groaning on the ground with broken ribs and shattered egos. Ethan led the stunned Hannah away without a second glance. He had defeated Devil King-class entities. These thugs were nothing. He hailed a taxi and got her home safely before dark. "Hannah, stay alert for a few days. Tell me if you see anyone suspicious. My dad is a fitness coach, so the neighborhood is pretty safe," Hannah replied, still reeling from seeing Ethan's fierce side. "See you tomorrow, Hannah." "See you, Ethan." Inspired by a shoujo manga scene, Hannah suddenly stood on her tiptoes and gave Ethan a quick, playful peck on the cheek. Then she darted inside and shut the door quickly behind her. Behind the door, her heart was pounding, her face redder than a beet. Ethan stood outside, pressing his hand to his barato in thought. He was a bit frustrated she had sparked a sudden change and then stepped back. If he weren't trying to overcome his inner demon through a pure path, he would have followed her for guidance. He stayed nearby for a while to observe. 10 minutes later, a composed, mature woman with silver hair and squinting eyes, Hannah's mother, Suki Yuzaki, arrived home with groceries. Shortly after, Hannah's tall younger sister, Yanagi, returned. Finally, the men of the house, Fujio, the coach, and Kiri, the brother, returned. Seeing the family gathered together, Ethan smiled warmly and greeted everyone. Hannah was cute, but the mother and sister had a more mature elegance about them. Over the next few days, Ethan continued to date Hannah. Their relationship developed quickly, but they had only shared a few baratos so far. He wondered whether the cheating scenario he vaguely recalled from before would actually come true. Cinchuredo, but then he realized he was falling into a trap. Trying to force a certain plot was just as bad as trying to avoid one. He should follow his instincts. "All right, let's go to my house." Hannah's heart soared with joy and nervousness. She knew Ethan had other girls, but her own curiosity drawn by Ethan's presence was too strong to ignore. As they reached the mansion, Hannah gasped, "Wow, it's huge. You really are rich." Rias and the others saw them arrive and gave them space, offering knowing smiles. Hannah hid behind Ethan, her face as red as an apple. "My room is on the 4th floor," Ethan said, leading her up. "Follow me." Hannah nodded, her head low, following him into the lion's den. Chapter 373. Yuzaki Hannah, Part 1. Soon, the two arrived in Ethan's spacious bedroom. "Cinchuredo and the only male in this villa," Ethan said as he set his clothes neatly on a chair. "Everyone here shares the facilities. Would you like to join us for a walk around the grounds?" "Huh." Hannah froze. Even though she had come prepared for a quiet evening alone, such a bold invitation right out of the gate was a bit much for her to process. "Is there no private bathroom?" "There is," Ethan replied, not wanting to force her. "Almost every bedroom has its own shower. If you don't want to use the bath, you can just knock on a door and borrow one." Hannah, still shy, asked softly, "Doesn't your room have a shower?" "No," Ethan replied firmly. Why would he install a shower in his room? The communal bath offered the luxury of a long soak, friendly company, and a relaxed atmosphere whenever he felt like unwinding. If he ever desperately needed a shower, he could just use the facilities nearby. Hannah, ultimately, she chose to wash up elsewhere. To avoid making her wait too long, Ethan didn't linger in the bath. After a quick wash and having Barato, Yuma Amano, who was also in the room, scrub his back, he returned to his room to wait. As the black veil of night fully draped over the world, Hannah finally pushed open Ethan's door after finishing her bath. Ethan immediately stepped forward. Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. Ethan's hand reached toward her as she stepped out of the shower. He pulled her close for a warm barato, and they held each other tenderly for a long moment. He rested his hand gently on her back. After a brief moment, he leaned in closer to speak with her. Hannah was very responsive to his playful demeanor, and she smiled warmly at his gentle teasing. Cinchuredo. Ethan rolled Hannah over and held her close from behind. He rested his chin near her barato, and his dragon nestled gently against her back as they lay together. Hannah turned her head to look back at him with a soft smile, breathing calmly as they shared a quiet, tender moment. Cinchuredo, Ethan leaned in close and gently blew warm breath across Hannah's cheek to comfort her. Overwhelmed by the tender moment, Hannah trembled and whispered nervously, "Ethan, I'm not sure about this." Feeling Hannah's nervous tension, Ethan spoke softly, "Hannah, it's okay. Just relax and trust me." He leaned in close, gently brushing his hand along her arm while his other hand rested softly against her barato. The silver-haired petite girl squirmed with laughter, giggling, "Oh no. Hee." Hannah was as gentle as a lamb. Cinchuredo hesitantly. She stepped back after a brief moment. "Don't worry. This is the simplest option. It should be easy enough." "What?" Hannah opened her eyes, looking at Ethan with pure confusion. She might not have much experience, but she had paid attention in her training barato. Cinchuredo. Ethan was reaching his limit. He needed to ensure Hannah was fully prepared before the official training began. He didn't respond, focusing with great concentration on his techniques. Hannah closed her eyes and steadied her breathing as Ethan repositioned her once more, working closely with her while guiding her through the next stage of the practice. Elegant Build. Chapter 374. Yuzaki Hannah. Part 2. Hannah was the first girlfriend Ethan had officially acknowledged while facing his inner demon, though their relationship progressed quickly. To make it up to her and leave her with a beautiful memory, Cinchuredo Ethan felt as though he had reached an important milestone. He stepped across the threshold, and a world seemed to open before him, like a ship cutting through the waves. The moment was filled with deep emotion. Of this feeling, Hannah cried out again. Cinchuredo. Her skin was as smooth and warm as fine jade. Ethan and Hannah shared a quiet, barato moment together. She rested against him, feeling the warmth of his barato before eventually drifting off to sleep. Hannah and Ethan embraced passionately in the snowy field. "Hannah, just relax," Ethan said gently, holding her close. The moment seemed to deepen their emotional bond, and a warm rush of affection washed over them. Ethan's heart swelled. Looking at those bright, Cinchuredo, the young girl, became fully immersed in the surging energy of the cultivation process. "Ethan," she called his name softly, her voice filled with a deep admiration that reflected her joy. Ethan steadied her shoulders, quietly sensing her breathing and her resolve. Since this was her first breakthrough, the energy training required great mental effort, and after several cycles, she finally reached her limit. With both her physical and spiritual reserves fully taxed, Ethan completed the final technique. After a series of steady breaths, his remaining energy settled, bringing the training to a perfect close. Cinchuredo. So Ethan didn't stop. He continued to assist her while teaching her how to serve the dragon. She focused intently on the task with a determined expression. Ethan tried to push further, but it became too difficult, so he desisted. The near choking brought her some clarity. With the restorative effect, her barato had returned to a healthy state. Under Ethan's careful guidance, she steadied herself. "Ethan, I want to keep going," she whispered, her face determined as she focused on the task ahead. "Don't move." They lay on their sides, and Ethan embraced her from behind, holding her close. Hannah arched her back and leaned into him. Ethan barato her cheek, breathing in the barato of her hair as he held her gently. She felt a deep warmth between them. The lingering sensations from before were enough, and everything felt warm and bravado. After a while, Hannah could no longer hold back her soft sighs. Ethan smiled and gently held her close, brushing a bravado upon her cheek and hair as they shared a tender moment together. Censurado, 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 censurado. Perhaps because of her athletic build, or because she was already overwhelmed with emotion, the bravado she tried a new activity was less challenging than expected. The dragon's powerful presence filled the space around her. Ethan offered a supportive gesture and whispered encouragement near her ear. Censurado, 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 no wonder you have so many girlfriends. Hannah rested in his arms as Ethan continued to guide her energy. He could have continued, but since she hadn't yet stepped onto the path of cultivation, the spiritual effects he could share with her were limited. She needed more time to adjust before she could progress further. Censurado Ethan wore a satisfied smile after a quiet, tender moment with Hannah. Seeing his contentment, Hannah shyly turned her head away, but soon nestled closer, resting against him. Feeling safe and warm in his arms, the silver-haired girl finally drifted into a deep sleep. Chapter 376. The Yuzaki household. After a good night's rest, Hannah woke up the next morning glowing with vitality and headed to school with him. However, just after finishing breakfast, the girl's face fell. My school bag is still at home. Ethan, you should head to school first. I'll walk home with you to get it. I might as well say hello to your family while we're at it. Maybe not yet. I'm not ready, she stuttered. Ethan blinked, then chuckled. Shouldn't I be the one needing to get ready to meet the parents? What do you have to prepare for? You. Hannah's face turned beet red, but she eventually led Ethan back to her house. The walk was short, as Ethan's villa was close to Kuo Academy. By the time they reached the Yuzaki residence, only the full-time housewife, the beautiful Suki Yuzaki, was home. Hannah had managed to stay out all night, but Ethan didn't know if she had used a friend's house as an excuse or if her family already knew about their relationship. The answer was revealed the moment Suki opened the door. This must be Hannah's boyfriend. You're here for her bag, right? Please come in. The squinty-eyed, censurado, censurado, censurado. I'm leaving. I'm going to be late. Hannah grabbed her bag and hurriedly put on her shoes. I'll introduce you properly next time. Ethan, let's go. She wasn't actually late. She was just terrified her mother would start asking embarrassing questions. The girl grabbed Ethan's hand and practically dragged him away. It was the bravado in her life. She was so eager to get to school. Suki snapped out of her fantasy, nodding nervously, but all she saw was her daughters retreating back and Ethan's polite, parting nod. Left alone, the silver-haired mother clutched her pounding heart and began her household chores. On the way to school, Hannah couldn't help but ask, Ethan, why did you want to meet my parents? You have so many girlfriends, you can't possibly meet all their parents. Are you thinking about marrying me? Marriage? Ethan paused, then shook his head with a wry smile. Unless he could marry everyone at once. He wouldn't marry at all. It wouldn't be fair to the others. In the underworld, polygamy was a thing, but he didn't know the legal specifics. Regardless, for a powerhouse like him, human laws had long since ceased to apply. No, I just felt that since we're officially dating and your family knows, it's only right to visit. Ethan wasn't entirely sure why he felt the urge. He suspected it was the inner demon making him paranoid about something unsavory, but he sensed there was more to it. Hannah pouted. If you're not getting married, don't come over so often. Who meets the parents just for dating? By Tuesday, Ethan found himself back at the Yuzaki house. After Hannah had gone home on Monday, her family had demanded she bring him over. Her younger sister, Yanagi, was curious about her future brother-in-law, and the parents wanted to inspect him. Even a middle schooler brother, Kiri, was forced to join the welcoming committee. In Japan, high school romance is generally free, but some families like the Yuzakis are more protective. Specifically, Fujio, the father, wanted to make sure his daughter wasn't being played. At 6 p.m., after swimming club activities, Ethan and Hannah arrived. Inside, the family was sitting formally. "I'm home," Hannah announced. Ethan stepped in, placing his shoes neatly and putting on the black indoor slippers Hannah had prepared. "Mr. and Mrs. Yuzaki, thank you for having me. I brought a little something." He presented beautifully wrapped gifts. For the parents, high-end sets. Centuredo, he had gifted Kiri the latest video games, which immediately earned him the boys' admiration. Fujio Yuzaki, the fitness coach, was impressed by Ethan's manners and athletic background. "Fuyo, Hana's father, you have a strong athletic background. Any interest in weight training?" Ethan smiled and nodded enthusiastically. His golden ratio muscles, forged through divine martial arts, would make the coach look like an amateur. "Ethan Yusuji, I'm a junior at Kuo, same as Hannah. My parents are abroad, so I stay with the Takamine family." Dinner was harmonious, but underneath the surface, things were shifting. Yanagi was deeply impressed by Ethan's presence. She, like her mother, had a vivid imagination fed by the novels she loved to read. Meanwhile, Suki was finding it hard to look away from him. After dinner, Ethan declined a ride home and walked out into the cool November night. As soon as he stepped out, he felt it. Malice. He sensed several men lurking in the shadows of the residential area. Using his spiritual perception, he realized they weren't just random passersby. They were eyeing the Yuzaki house. From dinner conversation, Ethan had gathered clues. Kiri's friends had been pestering him about his family at home. And Fujio had mentioned inviting a large group of friends from the gym over soon. Ethan's mind briefly wandered through the usual awkward possibilities of having so many new people in the house. Whether it was his curiosity or just the natural result of 3 roommates living together, the threat was real. Ethan didn't hesitate. He briefly unleashed his power and used his azure flames. In the dark of the night, he quickly dealt with several dangerous men who were showing hostile intent. These were dangerous individuals who intended to cause harm. If they had tricked their way into the house, even a coach like Fujio couldn't protect 4 people against armed thugs. Over the next few days, Ethan acted as a secret guardian, eliminating nearly a dozen thugs targeting the family. Chapter 378. The real Jur protecting them was a temporary fix. Ethan realized he couldn't play bodyguard forever. To truly conquer his inner demon, he needed to change his approach. He went to consult with the school doctor, the goddess Chisato Hasegawa. "Ethan, go ahead. There won't be any negative side effects." The kind brunette doctor smiled. "Are you sure, Chisato-san? Trust me. You already have a target in mind, don't you?" Ethan's heart raced. "Yes. I'm going to pursue Hannah's mother." The plan was simple. Become the yellow-haired rival. He realized that a rival isn't defined by being a thug. A successful rival can be a teacher, a model, or a kind family friend. The core of the trope is winning over someone already attached to another. Ethan didn't want to use pressure or manipulation, but he was willing to rely on his charm and the hidden wishes of his targets. Suki Yuzaki was the perfect candidate. She was overlooked, imaginative, and already drawn to him. Ethan's relationship with the family had become strained. Yanagi was secretly pursuing a closer connection with Ethan behind Hannah's back. The 3 women had actually had a secret meeting. Hannah had confessed that Ethan had been involved with several other women, and instead of being upset, Suki and Yanagi felt a strange relief. If he was already considered a troublemaker, they didn't feel as guilty about their own feelings. Suki, especially, was starved for affection at home. Fujio was so focused on the gym that he had grown distant since Yanagi was born. She often thought about Ethan, sometimes accidentally speaking her thoughts aloud in a distracted daze. Centuredo, yet he craved what he could not have. By admitting he wanted to back down, the demon would vanish. Ethan's hunt for the silver-haired woman had begun. He wasn't just going to protect the Yuzaki family. He was going to bravado them. Chapter 379. Aim high. At the swimming club. Good work, everyone. Stay safe on your way home. Yes. The club president, wearing her team's swimsuit, announced the dismissal. The members of the swimming club left in small groups, chatting and laughing. After changing in the locker room, Hannah Yuzaki and Ethan walked out of the school gates arm in arm. "Ethan, come over to my place for dinner tonight," the girl said, her bright eyes wide with hope as she looked at him. It seems Kiri's friends and my dad's friends are coming over. Since there will be so many people anyway, one more won't make a difference. Hannah was currently in the middle of a deep romantic relationship. She wished she could spend all 24 hours of the day with Ethan. If her family allowed it, she would have moved into Ethan's villa immediately to enjoy more time together. Even if Fujio Yuzaki agreed, Ethan couldn't spend every night exclusively with her, so the current frequency of one overnight stay per week was just right. Having been tempered by his relationship with Hannah, Ethan no longer jumped to conclusions or imagined human tragedies at every turn. He viewed the news of the Yuzaki father and son having guests over quite normally. That many people? Ethan paused, then agreed. He had eaten at the Yuzaki house quite often lately. Initially, Fujio was a bit reluctant, but after realizing that Ethan always brought high-quality, rare ingredients, Shincheredo Ethan went home to grab some fresh, organic ingredients before heading to the Yuzaki residence with Hannah. Since there were many guests, Suki had started preparing dishes early, so his ingredients couldn't be used immediately. Before they even opened the door, they could hear the lively noise from within. Being the last to arrive, their entrance immediately drew everyone's attention. Ethan greeted everyone calmly, holding Hannah's hand without reservation as he walked over to the elegant housewife in her apron. Auntie Tsuki am intruding again. Small beads of sweat glistened on Suki's fair forehead. She naturally took the ingredients from Ethan. Ethan, you and Hannah go ahead and eat. They'll be done in a moment. Scanning the room, Ethan saw the kitchen was under control, so he sat down with Hannah next to Yanagi. The guest list consisted of 3 middle-aged men from Fujio's gym and 2 of Kiri's classmates. Including Ethan and the Yuzakis, there were 11 people in total. Naturally, they split into small social circles. Fujio's group drank and bragged, while Kiri and his friends sat with Yanagi. The 2 boys clearly had a crush on Yanagi, but were too shy to talk to her, leaving the girl feeling bored until Ethan and Hannah joined her. Eventually, Suki brought out the last 2 dishes and, after a moment's hesitation, chose to sit with her children. Her presence drew attention from both the middle-aged men and the boys in the room. When the other men realized that the only 3 women in the room, all world-class beauties, were clustered around Ethan, forming their own little circle, a wave of jealousy and malice began to brew. Ethan sensed the malice but ignored it until the alcohol took hold of the guests. As the party wound down, a bald, muscular man, stumbling and drunk, approached Ethan. "Hey kid, you're Hannah-chan's Barato, right? As her uncle, I need to test if you have the strength to protect her." The others joined in the provocation. Ethan, tired of the nonsense, drove a powerful punch straight into the wall, cracking it open. His entire forearm vanished into the concrete. Plaster and brick dust rained down as he withdrew his fist. "Do you still want to test me?" Ethan asked calmly. If he hadn't been worried about scaring the Yuzaki women, he could have leveled the entire wall. The drunkards sobered up instantly. The 2 schoolboys turned pale with fright. No one dared to speak until Suki broke the tension. "Ethan, don't be angry. They've just had too much to drink." The guests scrambled to leave, offering frantic excuses. Once they were gone, Ethan carried the passed-out Fujio to the bedroom and returned to help the women clean up. Kiri, terrified by the punch, had already hidden in his room. The atmosphere among the 4 remaining was strange. They knew Ethan was strong and wealthy, but the sheer inhuman power he displayed was beyond their comprehension. Once the living room was tidy, Suki summoned her courage. "Ethan, let the girls finish up. Come with me for a moment." Of course, Auntie Suki. Ethan followed her to the 2nd floor. She led him into the furthest room, Yanagi's bedroom, which was the largest and best insulated in the house. As soon as they entered and the light flickered on, Ethan closed the door firmly. Suki's heart skipped a beat when she didn't hear the lock click, feeling suddenly anxious. Ethan noticed her reaction. He had something important to say. Before she could even speak, he went for the aggressive approach. The elegant, mature woman with silver-gray hair tied in a low ponytail widened her eyes in surprise. Seeing her startled expression, Ethan stepped closer as she backed away toward the wall. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo honed on goddesses and devils, quickly left her dazed. The truth was, she had felt a deep connection with him from the very start. Since Yanagi's birth, her relationship with her husband had grown distant. They had grown apart over the years, their bond fading with time. While physical attraction can be natural, a meaningful connection requires emotional depth. In the world of romantic storytelling, a girl's tender moment marks the opening of her heart. As Ethan softened his approach, he felt Suki's gentle response. He reached for her hand with care, connecting with her emotions. This dignified, elegant woman had a spirit that was yearning for understanding. Centuredo, Ethan, wait, the door isn't locked, she whispered cautiously. Ethan paused and looked around. Why lock it? If Hana and Yanagi come up, we can handle this together, he said firmly, though he did turn back and lock the door. He wasn't naive. He could see that Yanagi's feelings were just as strong as Hana's. Suki gave him a sharp, knowing look but didn't argue. At this point, there was no use hiding. Centuredo, Centuredo, and warm. To Ethan, a beautiful appearance was something he truly admired. Suki had an elegant figure with a graceful build and a healthy look. He noticed her posture and appreciated her sense of style. Ethan had always appreciated people who took care of themselves. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. Ethan was captivated by her elegant outfit. However, he knew he had to earn her trust. If he moved too quickly, she might pull away. To truly win over his girlfriend's mother, he took a step back and remained patient. Centuredo, Centuredo, but it also made her feel safe. If he was already a collector, her being added to the collection didn't seem as catastrophic. Her worries faded. Her silver hair fell over her shoulders, and the smell of her perfume drifted from her cardigan. Centuredo, the intense sense of tension, made her feel like she might faint, but the nervousness was rapidly turning into a strange, peak excitement. Ethan sat back and watched the scene unfold. Suki turned around, showing him her confident posture. The dramatic moment made his heart race. Seeing his reaction, Centuredo, 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 he gently offered her a drink from a small cup. Oh my, she said softly, stepping back. Ethan encouraged her forward and gestured toward a tray of treats. The sweet drink glistened on the plate. She smiled warmly as she enjoyed the moment. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. Centuredo, 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 overwhelmed by the intense emotional release of the moment. Suki lost her strength and collapsed onto Ethan's barato, flushed and breathing softly. Centuredo having shared a romantic evening with the charming Ethan, Suki felt as if something had changed between them. As the night calmed, she reached for his hand and held it close, feeling a deep connection. She closed her eyes, feeling a calm warmth wash over her. She took a steadying breath and composed herself before him, her expression serene and thoughtful. Ethan watched the graceful woman as she stood before him, her posture calm. Standard appearance was exquisite and multifaceted. Her face was rounded and soft, with a straight, dainty nose and willow-thin eyebrows peeking through her bangs. Her red barato stood out beautifully, and her intense, transparent eyes were almost too striking to meet. Her silver ponytail, her graceful figure and dignified presence radiated with striking allure. She looked like a celestial being descending into the mortal realm. But unlike a sacred spirit who was not to be touched, Suki's beauty carried a captivating and mysterious charm. Her elegant form merged with her dignified aura. Centuredo, especially when I called you Mrs. Yazaki, you looked so flustered. Suki hid her face in her hands, her eyes squinting into slits. Despite being a mother of three, she looked incredibly cute making such a gesture. The dragon seemed momentarily stunned. Centuredo, 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 her striking appearance had drawn attention from men ever since her student days. though she never realized the strength she possessed. I admire everything about you, Suki, not just your talents. Ethan wasn't one for grand confessions, but he valued their close bond and honest conversations. Knowing it was just a trick to draw her toward the closet, Suki still fell for it. She gave him a brief look and climbed off the bed. She moved toward the closet, but then paused, remembering where they were. Ethan, this is Yanagi's room. She hesitated. Even though Fujio was dead to the world, she felt conflicted about searching through her daughter's room for Barato. Having made a significant decision and grown closer to him, her attitude toward Ethan had become much warmer, unconsciously using a more affectionate nickname for him in her mind. Looking at her reflection, Ethan felt a surge of emotion. Censurado, 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 but looking at the hole in the wall, she felt a different kind of anxiety. Let's go look, Yanagi suggested. Her bangs hid her expression, but Hana could hear the curiosity and excitement in her voice. After some hesitation, Hana said, let's wait a bit. He'll go run the bath. If they aren't down by the time I'm done, we can use the excuse of telling Mom the bath is ready. Okay, he'll go to my room and do some homework, Yanagi said with a pout. Everything's been a mess today. I haven't started yet. The sisters split up. Hana went to the bathroom, while Yanagi headed upstairs. Passing her parents' room, she heard her father snoring and curled her lip in disgust. She reached her own room and tried the handle. It was locked. Huh, did I lock it earlier? She pulled out her key, but the door wouldn't budge. It was bolted from the inside. She stood there, annoyed, then grew curious. What had they been talking about for an hour? Her room was well insulated, but pressing her ear to the door, she heard cheerful voices and laughter. The sounds reached Yanagi's ears, and she smiled at the lively conversation. Auntie Suki, I'm having a wonderful time too. Censurado, she felt envy and excitement. If her mother had fallen, she certainly couldn't object to Yanagi's own plans. Listening to the sounds from the room, Yanagi quietly slipped away from the doorway. Knowing Kiri might come down the hallway, she decided to return to her own room and wait. She couldn't get the result she needed. Suddenly, the door was unbolted and swung open. Yanagi gasped and tumbled backward as she lost her balance. Instead of hitting the floor, she was caught and steadied by a familiar figure. Yanagi, eavesdropping comes with a price, Ethan said with a grin. Censurado the girl offered a brief greeting before stepping close to Ethan. She completely ignored her blushing mother on the bed. She wanted to catch up with her sister and mother right away. Ethan placed a gentle hand on her barato, and they began talking. Censurado Suki whispered as Ethan and Yanagi stepped back to catch their breath. It's your barato trying this recipe. Hana and I will help you. Oomph. Yanagi pouted near Ethan. Mom just wants to keep Ethan to herself in the kitchen. Don't you want your first dish to turn out perfect? Suki countered. Yanagi blushed and reluctantly stepped away from Ethan. Wait for me. Censurado. Spending time with Ethan made Suki feel like she was back in college, her spirit full of vitality. This was a result of their energy-sharing training, but since Ethan was still fighting his inner demon, he hadn't explained the full truth. After the intense battle, Suki had forgotten her questions anyway. Yanagi picked out her victory outfit, a white camisole and a pair of white pantyhose. White suited her youthful, striking figure even better than black. As soon as Yanagi left, the emotional housewife collapsed into Ethan's arms. Ethan, please hold me close. She gently placed his hand over her heart and smiled. Censurado. Ethan watched the two sisters. Yanagi wore a white barato with white leggings. Hana wore a silver silk dress that matched her hair, looking elegant. Ethan took Suki by the hand and began a final sprint. At that moment, Yanagi crept up behind him. She knelt down and began carefully cleaning around his flower-shaped emblem with a small brush. Ethan gasped. He hadn't expected Yanagi, a newcomer, to use the toxic dragon cleaning technique. He was impressed, but the raised dragon design was too detailed to finish quickly. Chapter 386. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. Yanagi giggled as she watched Ethan and Suki, while Hana stood a bit further away, still feeling a little shy. Sensing that the dragon inside her showed no signs of softening, Suki's eyes flared with even more fierce intensity. She didn't want to let him go. However, after a brief stalemate under the gaze of her daughters, she reluctantly uncurled her limbs and handed over the dragon. Ethan smiled at the housewife and gave her a gentle barato on her cheek to soothe her. He then climbed up and walked toward Yanagi. Centuredo, Centuredo. Try to control her emotions. Although she was still adjusting to the situation, being shown unexpected attention by the boy she liked was an overwhelming experience for someone who had never even held a boy's hand. Her bashfulness provided an interesting contrast for Ethan. Centuredo, she let out a deep breath, and the heavy pendant around her neck bounced against her outfit. Ethan held it in his palm, feeling its weight. The warm object brushed against Yanagi's sleeve. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. Ethan paused for a moment and then stepped back. Hana, come and help too. Suki guided Yanagi to the bed while calling for her eldest daughter. Since she had promised Yanagi she'd have Hana join, she followed through. It was also a way to encourage Hana to fully accept this new reality. Centuredo Hana practiced the gentle beauty techniques she had learned with the other girls and shared them with her own sister. Her careful practice impressed even the experienced Suki, who smiled and thought she should spend more quality time with her eldest daughter later. Watching the three nearly identical women huddled together, Centuredo, Centuredo. Centuredo Ethan appreciated the comfort of her company. His hands moved as he talked with Hana, and he engaged Yanagi in friendly conversation next. Under the steady conversation, Yanagi felt a wave of relief approaching. Her hands gripped at Ethan's back as she laughed. Chapter 387. Brother-in-law. The light scratches meant nothing to Ethan. His superhuman body healed them before she could even claw him again. Suki and Hana marveled at his constitution once more. Compared to his destructive power and stamina, his fast healing seemed almost ordinary. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. ITLL feel better in a moment. My first experience was way more uncomfortable than this. Eulogist quickly. Since Hana was smaller than Yanagi, her build was naturally more compact, and she had not had family helping her through the process. Hearing her sister's words, Yanagi's fear dissipated. Centuredo. Yanagi began to feel a comforting relief that far outweighed the pain. She began to sway gently as she moved. The numbing ease softened the sting of her soreness. Like her sister Hana, she had a graceful figure. Her face was so flushed it looked like it might burst. Centuredo, Centuredo. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. The young woman's barato shuddered as her heart erupted with a wave of emotion. Hearing the young student's plea, Ethan shuddered. He hugged her and continued to comfort her. An overwhelming wave of relief surged through him. Centuredo Ethan spent the evening with Suki and Yanagi, completing 3 rounds of their contest together. It was their barato experiencing the event, and they were genuinely impressed by the whole occasion. As they wrapped up, Ethan felt completely satisfied and remarked that he could see why people enjoyed being the center of attention in these challenges. If one could enjoy such wonderful company so easily, anyone would choose this path. After finishing his meal, Ethan slowly got up from the table. Hana, Annie, Suki, who's next? The family was now gathered together through Ethan's plans, their bond stronger than ever. Centuredo, 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 improving their constitutions for future cultivation. Suki, however, had a different thought. She looked at Ethan with hesitation and finally asked, Ethan, Do you have a medical problem? Ethan blinked. He had just gone 3 rounds and was ready for more. How could he have a problem? Then he realized what she meant and laughed. Antitsuki, I'm fine. I'm just different from normal people. He pointed to himself. Could a normal person fight like this? Without drugs, bad ones, with side effects, no one could match Ethan's combat power. Is it reproductive isolation? Suki asked, essentially revoking his humanity in her mind. Technically, she wasn't wrong. He wasn't purely human anymore. But in a world of mysticism, scientific logic didn't always apply. As far as Ethan knew, in this world, humanoid sapient beings didn't really have reproductive isolation. Crossbreeds were common. But he couldn't explain that to them yet. Facing their curious eyes, he simply nodded. Let's go with that for now. You'll understand when the time is right. Before Suki could say more, he gently picked up Hana. The two of them rested together on the bed for a quiet moment. Suki knew he wouldn't say more, so she took Yanagi to the bathroom. They needed to tidy up and take care of some cleanup before moving on. Ethan didn't worry about them, nor did he fear being discovered by the Yuzaki men. Even without magic, his 5 senses were enough to monitor them. Fujio was snoring loudly, and Kiri was in his bed with headphones on, playing games. He'd likely fall asleep soon. With her mother and sister gone, Hana seemed to relax. She helped Ethan with her dress and stepped out of it carefully. She smiled as she got ready for the evening, glancing at her reflection in the mirror before they headed out together. Senchuredo. Ethan leaned down and carefully picked a bright red berry from the bush, placing it Barato. When the tip of his Barato touched the fruit's skin, the sweet Barato delighted Sakura, causing her eyes to light up. She clapped her hands against Ethan's shoulders with excitement. She was trembling all over. Ethan could clearly feel Sakura shivering beside him. After a brief pause, he released his hold, gently cupped her head, and pulled her into a warm Barato. Under Ethan's patient guidance, they held each other close in the quiet moment. The slight awkwardness in Sakura's heart gradually dissolved. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and they shared a Barato. The doll-like beauty let her fingers rest gently across Ethan's Barato. Senchuredo, 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 Senchuredo. As the creature pressed against Ethan's armor, he steadied himself, gripping the hilt of his sword with renewed determination. Hearing 2 light footsteps in the hallway, Ethan pulled his companion close by the Barato and signaled for quiet. Following a series of sudden Barato, the pair braced themselves for whatever danger approached. Senchuredo, after months of dedicated training, her spiritual energy surged powerfully, filling the room with a warm, radiant glow. As expected, after this period of development, you're almost ready for a full breakthrough. Senchuredo, 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 Senchuredo. He didn't stop until the mother and daughters were all resting quietly, their faces calm and peaceful. After settling nearby, he took a short nap. When the sun was high in the sky, Fujio woke up feeling unwell. He circled the house, but couldn't find his Barato or daughters. Only Yanagi's room was locked. Knock, knock. Yanagi? Are you in there? The knocking didn't wake the women, but it startled Ethan. He didn't want his secret activities to be discovered now, since being caught would push the story onto a very different path. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Yanagi. Yanagi. Fujio's knocking became more frequent. Ethan rubbed his temples, not doubting that if there were no answer, this fitness-obsessed, doting father would break the door down. He didn't want to disturb Yanagi. She was surely exhausted, but to avoid a worse situation, he had to wake her. Chapter 390. The girl woke up in a daze. Hearing the urgent knocking, her instinct was to open the door, but Ethan caught her just in time. Yanagi, get ready. You need to tidy up first. Ethan whispered, keeping his voice as low as possible. Don't open the door yet. Just handle your father. Yanagi cleared her head a bit. Looking at the 4 people crowded together on her small bed, the memories of the previous night's gathering came back to her, and her cute face turned a deep red. Before her thoughts could drift further, another knock brought her back to reality. The sunlight, slanting through the curtains, proved it was late. She followed Ethan's instructions and responded through the door. "Date, I'm here. Is something wrong?" Through the door, it was hard to hear clearly, but Fujio was sure it was his youngest daughter. However, her voice sounded a bit raspier than usual. Still nursing a hangover headache, he dismissed it as his imagination. In reality, after crying out for hours on end, all three women had gone hoarse. "Yanagi, can I come in?" Fujio wanted to see her. Talking through a door was inconvenient. The girl looked at the messy state of the room. "Senchurado, why don't you wait in the living room? He'll get ready and come down." "Oh, I see." Fujio found it a bit unusual that she was still resting, but considering the cold weather, he figured it was normal to stay in bed a bit longer. Meanwhile, Ethan was gathering his things and getting ready. As he dressed, he realized his own moral boundaries were firm. He couldn't bring himself to involve others in his personal life, nor did he want to see anyone caused distress or taken advantage of. Someone without a conscience might have deliberately created conflict, relishing in the heroine's desperate attempts to hide the truth. A painful situation of betrayal it is, then, Ethan thought. To conquer the inner demon, one had to be honest with their heart. If he forced himself to act differently, he would only make things worse for himself. Once Ethan was dressed, Yanagi started getting ready immediately. She would clean up and take care of herself before joining the others. "Ethan, wake up Mom and Hannah. Dad is going to look for them soon." Yanagi was the most level-headed and smartest of the three, and she understood the situation well. Senchurado, Ethan seemed rough and disheveled too, but since he couldn't use magic, he just decided to avoid the Yuzaki men entirely from now on. He had no desire to gloat in front of the victim. His only goal was to win the heroine's heart and make her his own. Yanagi went to the bathroom. Ethan woke Suki and Hannah. They were groggy at first, but when they heard Fujio was looking for them, they snapped awake. Suki didn't love Fujio, but after years of life and 3 children together, there was history. She felt some guilt for her infidelity. If she didn't, she'd be a sociopath. Suki had always had suitors, even as a mother of 3. Some had even tried underhanded tactics, but she had always stayed clean until Ethan arrived and completely swept her off her feet. Hannah, on the other hand, had fully accepted the situation, but she knew her father couldn't find out. They immediately began planning. "Don't worry about that yet. Straighten up the room and get some fresh air," Suki said, regaining her composure. She decided it was best to keep the situation private. No one would be upset, and the family would remain at peace. She wanted to move forward and put the difficult evening behind her. Her senses had been fully awakened. Returning to her old solitary life would feel impossible. Ever since her bond with Ethan, Suki found that her eyes only saw him. She attributed his addictive quality to his yukai, or his supernatural nature. It wasn't just emotional. She felt more energetic than ever. The mother and daughters quickly tidied the room and slipped into the bathroom. Since Ethan had set their clothes aside, the items on the floor were clean, saving them a trip to their own rooms. Ethan, meanwhile, slipped out of the second-story window. Walking home, Ethan hummed a tune, feeling lighthearted. He realized Head wanted Suki for a long time. It wasn't just about a challenge. Suddenly, he felt a loosening in his spirit. Even while sealed, his internal energy surged. A moment of realization passed through him. His state of mind had broken through, but it wasn't enough. Senchurado. Ethan fell into a logical loop. The difference between sapient life and other species was the ability to use reason to control desire. If he let desire rule him, He'd just be a tool. His knowledge told him that such a path led to a bad end. Enemies would exploit such a massive weakness. As he pondered, Ethan found himself in a bustling commercial district. The autumn wind had cleared the lingering fragrance from him. Because it was a holiday, the streets were crowded. Ethan watched the people passing by: cheerful students, sharp office ladies, stylish girls with bold makeup, and gentle, mature women. Ethan stood tall, handsome, and slightly brooding appearance attracted many stares. Some bold women even approached him. The average beauty in this world was high, and those with the confidence to approach Ethan were among the most attractive. In his past life, they would have been considered exceptional. But Ethan felt nothing. His mind was elsewhere. Nor was it because his standards were too high. Well, sage time didn't exist for him thanks to his unique practice. He realized that his cultivation wasn't about pursuing any beautiful woman. It was about fulfilling a specific obsession. Obsession. Ethan's eyes brightened. He finally understood. As an otaku in his past life, his greatest dream was to meet the heroines from his favorite stories in real life. In this world, many of the female characters he admired already had partners. If he didn't intervene, cruel villains would pursue them instead. He felt no guilt in stepping in to protect them. With Rias and the others, Cinchuredo, if it was just about fulfilling his obsession with specific characters from his memory, he didn't have to worry about being driven by random, uncontrollable urges. Unless someone else from his world showed up to set him up, he was safe. "Sorry, I'm not looking for a relationship right now," Ethan said, habitually rejecting a lovely woman in a dark outfit. He felt a sense of déjà vu. He had done the same when he first arrived in this world, but back then, it was out of frustration. Now, he felt purely joyful because he had found a shortcut to becoming a god-tier powerhouse. He decided to test his theory. Cinchuredo, but a cheerful, handsome boy, was also good. However, he soon vanished from their sight. A few tried to follow, but he lost them within minutes. In the crowd, a woman with red-rimmed glasses and an elegant figure watched Ethan's retreating back with a smile. Hasegawa had been observing him from the shadows to protect him while he was sealed. While he could unseal himself instantly, there was always a microsecond of lag that could be dangerous. She had been ready to step in and guide him if needed, but Ethan hadn't disappointed her. Had found the answer on his own. She didn't have mind-reading powers, but she had watched him long enough to know his secrets. She turned and vanished into the crowd, unnoticed. Even Ethan, once he reached God tier, might not be able to find her. Chapter 392, Tsubaki Miyajima's Turn, Part 1. At the Miyajima Dojo, the air was filled with the rhythmic shouts of martial artists. Ethan walked in, ignoring the curious, lingering gaze of the receptionist, whose name he had completely forgotten. The dojo was more crowded than ever. Ever since Sakura Miyajima had become a rising star in the kendo world, the place had become a pilgrimage site for admirers. Sakura had taken over as the primary instructor, attracting both girls who wanted to be like her and boys who were captivated by her success. "Ethan, what are you doing here?" Sakura, wearing her kendo gear with her purple hair in a ponytail, spotted him. She ran over and hugged him. Ethan kissed her cheek. "I had some free time. I came to see you." Sakura knew there was more to it, but she was delighted nonetheless. "Dad, you take over the instruction," she called out. Under the jealous and curious eyes of the students, she led Ethan toward the residential area in the back. As they entered the backyard, Ethan saw his target, Tsubaki Miyajima, the stylish older woman with a scorpion braid hairstyle, sitting on the porch looking bored. She wore a thin purple sweater and tight jeans that suited her well. Compared to Sakura's youthful energy, Tsubaki carried a warm, graceful charm. "Mom, look who's here," Sakura chirped. Ethan greeted Tsubaki warmly and said meaningfully, "Annie Tsubaki, Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo." She placed a hand over her heart beneath her sweater. She hadn't been close to anyone since Sakura was born. She had wanted Ethan from the start, but her responsibilities as a mother had held her back. Now, hearing the commotion down the hall, her resolve wavered. She pressed her barato together and slid the door open. If I'm wrong, Cinchuredo, she imagined herself in a grand, unexpected situation. Both Ethan and Sakura noticed the door opening. Sakura stiffened in surprise, while Ethan narrowed his eyes. "Annie Tsubaki, I told you not to eavesdrop. Yet here you are, walking right in." Ethan joked. Seeing it was her mother, Sakura relaxed. She finally understood what Ethan had planned for the day. She gave him a disapproving look, but seeing her mother's tired expression, she just sighed. She had known her mother was overwhelmed and had expected something like this ever since she had heard about the family's plans. Centurado, 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 her barato, slipped off and landed near Ethan. He pulled the fabric away and caught the woman before she fell. One hand steadied her barato while the other rested at her side to keep her balanced. After years apart, Centurado, 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 the overwhelmed woman quickly pressed her legs together, standing taller with renewed resolve. The dragon, fierce and powerful, gathered its strength for what was to come. Centurado, 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 with a final decisive move, Ethan overcame Tsubaki's defenses. Within moments, she could no longer hold her position. She lowered her arms and gave way, collapsing on her side. Ethan seized the moment. Centurado, 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 Centurado. The next experience pack to better conquer Tsubaki, Ethan would take breaks every so often, switching positions and starting again with renewed focus. 2 hours passed. The purple-haired warrior had reached her limit several times. Ethan had completed his goal twice. Tsubaki was incredibly determined. The combination of her difficult past as a heroine and her role as a mature, overlooked partner gave her remarkable resilience. Her presence was striking, and the connection between her and Ethan felt extraordinary. What drew him in most was the captivating sound of her voice and the look of pure joy on her face. Centurado, Annie, are you feeling comfortable? She called from a pile of clothes, her long legs stretched out. Comfortable? You're too energetic. I've never felt so relaxed. Centurado, 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 get cleaned up. It wouldn't be good if Sasha found you like this. Tsubaki tried to crawl away, but her legs felt weak. However, as Ethan's remedy began to take effect, she slowly regained her strength. She looked revitalized, as if she had aged backward by 10 years. She looked like a woman in her early 20s. Tsubaki looked at herself in the mirror with delight as she dressed. But when she noticed an unusual feeling in her lower abdomen, her eyes showed a hint of worry. Her recent visit to the clinic had left her with concerns about her health. Centurado divorce him? Suki and Tsubaki had similar thoughts after being deceived by Ethan. But Suki had a good family atmosphere she didn't want to break. Sashu, on the other hand, was a stoic, patriarchal man whose relationship with his barato and daughter was mediocre at best. If they had to choose between Ethan and Sashu, there was no contest. They would choose Ethan even if they only saw him once a month. Ethan's combined approach was more unconventional than anything they had seen before. He pulled Sakura up so they could continue sitting together. Auntie, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Sakura can explain why tonight. As for the divorce, Ethan didn't care. He could afford to keep another woman. Besides, Sakura was the only child. The Miyajima estate would be hers eventually anyway. Sakura, take some time to tell your mom about the underworld. As he spoke, Sakura let out a sharp cry, suddenly overwhelmed and overcome with emotion. Centurado, keep the noise down. I'll go cook. Don't make a portion for me, Andy. I have plans. Ethan finished the task at hand with Sakura. Tsubaki had served her purpose. He felt his inner demon fade a bit more. There was no point in staying for Sashu, so he decided to move on, which he might try later, but for now, he wanted to level up more. Besides Tsubaki, there were 2 other women he hadn't forgotten. Reika Kurashiki and Natsumi Obata, the mothers of Rina and Yui. Reika Kurashiki was a corporate power woman who lived in a high-end apartment. Her daughter Rina was a Jairu who had been a bit of a handful before Ethan helped set her straight. Ethan knew that if he offered Rina special attention, she would probably try to win him over completely. Natsumi Obata was a bit more troublesome, but not by much. Yui was a sweet, obedient girl. Centurado. But Ethan still treated them more like casual flings than girlfriends. He was sure Rina would cooperate. Ethan headed to a high-end apartment building. He was wearing custom-made clothes from Rias, and even the security guards could tell he was someone important. Sir, are you looking for someone? A guard asked respectfully. I'm waiting for someone. They're coming down to get me. Soon, A girl in a white sweater, the high schooler Rina Kurashiki, ran out and hugged him happily. The guard watched with a smile. "Ethan, my mom is home." Cinchuredo, he tapped the man's barato. "Thanks. You can go now." The guard felt a crushing weight on his barato and a surge of pain. He stammered an apology and hurried away. Ethan frowned and tugged at Rina's sleeve. "Shut up. Do you think I'd come here at a time like this? And watch yourself in front of others, or you'll face consequences." Rina pouted. "I'm strong now. I could take on a dozen guys like him." Talking back. "Is it about strength?" Ethan's eyes were cold. She still needed training. After he confronted her family, Reika, the powerful, striking older woman, he would give this daughter a proper lesson. Rina lowered her head. "Why do you want to see my mom?" "Lead the way," Ethan said. "Follow my lead. I'm going to confront your mother tonight." Chapter 396. Maternal devotion. Rina Kurashiki jogged to keep up with Ethan as he stepped into the elevator, momentarily stunned by his blunt declaration. However, once the meaning sank in, she didn't feel a shred of displeasure. Instead, she looked even more excited than him. As the silver elevator ascended, the blonde Juru spoke without reservation since they were alone. "Ethan, why the sudden interest in taking down my mother?" "You don't need to know why. Just play your part and cooperate with me." Ethan didn't feel like explaining much to Rina. She was a textbook example of a filial daughter in the twisted sense. Long ago, this rebellious girl had entertained thoughts of dragging Reika Kurashiki into their dangerous world, but Ethan had ignored her back then. Raised alone by Reika, Rina had grown up under the thumb of a high-powered, domineering mother. The lack of genuine affection combined with strict discipline had warped her psyche. Unable to rebel openly, she acted out in other ways, failing her classes, dressing like a delinquent, and seeking attention through reckless behavior. Of course, after being broken and reshaped by Ethan, she had become completely devoted to him and his way of life. Ethan didn't bother micromanaging her behavior, but if he gave a direction, Rina would follow it without question. Years of her mother's strict control had made her accustomed to following rules. She had just been waiting for someone dependable enough to take charge. "Fine, they'll do exactly what you say," Rina chirped, stepping close to Ethan. Her eyes were bright with anticipation. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. Stepping out, Ethan immediately saw the nameplate for the Kurashiki residence. This luxury building only had 2 units per floor. He glanced at the other door, but seeing an unfamiliar name, he ignored it. "Rina, don't tell your mother anything about the underworld or the specifics of what I can do yet," he instructed as she unlocked the door. His plan was simple: be even more dominant and overbearing than Reika Kurashiki, forcing her to submit. Rina had blind faith in Ethan. In her mind, a simple mental spell would have done the trick, but she didn't question his desire for a more direct approach. "I understand. Mom, I'm home," Rina called out as they entered. "Is your friend a boy or a girl?" A sharp, commanding voice rang out from the living room. Reika Kurashiki walked toward them. Years of being a Barato executive meant she was used to being the one in charge. The widow stood with her arms crossed. Beneath her red blazer, she wore a fitted black pencil skirt, paired with the standard corporate uniform of sheer black pantyhose. Her lively, energetic appearance was very noticeable. Since Ethan had rushed over before dinner, it was clear Reika hadn't been home long either. She hadn't even changed out of her office attire. Compared to Rina, Reika didn't look old at all. In fact, her overall appearance and facial features were arguably striking. Her hair, which reached down to her barato, golden wavy hair, was far more elegant than Rina's straight cut and bangs. As Reika approached, a cloud of floral perfume hit Ethan's nose. It was a bit strong, but it suited this charming widow perfectly. "Here he is. My friend is actually here to see you," Rina said with a smirk, gesturing with her chin. "Cinchuredo, I came here today because I intend to turn you into one too." Reika's mouth fell open. Anger flared in her eyes, and the initial good impression she had of the handsome youth vanished instantly. "You brat. Do you have any idea what you're saying?" Assuming he was a lunatic, she pulled out her phone. Cinchuredo, but she genuinely cared for her. The powerful woman instinctively looked at her daughter, only to see Rena looking flushed and happy. Far from being ashamed of Ethan's words, she seemed proud. Rena, does he have some kind of blackmail on you? It's okay. Tell me. It'll help you know, Mom. I'm here of my own free will, Rena interrupted, her voice earnest. She was clearly impressed just standing there. Mom, once you try Ethan's product, you'll understand. I don't think I could even live without my supplier. Despite her business acumen, Reika was still a woman. Being betrayed by her only child left her stunned and powerless. Her hand holding the phone dropped to her side, her sophisticated face a mask of bewilderment. Unlike Tsubaki, whom Ethan had been grooming for a while, taking down Reika required a blitzkrieg approach, overwhelming her with assertiveness. Reika hid her inner vulnerability behind a wall of pride. If Ethan had time, he might have tried to win her over, but right now, he just wanted to confront this formidable, sharp-minded woman. Auntie Reika, if you won't listen to me, you'll just take Rena and leave, Ethan said, stepping forward to meet her gaze. Don't underestimate me because of my age. I'm wealthier than you. Supporting one more person is nothing to me. Reika, having no experience with such a manipulative situation, couldn't find the words to respond. Forget about Mom for a second. Let's go, I can't wait any longer, Rena begged. Censurado, 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 censurado. Reika instinctively caught her breath. Having stopped thinking, her instinct for taking over. The moment the massive, intimidating dragon appeared, she was captivated. A woman in her 30s is like a wolf. In her 40s, a tiger. Reika was in the prime of her life. Since her husband died, Censurado, Ethan saw the whole situation. He knew that if Rena spoke up, Reika would act immediately. However, Rena was a greedy and cunning woman. She knew that once Ethan confronted her mother, she would lose her advantage. Rena refused to back down, so Ethan decided to act decisively. Censurado, 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 censurado. Under Reika's gaze, Rena's Barado suddenly tensed. Her eyes widened and she trembled. Drool dripped from the corner of her Barado. She collapsed at her mother's feet, gasping, "Ugh, I can't take any more." Censurado, censurado, censurado. She moved gracefully in Ethan's arms. Her elegant outfit was smooth and sleek, and the warmth between them created a comforting closeness. Ethan pulled her closer, Barado her warmly against him. Censurado, censurado, and the woman was overwhelmed by the situation. They stood close together, caught up in the moment. Meanwhile, Ethan's hand rested on her Barado. Reika's arms relaxed around him. Her hesitation faded into acceptance. She held her arms around his neck. Reika Barado him back warmly, her eyes softening as they finally pulled apart. She smiled and took his hand, allowing him to lead her toward the bedroom as they stepped carefully over the unconscious Rena. Censurado, 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 censurado. Reika looked at him nervously but managed a cold snort. This is intimidation. I'm calling the police. Really? If you don't want my help, then forget it. But your daughter needs urgent assistance, so he'll just go back and handle things without you. Reika immediately reached out and stopped him. No, if you walk away now, Rena will not get the help she needs. Censurado, censurado, the powerful executive couldn't bring herself to say anything more about it, but for her daughter's sake, she had agreed. Ethan looked at her and nodded. Even though she had a high school daughter, she carried herself with poise. Even in a difficult moment, she remained composed. Censurado, censurado. Ethan then sat back and invited Reika to sit across from him. She looked away nervously, her eyes shifting around the room. What's the matter? You've never seen anything like this before? Reika, once everything is set up, you'll see how impressive it is, Ethan said, helping guide her carefully into place. Censurado, censurado. She held her ground firmly. Even though Head reached the limit, half of the obstacle was still ahead. Auntie Reika, I didn't expect you to be so reserved. It doesn't match your bold appearance at all. Censurado. Reika felt overwhelmed and unsteady as Ethan held her back to keep her from falling. "Please don't struggle," he said. "Just take a slow breath, and we'll get you somewhere safe." The women nearby knew other ways to help her feel at ease. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Ethan took a deep breath and steadied himself. He guided the widow into a calm position and then brought Rena over to join them. Ethan rested his head against the girl as he spoke. "Rena, look. From now on, Centurado, Centurado. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Centurado, 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 Centurado." Her fate had been sealed the moment Ethan's bravado claimed her. Ethan was satisfied with Reika's overwhelmed expression. He held her close, their moment together intense and consuming. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached his breaking point. But he didn't want to choose just one of them. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, he paused and redirected his attention, turning away and reaching out instead toward the daughter's path, which was still raw from her own overwhelming experience. The weight of his decision pressed heavily against the fragile situation. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Outside the luxury building, neon lights flickered against the dark night sky. After a short rest, Ethan brought his Tuberado back out for another round. He didn't leave that night. Aside from letting them eat to maintain their strength, he spent the entire night working through his training. Ethan's reckless behavior had taken a serious toll on the struggling family. The next morning, he looked at the exhausted widow and realized he had pushed things too far. She seemed completely drained. "Rena, please take care of your mother," he said quietly. Explain the underworld stuff to her. Rena, who had already begun her journey of cultivation, still held onto a shred of sanity. Deeply impressed by Ethan's strength and having fulfilled her duty to the family, she now regarded Ethan with deep respect. "Yes, Barado, they'll handle everything." Looking at her mother's shattered expression, Rena felt a twinge of guilt mixed with her excitement. If it came down to it, she'd ask one of her friends in the organization who specialized in mental magic for help. After a shower, Ethan left the Karashiki residence and headed for his next target. Along the way, he noticed his inner struggles. The mental backlash had weakened significantly. It seemed that releasing his negative emotions so thoroughly had been more effective than his time with Tsukuki and Tsubaki combined. The thought of those three wives brought a warm feeling to his heart. Centurado. This woman was once known as the Extinction Lady of the Flax-Colored Hair. Born into the Bale clan, she took the Grimmery name after marrying Rias' father. Aside from her flaxen hair, unlike Rias Crimson, she looked almost exactly like her daughter. Thinking about Grafia and Venelana made Ethan truly confront the complexity of his inner conflicts. He had always been deeply concerned about the dynamics surrounding them, but out of respect for Rias, her father, and her brother, he had kept those complicated feelings in check. He lived by the principle, do not do to others what you would not have done to you. Ethan usually found that to be a sound principle. But if suppressing his desires created a mental block that stopped his growth, making him too weak to protect what he already had, then it was counterproductive. Fortune favors the bold. Even without the mental backlash, having so many valuable Barado and allies meant he was a target. Centurado. Chapter 401. Plans change. Ethan's obsession wasn't really about one particular label. It was about bringing the Barado he desired into his own group. The result might look the same, but the intent was different. Since he had identified his desires, he stopped running from them. However, unlike the experienced point fodder he could easily take down, conquering the powerful and elegant Grafia and Venelana would require a much more sophisticated strategy. Without realizing it, Ethan found himself standing in front of a brand-new, detached Western-style house. On the gate, a nameplate read Obata in elegant calligraphy. To make it easier for Yui Obata to attend school, her father, who earned a good salary but worked frequent overtime and business trips, had moved the family to this new home. It was close to the academy and not far from the bustling shopping district. Ethan had mapped out the addresses of his destinations beforehand. Compared to the Karashiki high-rise, this typical Japanese inn was very easy to find. He hadn't notified Yui. After 2 days of nonstop events, he had intended to rest. But with a breakthrough in his mental state and his second life evolution so close at hand, he decided to push through. He rang the doorbell. After a moment, he heard hurried footsteps. "Hello, how can I help you?" A woman with orange-red hair and a graceful build opened the door halfway. Senshiredo, he preferred the gentle nature of Natsumi and Tsukuki. This calm, quiet aura made him feel comfortable. He decided to take things slowly, wanting to be respectful of everyone's feelings. "Annie Natsumi, good morning. Imu Borado." For the girl who had trusted him deeply, Ethan was happy to use the title of Barado. "Oh my, you're Yui's Barado?" Natsumi gasped, her hand covering her Barado. Her wedding ring sparkled in the morning sun. "I've heard Yui mention you, but I didn't think that girl could actually date such a handsome boy." "You're too kind. My name is Ethan. Please just call me Ethan." As he introduced himself, Ethan studied the kind woman, gauging her personality. People, especially those who are considerate, can be sensitive to the gaze of others. Being watched so intently by such a polite young man made Natsumi feel a little shy. Senshiredo, only the wealthy or the exceptionally gifted attended. Hearing that Yui wasn't home gave Ethan a slight headache. This woman liked him, but as a housewife who spent a lot of time alone, she was naturally cautious. She hadn't even invited him inside yet. It made sense. If she weren't this cautious, Senshiredo, his presence simply accelerated the timeline. By claiming them first, he removed the opportunity for the thugs. Natsumi was wary, and her daughter, who was already part of the secret world, had likely been subtly protecting her from supernatural interference. Ethan had made a good first impression, but it was their first meeting. She was alone, and he was at her door when he should have been at school. Without Yui there, Natsumi wasn't going to blindly trust him. They stood at the entrance in an awkward silence. "Annie Natsumi, why did Yui leave so early today?" Ethan asked, wondering if he should just call her back. He knew it was a school day, but most Japanese high schools didn't start until 8 a.m. It was barely past 7 o'clock. Yui said it was her week to water the class plants, so she had to leave 30 minutes early. Natsumi looked at him curiously. "Did she not tell you she'd be early this week?" Usually, love-struck teenagers shared every tiny detail of their lives. "No, she didn't." Ethan shrugged honestly. With so many women in his life, he couldn't keep track of every detail of their daily schedules. "But it doesn't matter. I'm not actually here for Yui. I'm here for you, Annie Natsumi," Ethan said, deciding to be direct. He believed his argument would persuade her. He would not threaten someone as gentle as Natsumi, especially since she was his girlfriend's mother. He wanted to treat her with respect. Senshiredo, a lonely housewife talking quietly with a world-class handsome youth was a scene that invited gossip. Chapter 402, Natsumi Obata's Turn, Part 1. Fortunately, the houses were far enough apart that no one could hear them. Once she was sure no neighbors were in earshot, Natsumi's heart began to race. "Ethan, what do you want with me?" "I want to interfere in your relationship with Yui." "This has nothing to do with Yui, Annie Natsumi," Ethan said firmly. He leaned in and spoke softly near her. "I just wanted to come by and check on you." The orange-haired woman was visibly flustered. A blush started at her neck and climbed until her entire face was red. "Ethan, you're Yui's Barado. He'll overlook this once, but don't joke like that again." She tried to step back to create distance, but as she retreated into the foyer, Ethan followed her inside and shut the door behind him. Click! The sound of the lock turning made Natsumi's heart skip a beat. She had a feeling this conversation would be difficult. "Don't worry, auntie," Yui would approve. Ethan offered her a reassuring smile and gently guided her toward the couch. "If you're worried," Senshiredo, spending the afternoon with this wonderful boy to make up for her years of absence, was a meaningful win for her. Her only concern was making sure he felt welcome and comfortable. As her thoughts raced, Ethan walked with her into the spacious bedroom. The curtains were open, and the morning sun bathed the soft bed in warmth. Cinchuredo. But they were essentially a two-person family. Because she was a housewife, she and Yui were very close and talked about everything. Natsumi knew about Yui's personal life, and Yui knew about her mother's loneliness. It was this knowledge that gave Ethan his confidence. "Annie Natsumi, were you looking?" Ethan teased. Cinchuredo, he couldn't be sure someone wasn't watching from a distance. Though she hesitated, Natsumi simply nodded quietly. The heavy curtains were drawn, blocking out the light outside. For Ethan, his supernatural vision was part of his biology and remained unaffected by the dark. Natsumi felt a sense of relief in the dark, though she felt a twinge of regret that she couldn't see the boy anymore. Sensing her disappointment, Ethan flicked on the bedside lamp. The warm yellow glow lit up the room around her. Ethan looked at her with a gentle expression. She felt a jolt of nervous energy run through her. She was so flustered she didn't notice the intensity in his eyes or the slight tension in his jaw. "Annie Natsumi." Ethan's voice was calm but strained. He shifted in his seat, trying to compose himself. Cinchuredo, Natsumi looked up helplessly, surprised by the unexpected closeness between them. "Ethan," she whispered, feeling overwhelmed by this new, unfamiliar feeling. The gentle, orange-haired woman was caught off guard by the sudden intensity of the moment. She knew it was complicated, but she had been alone for so long, and she couldn't help but feel her heart race. Cinchuredo, Chapter 403, Natsumi Obata's Turn. Part 2. Ethan smiled gently and looked at her with warmth. The moment was tender and quiet as he held her close, offering comfort in the stillness. Cinchuredo, aching for a deep, meaningful connection. The thought of reaching the very heart of this Barado, tear woman's soul made his eyes well up with emotion. But not yet. He needed to fully uncover Natsumi's true nature. Ethan let out a suppressed sigh, continuing to press closer to her. "Auntie Natsumi." Cinchuredo. He clenched his fists as he faced the Barado, struggling to control the strange feeling rising inside him. "Annie Natsumi, are you still going to hide your true feelings, even now?" He whispered, his eyes burning red with determination. Just being close to her was driving him wild with affection. She was wonderful. Her warmth pulled him in completely. Her gentle nature, now glowing from his tender attention, looked as fresh as ever, despite her having raised a child. He wanted to hold her close, to cherish her deeply. Cinchuredo, the tension inside the room grew overwhelming. Natsumi's thoughts raced in chaotic confusion. She didn't even know what words were spilling out of her Barado. Just as the moment reached its highest point, Ethan suddenly stopped. Cinchuredo. He stepped back, taking a breath and smiling. "Let's do the activity you enjoy most, Annie." The activity I like." Natsumi looked at him, confused. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I guess a quiet walk or cooking together. I like to see the person's expression." In truth, Cinchuredo, her face red. She didn't sit down immediately. Looking at the boy's impressive find, she wanted to examine this one-in-a-million treasure more closely. She knelt down carefully and gently held the remarkable discovery, securing Ethan's prize carefully in her hands. Cinchuredo. So this is what Annie Natsumi's home feels like, Ethan whispered, taking in the cozy atmosphere around him. Seeing her standing still, he asked, "Are you okay, Auntie?" "I'm fine. Thank you for asking." Natsumi stepped forward slightly until they stood close together. Cinchuredo. She was even more energetic and adorable than Yui, and because she was a mature woman, she was much more confident. Ethan appreciated this a woman who was graceful and kind on the outside, but wonderfully expressive on the inside. Seeing how happy the young man looked, Natsume's face flushed with pride. I've only ever used this technique on you. And how about this? What do you think of this? With her focus sharpened, Natsume began to put all her theoretical knowledge into practice during their sparring barato with Ethan. NGH. Ethan reacted repeatedly. Even with his experience, Natsume's approach was unique. Cinchuredo, cinchuredo, cinchuredo. Ethan leaned in and gave her a barato on the cheek. Natsume smiled warmly at him. Between laughs, Ethan said, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Annie? Really? She laughed softly in response. I just love having fun. Cinchuredo, cinchuredo. The moment reached its peak as Ethan held the orange-haired woman close, overwhelmed by intense emotion. She stiffened instantly. Cinchuredo, cinchuredo. In the bedroom, illuminated only by the lamp, time slipped away. Eventually, the digital clock on the nightstand read 1:05 p.m. Ethan and Natsume rested together quietly, the peaceful afternoon wrapping around them like a warm blanket. Cinchuredo, 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 her barato, shaking violently with every hit. Chapter 406. The final step, the battle between Natsume Obata and Ethan, showed no signs of stopping. The digital clock on the bedside table ticked away, eventually reaching 5:05 p.m. Hours had passed. Ethan had dedicated nearly his entire day to this orange-haired, gentle housewife. While they were locked in their heated struggle, Yui Obata, who had stayed late at school for cleaning duties, returned home. In back, the high school girl called out as she changed her shoes at the entrance, her orange hair swaying with youthful energy. But silence met her. There was no familiar, warm welcome from her mother. Yui searched the first-floor living room, kitchen, bathroom, but Natsume was nowhere to be found. What confused her even more was the sight of half-finished chores in the living room and bathroom, as if her mother had been suddenly interrupted. The girl finished hanging the laundry inside, as the sun had already dipped below the horizon. After tidying up the living room, her stomach gave a small growl. She debated whether to start dinner or go look for her mother. In the silence of the house, Yui caught a faint sound. She focused, tracing the noise to the floor above. It sounded like Natsume's voice, cinchuredo, cinchuredo, cinchuredo. Cinchuredo, 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 cinchuredo. Ethan breathed heavily. After nearly 8 hours of intense training, his physical stamina was fine, but the constant mental focus left him exhausted. He slowly stepped back from the practice barato. Phew. Huh. The pause gave Natsume a moment to recover. As the exercise came to an end, cinchuredo. Yui listened to her mother call out his name and stared at Ethan's familiar back. Her heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Because of what she knew about the Gremory family and others, she wasn't entirely shocked, but she hadn't expected her mother to fall so completely and so quickly. Cinchuredo Natsume still hadn't noticed her daughter. She continued to hold Ethan close, whispering affectionate words while standing pressed against him. Ethan, however, felt a strange surge of possessiveness. He decided to follow his heart and lay his cards on the table. Yui, stop playing by yourself. Cool. He decided he wasn't leaving tonight. He wanted both mother and daughter together, and he needed to explain the underworld to Natsume and help her begin her own cultivation. Hearing her daughter's name, Natsume froze. Her barato tensed suddenly, her expression shifting as she tried to process the moment. But when the disheveled high school girl walked in, her eyes tired and unfocused, Natsume actually relaxed. She knew her daughter. Yui wasn't angry. Ethan helped Yui change into a simple robe and placed the two orange-haired women who looked 70% alike side by side. He greeted one, then the other, until all tension between them vanished. Then, while cultivating with Yui, he explained the truth of the world to Natsume. The process was familiar. from disbelief to shock upon seeing Yui use magic, to the reconstruction of her worldview, and finally to the excitement of feeling mana for the first time under Ethan's guidance. By morning, Natsumi had reached the threshold of C rank. During the night, Yui's father called to say he was working late and wouldn't be home. It was a common occurrence they were used to. Natsumi, from now on, you can't be with him anymore. Not even if nothing happens between you, Ethan declared firmly, his voice tense with jealousy as he stared at the trembling woman across from him. As his anger cooled, his raw possessiveness took over. I don't care about ordinary contact, but you don't stay alone with another man. Natsumi was so excited about finishing the project that she would have agreed to anything. Come on, Ethan, keep going, don't stop. She grinned eagerly, full of energy. I promise. Only you can help me with this. Let's go. Yui, standing behind Ethan, laughed. Don't worry, Ethan, we've got this. Mom and Dad have had separate rooms for years, and Dad is hardly ever home anyway. Chapter 407. Target. Graphia. The next morning, Ethan left the Obata residence feeling refreshed. His mental state had improved significantly. He was at the threshold of God rank. He just needed to take the final step with a boss-level target. He considered his options. He decided to find Nanao Ekizan, a woman from his childhood memories. However, when he went to Kuo Academy, he discovered she had graduated and moved far away from Tokyo to a region outside the influence of the three factions. He learned she had been targeted by a scumbag supernatural user, but his own organizations had intervened and stopped the man. Senchurado, are you sure? Chisato asked with a smile. Yes, whether this works or not. The seal is no longer needed. The room was filled with the girls of the Occult Research Club Rias, Aquino, Barato, Mio, and the Nanaka sisters. Ethan had been working closely with many of them, though his focus remained on the main girls. Senchurado, Ethan paused before answering. I'm going to have an important conversation with Graphia-san. Rias froze. The other girls were surprised. Graphia Lucifuge, the strongest queen in the underworld, the devoted partner of Surzex Lucifer and Rias' sister-in-law. Senchurado, I want to help you. Don't worry. I'm just going to confess. Have some faith in Graphia-san, Ethan joked. He'll go to the underworld, Ethan decided. The energy there is better for a breakthrough, and I won't cause as much of a scene in the human world. The next day, Ethan teleported to the Gremory territory. He was greeted by a maid. Lord Red Dragon Emperor, is there something you need? Is your head maid here? Ria sent me to pick something up from Graphia. The maid looked nervous, but pointed him toward the accounting office. Ethan found Graphia there, checking ledgers. She was dressed in her usual blue and white maid outfit, her silver hair braided perfectly. Ethan, what are you doing here? She asked, surprised. I came to see you, Ethan said, his voice steady despite a hint of nerves. He stood close to her. Ethan, Senchurado, but Ethan's intense gaze told her he was serious. Chapter 408. God ranked the powerful presence made the silver-haired housewife uneasy instantly. Looking at the handsome young man who stood a head taller than her, Graphia felt a wave of nervous energy. After a long moment, Graphia regained her composure, smiling with her usual steady grace. Ethan, stop playing around. I am Rias' sister-in-law. I know. Ethan cut off her attempt to soften the mood, and the room fell into a heavy silence. Graphia, I know this might not be love or even common affection. Ethan took a deep breath, taking the hand of the silver-haired beauty. He spoke with utter sincerity, but I truly need you. I need you to stay by my side forever. The moment he poured out the feelings buried in his heart, he felt completely at ease. Regardless of her answer, the final barrier in his mind shattered along with his words. At that instant, Ethan experienced a profound epiphany. Inspiration erupted from his heart, washing over him like a rushing tide, awakening every part of his being. He truly recognized his deepest ambitions and goals. He was a man of fierce determination. Even though he had been lucky enough to be reincarnated with immense power, that fundamental truth remained unchanged. The world was born unfair. Some were born with infinite wealth and power. Some were born protagonists, surrounded by loyal Barato. Since others could have it all, why couldn't he? He realized he had been shackled by his past memories. Now, he would be the protagonist of his own life in this world. Ethan felt his spirit leap above the river of time and the infinite dimensions. He saw the towering structure of the multiverse, abstract loops of fate flashing before him. His presence had solidified the timeline of this chaotic world onto his own thread of destiny. Suddenly, Ethan's heart thundered. His mental state achieved complete sublimation. Simultaneously, an extraordinary power surged from all directions. It was so massive that even Ethan struggled to contain it. His heart rate spiked to hundreds of beats per minute. With this influx of power, his soul began its final metamorphosis. His pupils dilated as he felt a divine energy flowing through his spirit. His intangible soul became solid, glowing with an ethereal blue light. With every pulse, his soul grew stronger, aligning perfectly with the laws of the universe. In reality, only a split second had passed. Graphia, moved by his confession, had no idea what was happening inside the young man before her. Had she known, she wouldn't be questioning her feelings. She would be clinging to him to sense the change. Graphia had been at the Satan class, Devil King, level since the Great War. Part of why she never advanced was because her heart was clouded. She had betrayed her family for Surzex, and though she was hailed as the silver-haired queen of annihilation, she was treated more like a maid in the Gremory household. Surzex was kind but distant, focused entirely on his duties and cultivation. Graphia realized long ago that their romance had been a political victory for the reformists. Her heart had been stagnant for years. The silver-haired beauty remained silent for a long time. Finally, she withdrew her hand. Ethan, Graphia suppressed her inner longing, putting on her serious queen persona. Even though you haven't married Rias yet, we remain. She hesitated. In the open and chaotic underworld, political ties mattered greatly, but she feared Surzex. Surzex and his father were cultivation maniacs who often went beyond the three realms to train. She didn't want Ethan to face the wrath of a man whose power might already exceed the god rank. But as she prepared to reject him, Ethan's transformation hit its peak. A vortex of energy erupted around him, expanding outward. Graphia's eyes widened. She realized Ethan was breaking through. Thinking quickly, she used a teleportation circle to move them both from the accounting office to her private cultivation chamber. Ethan, deep in meditation, began to absorb the concentrated energy of the underworld for his final evolution. Chapter 409. The new attribute panel soon. The energy vortex turned into a pillar of light that pierced the clouds above the Gremory estate. Inside, Ethan felt his power skyrocketing. He had not only reached god rank, but had also jumped from the martial path to the immortal path. His attribute panel evolved into its final, most concise form. Name: Ethan Su Realm. Lower deity: Heavenly Immortal Passives. Root bloodline: Partial. Weapon: Grandmaster, God of Taijutsu, Skill Fusion Actives. Thunderclap: Power of Destruction, Lustrous Life. Matter Manipulation, Mind Control, Pocket Space, Sketching, Intermediate. Weapon: Boosted gear. His passives had merged and evolved. God of Taijutsu was the fusion of all his combat instincts. While joint cultivation was now a permanent law of his Barado, he understood the hierarchy now. Heavenly Immortal, lower deity. Mysterious Immortal, middle deity. Golden Immortal, upper deity, and so on, up to the Great Order Golden Immortal, Barado God class. Ethan opened his eyes. His black pupils looked like a chaotic universe with swirling galaxies. Graphia, standing by, felt her own long-standing bottleneck tremble just by looking into his eyes. Ethan, were you serious about what you said? Graphia stepped forward, staring at his perfect face. Ethan smiled. Entirely. And now that I'm a god. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. She wore a black silk outfit that caught the light elegantly. On the ring finger of her left hand, her wedding ring glimmered softly, hinting at the difficult choice they were about to make. Ethan's own clothes vanished in a flash of blue light. He stood tall and confident, his posture strong and determined. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Ethan let out a powerful roar as a surge of energy erupted. Chapter 411, Graphia, Part 2. As the energy was released, two glows of demonic power emerged from the center of their barato, one pale blue and the other silver-white. Before the surge could even fade, Graphia felt a surge of soul-deep joy. Having achieved God rank, Ethan's life energy and cultivation efficiency had reached a new plateau. The silver-haired housewife felt completely fulfilled, both in spirit and in heart. The obsessions that had plagued her for years began to wash away under these waves of power. Her stagnant strength advanced significantly, and the seemingly unreachable threshold of the next rank flickered before her eyes. Simultaneously, Ethan felt a tangible increase in his own power. Through a profound resonance with Graphia, he absorbed the refined spiritual energy she had gathered over decades. His newly awakened God-rank aura stabilized, pushing him firmly toward the realm of a middle deity. The two remained together, drawing strength from the elevation of their combined training. Despite the daylight, despite Graphia's unfinished duties, and despite the commotion Ethan's breakthrough had caused outside, her emotional turmoil was far from settled. One was a woman who had been isolated for years, trapped in a cold arrangement, never knowing true companionship. The other was a young man who had finally overcome his inner struggles and was barato the joy he had long worked toward. A new chapter of his journey began almost immediately. Meanwhile, Venelana Gremory, who looked almost exactly like a flaxen-haired version of her daughter Rias, finally finished dealing with the curious demons prying into the estate. The matriarch of the Gremory clan rubbed her forehead, her long flaxen hair swaying with mature grace. Once alone, she sensed the energy coming from her daughter-in-law's cultivation chamber. That aura definitely isn't Graphia's, but it feels familiar. Unable to contain her curiosity, Venelana headed toward Graphia's room. As she walked down the silent, spotless corridor, Centurado, 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 Centurado. Graphia, why is Ethan breaking through in your room? Venelana asked again. I'm coming in. I want to talk about this. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Venelana was too flustered to care about the title. I see. No wonder Graphia didn't open the door. Ethan nodded. He stepped forward and guided Venelana into the room, closing the door behind them. Venelana was surprised to see Graphia resting on the bed, standing by the doorway and adjusting her uniform, wiping a smudge of white lotion from her leg. Graphia looked up, startled, as she saw Ethan holding Venelana. Miss Venelana, would you like to join us for dinner? Ethan offered cheerfully. Venelana stepped back, her heart racing. She looked between Ethan and Graphia. Centurado, don't you? My resonance cultivation can help you both reach God rank. Venelana's eyes widened. God rank? Yes. My ability accelerates cultivation for anyone weaker than me. With me, you could reach that level within years, not centuries. He turned back to Graphia and embraced her warmly. Venelana watched. Centurado, Centurado, Centurado. Feeling relaxed now that they were in this together. Venelana turned her head, embarrassed but excited. Ethan's hand rested gently on hers. Venelana smiled, feeling at ease. It feels so good. Ethan, thank you for being here with me. She felt a warm sense of comfort. Centurado, 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 Centurado. She smiled confidently, feeling pleased and energized. Seeing her so happy and content, Ethan felt a renewed sense of vitality. Chapter 414, Venelana. Part 2, deep affection existed on both sides, so the battle naturally restarted with vigor. This time, Graphia, who had been watching for quite a while, finally stepped forward and joined Venelana in talking with Ethan. At this point, their relationship as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was simply a formality. Since they were now family, there was no need for pretense. They fully revealed their truest, most genuine selves. The silver-haired woman and the flaxen-haired companion took turns spending time with Ethan, filling the emptiness of their long years of loneliness. Their hearts and minds were thoroughly uplifted by Ethan's unwavering dedication. The remarkable feeling of their long-dormant power beginning to grow with each training Barado made Grafia and Venelana deeply devoted. Time flowed slowly. The red moon, unique to the underworld, eventually hung high in the sky. But inside Grafia's private study, the intensity of the combat didn't diminish in the slightest. In the Grimmery Mansion's dining hall, the dinner was prepared, but Venelana was nowhere to be found. The butler and maids began to whisper. A senior maid, wearing glasses, frowned. Not only was the matriarch missing, but Grafia, their direct superior, had also been gone all day. After waiting a while longer and seeing the food go cold, the head maid ordered, "Send 2 people to the Lord's cultivation room. If he comes out, explain the situation immediately. The rest of you, split up and search. Focus on the accounting office and the head maid's residence." She remembered hearing that Venelana was last seen near Grafia's quarters in the afternoon. Though searching was a breach of etiquette, she prioritized the safety of the matriarch. On the other side, the 2 lovely housewives, having skipped dinner out of sheer excitement, sent Chiredo. It would take a few days to fully digest such a massive amount of energy. Similarly, Ethan's strength had leaped from a lower deity directly to a middle deity. This was largely thanks to the concentrated spiritual energy accumulated over decades by the 2 women, which provided a massive one-time boost. To maintain this speed, he would need to find even stronger goddesses. Ethan was more than satisfied. Due to his unique soul talent, his path of immortality had also advanced from a heaven immortal to a mysterious immortal. It was well known that immortals from the Great Desolation were 1 tier stronger than those at equivalent realms in other worlds. Combined with his Longinus, the boosted gear, his current combat power could challenge golden immortals at a level below the Barado God realm. He realized that the boosted gear hadn't become useless as he grew. Rather, its multiplicative power was now terrifying. A simple 2x boost at his current level was more powerful than his previous maximum limit. Furthermore, Ethan had acquired the Ball bloodline from Venelana and the Lucifuge bloodline from Grafia. His core bloodline was strengthened again, making his control over power and space far more instinctive. While the 3 of them were basking in the results, a voice came from outside the door. "Miss Grafia? Lady Venelana? Are you in there?" It was Nina, a young maid who had seen Venelana enter earlier. She was hesitant, but the head maid's orders forced her to be persistent. Inside, Venelana adjusted herself in Ethan's arms and replied with a tired, breathless voice. "Is that you, Nina? What is it?" Lady Venelana. Thank goodness." The young maid was relieved. "Is Miss Grafia in there too?" Nina asked curiously. Venelana realized her slip of the tongue, but decided to use her authority to silence the girl. "I'm the one asking the questions, not you. I'm sorry. Deeply sorry." The panicked maid bowed so hard her forehead hit the door with a loud thud. Inside, the 2 women flinched. If the door hadn't been reinforced, she might have broken through and surprised them. Ethan whispered, "Venelana, if you want to handle this situation quietly, we need someone to act as a buffer." The 2 women understood immediately. Having a trusted person to run errands and provide alibis would make their secret meetings much safer. Grafia and Venelana wanted to stay together with Ethan, and having a third party to handle logistics was the best way to ensure they didn't get caught. I think you just want Nina around," Venelana teased. Cinciredo Venelana. Part 3. Jealous already? Ethan chuckled, giving Venelana a light poke on the Barado. Venelana rolled her eyes. A tool like Nina was replaceable, but having one would indeed lower their risks. As for betrayal, between Ethan's training methods, and the Grimmery family's binding contracts, it wasn't a concern. Centuredo the Terrified quickly changed out of her work clothes and hurried onto the bed. Venelana gave Ethan a brief, affectionate farewell before she and Graphia tidied themselves up and got dressed. "Ethan, stay here for now. He'll be back tonight," Venelana promised. Once they left to handle the household commotion, Centuredo, though she wasn't a chosen one like Rias, she was considered Barado, tier in both grace and strength, elegant and striking. While Ethan was training Nina on her new duties, Venelana and Graphia were busy quelling the unrest in the mansion. They decided on a bold move. They called Lord Zeoticus Grimmery and Surzex Lucifer back from their meditation in the Dimensional Gap for a late dinner. Half an hour later, Zeoticus the red-haired, bearded head of the house sat at the head of the long table. Surzex and Venelana sat on either side. Graphia stood nearby, fulfilling her role as headmaid. "Why the sudden summons?" Zeoticus asked, sipping blood-red wine. "It's not a small matter," Venelana said, elegantly cutting a piece of steak. "Ethan has broken through to the god rank." Zeoticus froze. "The boy, Rias Pawn? The current Red Dragon Emperor who just hit Satan class?" "Yes," Venelana replied. "In that case," Zeoticus mused, "Rias won't be far behind. We need to finalize his entry into the family immediately. He must marry into the Grimmery house." Surzex was more perceptive. "Mother, when did this happen? Who else knows?" Venelana followed the script she and Graphia had written. She explained that Ethan had reached a realization upon seeing the underworld scenery, and they had spent the afternoon shielding his aura and guarding his breakthrough. This perfectly explained their disappearance. Chapter 416. The Truth, Honesty Session. This was Venelana's plan to settle all doubts. "Keep Ethan's breakthrough a secret for now," Surzex warned the staff. "Mother, the marriage between Ethan and Rias must be fast-tracked." "I know," Venelana said calmly. "But for now, it can only be an engagement. He can officially marry in once Rias graduates and inherits the headship." In high-tier demon society, marriages were political. Ethan, despite being a human-turned-devil, was the Red Dragon Emperor and now a god. His bloodline was actually more ancient and pure than any in the three realms after his evolutions. He didn't mind the marrying in part. He had no attachment to his human surname. Zeoticus nodded. "Fine, start with an engagement." Once the meal was over, Graphia dismissed the servants and erected a powerful magical barrier. "Graphia?" Zeoticus asked. "Because we observed Ethan's breakthrough from such a close distance," Venelana began, "Graphia and I have gained much. Our strength has surged." Both women released their auras. The overwhelming pressure far exceeding Super Satan class shocked the father and son. A flicker of suspicion and personal shame crossed their minds, but Venelana's next words bravado their anger instantly. "Furthermore, if we continue this, we will break through the god rank bottleneck within 10 years. Zeoticus stood up. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Venelana stated. Surzex, the cleverer of the two, caught the implication. "Mother, does this mean Ethan's ability can help others become gods?" Seeing their reaction, Graphia and Venelana felt a mix of relief and a slight, bitter sadness. Their years of marriage and affection were weighed against family prosperity and power and found wanting. But this also eased their guilt. "We can't be sure yet. The sample size is too small," Graphia said. "But it seems that as long as the talent is high enough, Ethan can guarantee a breakthrough." "Centuredo, we will work hard," Venelana said, signaling Graphia to drop the barrier. Zeoticus and Surzex left to return to their own training, their hearts heavy with complex emotions they couldn't name. Meanwhile, Ethan had finished with the maid Nina, helping her break through to A-class. Centuredo, Rias, and Aquino felt the incredible potency of Ethan's new life Barado. Their strength surged toward the Satan class. They knew Ethan had succeeded in his breakthrough. As for Graphia, they would find out soon enough. In their world, everyone knew the score, but nobody spoke it aloud unless they were prepared to throw away all face. Ethan smiled, standing beside the two Barado. Working hard every day, either cultivating or on the way to cultivating. If I'm not the strongest, who is? Chapter 417. The dividend testing graphia was a matter for later. For now, because Ethan had ascended to the rank of a deity, the girls in his circle received a massive dividend, and their strength skyrocketed. However, they all tacitly agreed to keep Ethan's new status a secret. The Hero Clan was already wary of the Occult Research Club. Adding a confirmed god and dozens of Satan-class powerhouses to the mix would make every supernatural faction in the world lose sleep. While Ethan was busy helping his girls level up, something big happened within the Hero Clan. The legendary hero, Jin Tuju, had returned, bringing with him his son, Basara Tuju, a monster whose talent surpassed even his father's. After his sparring sessions with Ethan, Basara had grown significantly. However, because he was a four-race hybrid possessing the Banishing Shift, a literal glitch ability, Ethan's help had reached its limit. While Ethan was breaking through to godhood, Basara didn't stay idle. Seeing that Ethan had stopped showing up to Kuo Academy, Basara asked Mio Naruse about it and decided to drop out as well. High school meant nothing compared to rescuing his mother. Jin Tuju, recognizing his son's plateau, took him under his wing for specialized training. Jin didn't have the Banishing Shift, but as a man recognized by the Elder Dragons, he understood the power within Basara's blood. He took Basara back to the Hero Clan to sharpen his combat experience and mental fortitude. The Hero Clan, desperate for top-tier combat power, welcomed the war god Jin and his son back with open arms, conveniently forgetting their past grievances. With the return of the war god, the elders of the Hero Clan began to stir. They decided to resume surveillance on Ethan and the Occult Research Club. Since the Japanese branch had already lost two talented heroines who had joined forces with Ethan, the Vatican sent their own ace, Sayla's Redheart. Sayla's was the strongest hero of the current generation in the Vatican. She had lived in Japan as a child and spoke the language fluently. The Vatican elders were confident in her. Unlike the Nanaka sisters, they believe her brainwashing her absolute faith would prevent her from defecting. They clearly underestimated Ethan's binding principles. If even a reincarnated angel like Irina Shido could fall, a mere S-rank hero like Sayla's stood no chance. Centuredo, but for those with lower potential, Ethan's aura had become too potent to handle easily. The threshold to withstand his energy had risen to the S rank. One person who benefited greatly was Kateria Leviathan, the dark-skinned woman who visited Ethan once a month. Centuredo. She would have to undergo a dangerous, near-fatal process to purge the Abyss energy away, or risk becoming a mindless Abyss monster. Exhausted from the ordeal, Kateria rested in Ethan's arms as he carried her to safety. "Sir," she whispered, "the old Satan faction is making a move. They plan to assassinate and replace the youngest and weakest Demon King, Leohart." Leohart was the new Demon King who had inherited the throne of Mio's father, Wilbert. He was a moderate who preferred archaeological research and human-demon coexistence over war. Ethan realized that in this merged world, Leohart sat alongside Surzex and Seraphol as one of the four great Demon Kings. Ethan also thought of Mio's uncle, Ramses, the red-haired noble who claimed to be Wilbert's brother. Many suspected he was Wilbert, but the evidence was contradictory. Regardless, the politics were messy. The old Satan faction has teamed up with the Demon Cardinal Council of the Fossils under Leohart, who hate his moderate views, Kateria explained. Chapter 418. The Demon Cardinal Council, unlike Surzex and Seraphol, who held absolute power, Leohart was hamstrung by the Cardinal Council, a group of ancient, decrepit devils who clung to the old ways. These elders were literal monsters, looking nothing like the human-looking modern devils. They were greedy, cruel, and viewed humans as trash. They saw Leohart's rising influence as a threat to their power and decided to betray him to the old Satan faction. Their price? They wanted to keep their right to oppress and exploit common devils. Every year, thousands of young devils disappeared in Leohart's territory, victims of the Council's cruelty. Suddenly, Mio received a letter from the underworld. It was from her uncle, Ramses, inviting the daughter of the former Demon King to return to the Demon King city as a princess. Ethan saw through it immediately. The elders weren't just after Leohart. They wanted Mio's power. They planned to eliminate or capture her during the chaos of the coup, blame it on the old Satan faction, and wash their hands of it. They just won't give up, will they? Shella, the small-statured elder devil, scowled. I always suspected the council was behind Wilbert's death. If the old Satan faction is involved, Aquino suggested with a smile, we could just tell Surzex and Seraphol. 3 demon kings against 1 coup. No, Rias interruptive. That would expose Kateria. Plus, Akone beast fight aldest. It would cause a civil war that would slaughter the common devils. We need to handle this quietly. Ethan grinned. Mio, right back. Tell them you're coming, but you're bringing friends for a visit. If they say no, you don't go. The council wanted Mio alone, but they couldn't refuse a princess bringing a friend or 2 for a tour. After some back and forth, Ethan, Rias, and the girls finalized their plan. Chapter 419. The Demon King City. 3 days later, the council caved. Mio was allowed to bring 2 companions, but the invitation explicitly excluded Ethan and Rias, whom the council feared most. They didn't want the Red Dragon Emperor or the Grimmery heiress poking around while they committed treason. Ethan didn't care. He had his own ways of getting in. Mio chose Shella and Lucia to accompany her. Shella was highly skilled in teleportation and knew the city well, while Lucia was a former headmaid and secretary for Ramses, perfect for handling formal social cues. In the drawing room, Mio held a sleek black cat in her arms. Lady Mio, this cat is, the messenger maid asked. My pet, Mio snapped. Is there a problem? The maid hesitated. She had orders to ensure Mio brought no hidden protection. She checked the cat 3 times, even using magic to scan it. She found nothing. Little did she know that Ethan's Nikomata transformation was now God tier. Censuredo, Censuredo, Censuredo. How powerful will the memories and emotions of the former Demon King's daughter be? Ethan, currently resting as a cat against Shella, arrived in the city. Unlike Surzek's isolated fortress, Leohard's Demon King city was a true metropolis, designed like a concentric circle. The inner circle was the Demon King's palace. The second was the noble district. The third was the wealthy merchant district. Everything else was for the commoners. Ethan looked around from his cozy spot. He didn't know someone was already planning to die by his hand, but he was ready. He was here for the princess, Censuredo followed by the overall sanitation. If a normal modern person were suddenly transported to a medieval town, they wouldn't be able to adapt to the lack of hygiene. But this Demon King city, besides its orderly layout, was as clean and safe as a civilized modern city. This was the result of efforts by several generations of Demon Kings. However, it was also precisely because of this that the Cardinal Council grew increasingly hostile toward the monarchy. Rules always bind the powerful and the strong, but for the common devil folk, they serve as a protection. Censuredo, Censuredo. Since the Nikomata form no longer weakened his strength and even enhanced his stealth and self-protection, he felt like staying this way forever. Well, at least until he reached his goal. Keeping the transformation required a constant drain of magic and mental energy, but for Ethan, this level of consumption was negligible. It actually served as a way to train his microcontrol over his spiritual power. Ethan lay lazily against Shella's dress, peeking out with only his cat head to observe the demonic architecture. While he played the role of a well-behaved kitty, Mio Neruz and Lucia finally met with Ramses. Lady Mio, Miss Lucia, ahead is Lord Ramsas' mansion. Looking at the ornate vermilion gates, Mio felt a mix of confusion and nervousness. With her biological parents dead, this uncle was her last direct elder relative. Despite her great power, she was still just a 16-year-old high school girl, and she couldn't help but feel a bit shy. The meeting wasn't as sentimental as imagined, nor was it a trap. Ramses, a middle-aged noble devil with red hair and gold-rimmed glasses, was neither warm nor cold. He simply didn't know how to treat a niece who suddenly appeared with such a sensitive status. During dinner, Ramses put down his cutlery and sighed. Mio, you shouldn't have come to the underworld. It's my fault. I couldn't firmly refuse the Cardinal Council's demands. Unc, don't blame yourself. We suspected as much before coming, Mio replied, glancing at Lucia. Ramses' position was precarious. Not only was he wary of the council, but the current demon king, Leohart, was also wary of him. Before Mio appeared, Ramses was technically the only devil with a legitimate claim to challenge for the throne. Because of this, he had always lived cautiously, rarely leaving his mansion. We came prepared, don't worry, Mio assured him. You mean Shella? Ramses shook his head. She knows the city, but she isn't strong enough to oppose the council. Ethan, still in his cat form, didn't attract anyone's attention. Even if the council sent spies, they would never guess the greatest threat came from the cute cat buried in Shella's Barado. Chapter 4:21. Shella's abnormality later that night. The demon underworld was quiet. Ethan, still a cat, turned over in Shella's arms, making the disguised young girl tremble. Shella, why is the moon in the underworld red sometimes? Ethan asked in a human voice. Even here, a red moon doesn't happen every night, the Shadow Queen explained. It usually only appears during a full moon and signifies that something big is about to happen. Ethan thought back to his fight with the Phoenix Brat. Centuredo, despite her petite stature, she possessed an enchanting, doll-like appearance. Being a mystical being, she was very open-minded and preferred the comfort of relaxed attire at home. Ethan had just broken through to godhood, and his bloodline's allure had skyrocketed. If she hadn't mastered her mystical powers, Centuredo. Since the technology here is a bit medieval, there's no internet or phone signal, Ethan noted. Nothing much to do at night around here. Shella yawned and opened a spatial portal to her room next door. Ethan followed her through, saying, I'm going to discuss tomorrow's plan with Shella. Inside Shella's room, the enchanted queen looked at him curiously. Why come here instead of staying to help Mio and Lucia level up? It's not our Barado training together. One night won't make a huge difference, Ethan said casually. But Shella took it differently. If it wasn't the Barado, Centuredo Shella grabbed the cat and pulled it to her chest. With a wave of her hand, pink demonic energy filled the room, forming a barrier to block out all sound and perception. Chapter 422, Shella, Part 1. In the next room, Lucia frowned, sensing her mother's magic. She pulled the covers over her head, choosing to ignore it. Centuredo Shella let out a startled cry as her heart-shaped tail flicked behind her. Her purple eyes were wide and alert. She pointed toward Ethan with trembling hands. Shella, sister, Centuredo. He might have completed the technique right alongside her. But remembering this was only their initial attempt, and wanting to fully Barado the skill, he pushed past his limit and deliberately extended the duration of their training Barado. Because of the intense effort, Shella's control over her magic wavered for a split second. The barrier isolating their room trembled, and although it stabilized quickly, it was enough for the pair in the next room. Mio, Neruz, and Lucia had been eavesdropping with rapt attention. In that brief flicker of the barrier, Centuredo, she felt her pride was on the line. Seeing Ethan's smiling face as he prepared for another round, she cast aside the last of her dignity as an elder. She pressed her Barado together and stood up with as much confidence as she could muster. Her hands firmly gripped the edge of the table, determined to hold her ground. Centuredo. Ethan groaned and stayed silent, waiting to see what Shella would do next. She had few options left and continued. She shifted her stance and resumed the difficult exchange. Ethan let out a long sigh. The uncomfortable situation carried on. Centuredo. He held Shella close and whispered her name. Shella. This moment is all yours. I'm giving you everything I have." He poured his heart into her completely, and not a single part of it was wasted. Shella's eyes softened, and she held him tightly, feeling deeply moved by the sincerity of his devotion. Ethan felt a strong sense of relief when the process was complete. He stayed nearby, used a damp towel to clean her while she rested, and offered his bravado. "Shella, take your time and let me know when you're ready." Cinchuredo, Ethan realized that in this underworld trip, he hadn't just found a mission. He had found a perfect, powerful ally. Chapter 424. The ruler of the underworld, Ethan, felt a slight pang of regret that he hadn't arrived earlier. Otherwise, Shella would have been a key ally from the start. Cinchuredo. Perhaps it was the quality of Ethan's gift or her years of discipline, but after just one night, she was standing at the threshold of becoming a powerful supernatural being. Ethan didn't want to neglect her. He cared for her gently in the bathtub, washing her carefully. When Shella woke up, "We're meeting the Demon King soon," Ethan said. "Let's see if I can push you into God rank for real." "It's not that easy." Shella blushed, but kept close to him. Half an hour later, Ethan held her close. Cinchuredo too good. After cleaning up, Shella dressed elegantly and carried Ethan, now a black cat again, into the dining room. Ramses noticed Shella's radiant complexion and light footsteps. Even he, with power close to a super Satan, couldn't see through Ethan's transformation. Ethan leaped from Shella's arms to her lap during breakfast. Ramses asked, "Shella, when did you get a cat?" "It's not mine, it's Mio's," Shella said, happily spreading peanut butter on her bread. "She loves him so much she even sleeps with him. She insisted on bringing him to the underworld." She reached down and scratched Ethan's chin. Ethan purred and narrowed his blue cat eyes, looking for all the world like a pampered pet. Chapter 425. Who Wants to be Demon King? Ethan enjoyed the scratching and reflexively rolled over on Shella's lap, exposing his belly. He then felt the strange glares from Mio and Lucia and felt a wave of embarrassment. Being a perfect transformation, he was occasionally influenced by feline instincts. After breakfast, they headed to the palace. As they walked, rumors spread through the city that Mio was here to reclaim the throne. This was clearly the council's doing. In the palace, Demon King Leohart watched Mio through a magical device. He was surprised by her calmness. He had expected a naive girl, but Mio seemed entirely indifferent to the throne and the pressure. When they entered the main hall, Ethan saw Leohart, a handsome, dark-skinned devil with purple markings. He was dressed for combat rather than noble ceremony. Ethan scanned him with his cat eyes. Leohart was at most Satan class, though he could likely punch above his weight in a crisis. The meeting began. Leohart leaned back on his throne. "Mio Naruz, you're Wilbert's daughter, but the throne? Whoever wants to be Demon King can have it." Mio interrupted, following the plan. "I came here to see my uncle. As for the rumors, they have nothing to do with me. I have a perfectly good life in the human world. Why would I want to be Demon King in a place that doesn't even have a phone signal?" Leohart burst out laughing. Even his secretary sighed in relief. They knew Mio hadn't brought an army, and if she really wanted the throne, she would have come with the Gremory and Citri families. "If you're just here to visit family, you are welcome," Leohart said, his tension vanishing. "To stop the rumors, I'll use my authority to announce your renunciation of the throne. You just need to show your face and confirm it." "Deal," Mio said. While the atmosphere was harmonious, the council elders were fuming. They couldn't understand why Mio would give up such power. Suddenly, the sound of rhythmic footsteps echoed from a side corridor, accompanied by a pungent, cheap perfume-like scent. Everyone frowned, especially Ethan, whose feline nose was extremely sensitive. He knew that scent. It was the smell left behind by crude, low-quality, energy-gathering techniques. A purple-skinned monster in a suit walked into the hall. It was Belgos. He bowed to Leohart, but his eyes were fixed on Mio. Chapter 426. The Einherjar siege. Though he was supposedly bowing, Belgos straightened himself up before Leohart could even speak. Noticing the looks of displeasure on everyone's faces, he pointedly sniffed himself before leaning in close to Leohart. I've been a bit busy lately taking over the Paradise business Zest left behind, he sneered. Training new staff is quite a chore, after all. It's hard to keep the smell of their filth off your skin. Before Leohart could voice his disgust, the white-haired secretary beside him snapped, Belgos. Mind your manners. Belgos didn't even spare him a glance. He didn't respect the Demon King, let alone a lapdog. Cinceredo malicious gaze toward Mio. Not yet, Ethan thought. This character wasn't even Satan class. He wasn't worth exposing his true power for. Besides, with Mio's current strength, she could handle him alone, especially with Shella and Lucia backing her up. Belgos was just a scavenger from the council, picking through the scraps left after Zest's death. Belgos stirred menacingly Emilion. If the council's plan hadn't come first, he would have loved to finish off the daughter of the former Demon King right then and there. King Leohart, regarding what you were just discussing with Princess Mio, shouldn't such a major decision be cleared by the council first? Leohart's good mood evaporated instantly. Seeing that the council was moving from subtle pressure to an open challenge, his voice turned icy. What? Does the council think I'm doing a poor job as king? No, your majesty. Your hard work over the years is recognized by everyone. Belgos was disgusting, but he wasn't stupid. He knew he was no match for Leohart in a direct fight. If he agreed with that statement, Leohart would tear his skin off. Belgos' grin widened. However, while King Leohart has done well, Cinceredo, you think he'll just do what you say? If I became king, the first thing I'd do is wipe the council out of existence. Belgos didn't care about her threats. He had come prepared. It doesn't matter if you're willing. We will make you willing. With a flare of magic in his eyes, a massive spatial fluctuation erupted outside the Demon King's city. 2 seconds later, the shockwaves hit. Massive, 10-meter-tall, humanoid flesh monsters began battering the city walls and the magical barriers. Leohart's face paled. How dare you? Don't misunderstand, your majesty. These Einherjar weren't sent by us. Listen, they are Princess Mio's loyalists, acting of their own accord. Belgos wore a smug expression that made a mockery of his denial. As if on cue, a demon controlling the flesh monsters shouted through an amplification spell. Val usurper, hand over Princess Mio. As the daughter of King Wilbert, she is the true heir. Wilbert's name still carried immense weight. Even after 10 years, his reputation as a pacifist who rebuilt the economy meant the common demons still loved him. Mio was stunned. Supporters? Me? Since when was I kidnapped? The city walls began to crumble under the assault of the Einherjar. Horrific energy beams began falling into the residential areas, causing immediate casualties among the demon civilians. Leohart and his secretary rushed off to mobilize the army, while Ramses teleported back to his mansion to protect his own assets. Ethan and Shella decided to watch for a moment. This was the council's show. The old faction hadn't even appeared yet. High in the sky, Shella held Ethan while Mio and Lucia stood by. They watched the smoke rise and heard the screams of the civilians. Their hatred for the council reached a boiling point. Were those things? Mio asked, watching more muscle monsters emerge from spatial rifts. They're called Einherjar, Shella explained. Living weapons excavated from ancient ruins. The bigger they are, the stronger. Those 10-meter ones are A rank. The 20-meter ones are S rank. They're essentially biological mechs. Ethan communicated through their mental link. The council has mastered the king of Einherjar and made a deal with the outer gods behind them. They only require a pilot with C-rank mental strength to operate, drastically boosting a small army's power. Outer gods? Shella frowned. You mean the son of chaos? I thought he was sealed. If it can be sealed, it can be unsealed. Ethan jumped from Shella's arms into Mio's. Mio, keep me close. I suspect the council is going to move against you and Leohart very soon. The siege lasted another 30 minutes before the Einherjar began to withdraw, a sign that some deal had been struck or enough pressure had been applied. A magical message from Leohart arrived, summoning them back to the hall. Chapter 427. The Demon King's Colosseum back in the hall. Belgos was gone. Leohart looked grim. Mio Neruz, regarding the throne. I'm afraid I need you to do something for me. What kind of cooperation do you need? Mio asked, gently petting Ethan's soft fur. She was becoming fond of the companion. Leohard explained the council's latest demand, a duel in the Colosseum. The Colosseum was an ancient pocket dimension that only those with the royal blood of the underworld Wilbert's bloodline could enter. It was designed to prevent civil wars by forcing claimants to settle the score in a space they couldn't leave until a victor was decided. The council's plan was obvious to Ethan: trap Leohart and Mio inside, while they used the Einherjar to wipe out Leohart supporters in the city. Leohart, however, had his own idea. When the Colosseum is summoned, just stay outside. Publicly admit you're afraid and renounce your claim. It fulfills the ritual and ends the dispute without a drop of blood. It sounded perfect for a high school girl who had only been in the supernatural world for 6 months. No one would blame her for being scared. But Ethan knew the council wouldn't let it be that easy. The Colosseum wasn't something you could just not enter if they forced you. They'll do it, Mio agreed, prompted by Ethan. Shella looked surprised. She didn't even want to discuss it, but she kept her smile in place, hiding her thoughts. Leohard assumed Mio was just naive and impulsive. Great. They'll coordinate the time with the council, Leohard said. Stay at my mansion for the next few days. Everything is on me. No thank you, Shella intervened. Ramses hasn't seen his niece in years. I'll stay with him. Back at the mansion, Shella set up a barrier and demanded an explanation. Ethan explained the soul network and the plan. So that's how you're communicating. Shella relaxed on the bed, her bare white feet dangling. Is that soul contract really that amazing? I couldn't sense a thing. It's better than the master-servant contract your line uses, Ethan said. Next full moon, they'll form a contract with you, Shella. ITLL, keep us connected and safe. Shella didn't say anything, but her feet kicked a bit faster, and a genuine smile touched her lips. She felt a bit left out, but now she felt like part of the inner circle. Chapter 428. Gone to ashes 2 days before the full moon. The council pushed the schedule forward. The duel was to happen tomorrow, broadcast to the entire city. The sky above the city turned dark as a massive, floating island made of lava and ruins materialized. This was the Colosseum. Leohart flew in first, his royal blood granting him easy passage. He stood on a floating rock, waiting for Mio. Mio, wearing her school uniform, flew up. She carried the black cat in her arms, looking like she was going for a stroll rather than a duel. The demons in the city scoffed. Bringing a pet to a sacred duel? How disrespectful. Mio reached the barrier. She was supposed to stop and renounce her claim, but suddenly a violent surge of pressure hit her from the sky. She blocked it easily with a shield, but then a figure blurred through the unstable space of feet only a god class or someone with a special artifact could achieve. The attacker lunged at Mio's shoulder, intending to shove her into the Colosseum. Ethan, sensing the move, didn't block the shove. He only blocked the damage. He allowed the force to push Mio across the threshold into the Colosseum. He followed her inside, unnoticed. Suddenly, the attacker let out a blood-curdling scream. A shimmering cloak, a high-level artifact, shattered into light. The attacker's disguise dissolved. Belgos! Someone screamed from below. Belgos was suspended in the air, his expression frozen in shock. He didn't even have time to beg for mercy. In an instant, he vanished into dust and scattered away in the wind. Everyone was stunned. The smart ones, like Leohart's secretary, looked at the synchronized projection of the pet cat in Mio's arms. How did a cat enter a royal-only dimension? Is it a familiar? Does a cat have royal blood? The council elders, watching from shadows, felt a cold chill. Belgos was dead, and their precious artifact was destroyed. But the mission was a success. Mio was trapped inside with Leohart. With twisted grins, the elders signaled the next phase. Summon the Einherjar army. Bring forth the king of Einherjar. Chapter 429. Sephiroth's Hidden Heir. The descent of the Einherjar army and the outer god ignited a massive panic. The common demons had barely recovered from the previous siege, and now, a carbon copy disaster brought back those familiar shadows of terror. The Demon King's army, having prepared for this possibility, began to react under the secretary's orders. However, the Einherjar who were supposed to bolster their strength were now controlled by the council. The army, despite having a slight edge in raw power, found themselves pushed back. As the sealed Son of Chaos made his grand entrance, the Satan-class powerhouses could no longer stand on the sidelines. Ramses, Shella, Mio, and the secretary joined forces, barely managing to intercept the powerful, destructive outer god outside the city walls. The council possessed the means to reseal the Son of Chaos. If their plan succeeded, they would seal him again. If it failed, they didn't care how much devastation he caused. To those old bastards, even if everyone else died, it didn't matter as long as they remained in control. The Son of Chaos, an outer god, was weakened within the three realms and had been sealed for centuries, leaving him with the strength of a lower-tier god. Furthermore, he lacked wisdom, acting purely on primal instinct. If he had been intelligent, he wouldn't be destroying every living thing in sight. He would be hunting down the council members to end the threat of resealing. Even so, it took several Satan-class elites working together just to hold him back. Inside the Colosseum, the floating islands occupied by Mio and Leohart were drifting closer. Mio, pushed into the arena before she could react, watched the chaos unfolding outside. The Colosseum allowed those inside to see the world, even if they couldn't leave. Volcanoes erupted, and thick black smoke obscured the sky, while orange lava flooded the ground below. Only the floating rocks and ruins offered a place to stand. Leohart watched the battle outside with desperation. Seeing the Son of Chaos and his comrades struggling, he was frantic. But no matter how desperate he was trapped. He couldn't ask Mio to sacrifice herself just to let him out she was kind, but she wasn't a martyr or a fool. Mio Naruze. Leohart looked at the red-haired high school girl, then at the plain black cat still nestled in her arms. What is the deal with that cat? Ethan, the cat, glanced at the battle outside. Seeing things were stable for now, and his intended prey hadn't appeared yet, he was content to wait. Meow, a lazy meow, escaped his mouth, followed immediately by a masculine, magnetic voice. Well, it's hard to explain who I am right now. Just know I have the Demon King bloodline, and I'm stronger than you. To prove his point, Ethan extended a slender cat paw. A sudden bolt of magical lightning grazed Leohart's cheek, obliterating a 10-meter-wide floating rock behind him into fine dust. Leohart stiffened. Any thought of using force vanished. The attack was instantaneous, with no magical fluctuation or warning. This cat was a monster. To Ethan, a peak middle-tier god, beating an Ultra-Satan class like Leohart was like a man punching a child. Silence fell over the Colosseum, while the city outside screamed in the fires of war. Who are you? Leohart eventually blurted out. The only younger generation with royal blood should be me and the Naruse sisters. How do you know there aren't others? Ethan replied. He was currently communicating with Mio and Lucia through the Soul Network, telling them he entered on purpose and warning them to stay safe, especially Shella, the Shadow Entity Mother. Shella, sensing the threshold of the Shadow Goddess, had become the primary Barado holding back the Son of Chaos. Ethan wasn't a saint. He didn't care if the city burned, as long as his people were safe. He had allowed the council's plan to proceed because he sensed a familiar aura on the artifact Belgos had used. He watched the city through the eyes of others. He saw Lars, the masked puppeteer, saving a maid from their orphanage and rescuing demon children. The previous generation of royal blood was confirmed dead, except for Wilbert's line. Leohart gossiped, his eyes suddenly widening. Wait, are you Princess Sephiroth's child? Her secret son? Huh. Ethan's cool cat expression shattered. You're calling me Sephiroth's outcast? I could say the same about you. No, I have parents, Leohart replied seriously. Ethan sighed. Since you say only Wilbert left a bloodline, and you aren't Sephiroth's secret son, where did your royal blood come from? Actually, the council procured it for me, Leohart admitted, but I refused to be their puppet. Ethan was stunned. He hadn't expected to uncover such a secret. No wonder the council was so desperate to get rid of him. It was the classic story of a talented youth enduring humiliation before turning on his masters. Chapter 430. Sephiroth and Liara inside the barrier. Ethan scoffed. If the council could change your bloodline, I clearly have my own ways of integrating it. Leohart didn't get angry. Regardless of who you are, if you can get us out of here, please do so. Ethan had no intention of leaving yet. If he destroyed the Colosseum now, his true power would be exposed, and those hiding in the shadows might flee. My women are on the front lines, and I'm not worried. Centuredo. Then, at Shella and Lucia fighting outside, he finally realized the truth. The rumors about the Red Barato Emperor's bloodline absorption ability to steal other powers. They're true, aren't they? Ethan neither denied nor confirmed it. Stop talking and be a good punching bag. Ethan waved a paw, casting a chain-like magic circle. Leohart tried to dodge, but the chains hit him and sank into his body. He felt a wave of weakness. Don't worry, it's a temporary seal to make the fight with Mio fair, Ethan said. Leohart, intimidated, finally shut up and began to spar with Mio. Outside, the old guard demons, those who remained loyal to Wilbert, saw the cat overpower Leohart and decided to bet on Mio. With their reinforcements, the Einherjar attack slowed. However, the council elders were panicking. They saw their plan crumbling. Down with the king of Einherjar. He can't even handle a few Satan-class brats. One elder yelled, slamming his glass. Use the final resort, another said coldly. We'll build a new city from the ashes. They took out red remote controls detonators from massive Magitech bombs buried under the city. It was a mutually assured destruction failsafe Wilbert had known about, but Leohart didn't. Let's push it together. But before they could, a purple flash flickered. The Barato fell to the floor in a heap. Sephiroth, weren't you afraid those remotes would go off if they hit the ground? A golden white light followed the purple one. A woman caught the remotes before they landed. Who are you? One of the attackers gurgled weakly. Impressive, a tall, confident woman in sleek armor said, looking down at the defeated figures. You old farts really know how to stay alive. Chapter 431. Meeting the White Barato Emperor again, the elders were incredibly resilient, but Sephiroth and Liara weren't about to let them recover. Sephiroth stepped forward with her armored boot and struck down the remaining foes decisively. Centuredo born from seeing her parents Barato by the council. With the council leaders defeated, the threat of the city blowing up was gone for now. But outside, the old faction demons allied with the Chaos Brigade finally made their move. Lord Lucifer, a middle-aged demon, said to a young man with silver hair, "It's time." Vala Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor, appeared. He didn't care about the politics. He only wanted a good fight. The mysterious black cat had piqued his interest. He'll handle any strong opponents, Valis said lazily. Since his fight with Ethan, he had Master Balance Breaker and was touching the realm of the gods. The old faction joined the fray, and the pressure on Shella and the others intensified. The Son of Chaos focused on Shella, while the old faction demons harassed her from sides. Mother, we have to retreat. Lucia yelled, doing a purple lightning bolt. The old faction is here. We can call Rias for help now. Shella panted, her black leather outfit dusty and torn. She was furious. If she had just one more session with Ethan, she could have handled this outer god alone. You call them. I'll hold them off, Shella said. She couldn't let the city's 150,000 civilians be slaughtered. Inside the Colosseum, Ethan watched the silver-haired figure outside. A pale blue light enveloped his cat form. I thought I smelled a familiar scent. An old friend has arrived. The black cat vanished. In its place stood a tall figure in crimson dragon armor. Red Dragon Emperor, long time no see, Valley said from outside the barrier. He had always suspected the cat was Ethan. Has the old faction officially joined the Chaos Brigade? Ethan asked, seeking information. The Chaos Brigade wants to return the world to chaos. A war this beautiful is too good to pass up, Valley replied. Valley flew to the edge of the Colosseum's barrier. If you hadn't gone inside, we could have had a real fight today. But if you hadn't gone in, this war might not have started. Vala didn't care who won. He only wanted the chaos. Do you want to fight? Ethan's voice was cold and metallic from behind the dragon helm. Fine. They'll satisfy you right now. Chapter 432. Overwhelming power, unstoppable. The blood-red steel Barado claws easily tore through the invisible barrier. With the sound of shattering glass, the entire floating Demon King's Colosseum began to fall apart. Ethan's armored claws interlaced, and with a snap of his fingers, the crumbling island was teleported safely outside the city walls. To Vala's shock, Ethan emerged from the barrier holding Mio Naruz, appearing right before him as if space itself meant nothing. So, still want to fight? Are you? God class? Vala suppressed his astonishment. His magic power surged as the white dragon armor, featuring blue accents and a pair of high-tech light wings, instantly encased him. Standing in midair, the Crimson Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor faced off. Even the densest observer could now see what this war was truly about. The two heavenly dragons were famous, one a Lucifer descendant, the other possessing unique abilities, both achieving Satan-class power at a young age. But looking at their current aura, especially Ethan standing beside the red-haired woman, the onlookers felt that Satan-class was a massive understatement. Ethan's growth speed was no longer just scary, it was absurd. Ethan hadn't just used his balance breaker to show off. He wanted to end this quickly. He had sensed two powerful, unfamiliar auras earlier, but they had vanished the moment the old faction demon struck. He couldn't be sure if they were Sephiroth and Liara, but he couldn't just ignore them. He released Mio, who immediately regrouped with Lucia and Shella. Along with the remaining strength of Leohart, they finally halted the advance of the Son of Chaos. Vala looked at Ethan with wariness. Though he knew he was outmatched, his pride wouldn't let him flee. Centurato's silent girl, but he couldn't remember the details from the anime. More importantly, he didn't hate Valley, and he wasn't ready to face Ophis, the infinite Barado god, just yet. If Vala died here, Ethan's peaceful days would be over. As they stood in a stalemate, space rippled nearby. Rias Gremory appeared with her crimson hair flowing, followed by the Occult Research Club members led by Akino Himejima. Vala's confusion vanished. Just as he worked for the Chaos Brigade, Ethan was clearly working for the interests of Rias. Since Rias had arrived, Ethan had to act. He began to pressure Valley, but he held back. It was one thing to defeat someone, but capturing a god-class powerhouse like Valley, who would likely unleash his full power before surrendering, was a nightmare. Valley, the strongest white Barado emperor in history, used his speed and the Divide ability to block Ethan's strikes, though Ethan wasn't even using 10% of his strength. He'll remember this. Next time, he'll just beat it. Try beating me first before you talk big, Ethan scoffed. Vala's face darkened under his mask. If he hadn't stayed rational, he might have triggered Juggernaut Drive for a suicide match. Ethan ignored him and checked his phone. It was 14:32, the peak of the afternoon heat. With Rias and her team joining, the Einherjar and Old Faction were routed. Only the Son of Chaos remained. Ethan decided to end it. He wanted to use the death of a famous outer god to announce his ascension to god class. He shifted into his ultimate combat form, not the WIRM armor, but a form with 12 wings, 6 pairs, and a divine halo. After merging into his root bloodline, his energies demon, angel, and fallen angel were in perfect harmony. Compared to the mountain-sized Son of Chaos, Ethan looked like an ant. But the moment he stood before the monster, the outer god stopped. Its primal instinct screamed, "Move forward and you will die." Rias, is Ethan getting even more handsome? Akino whispered. Yes. Strengthening is a process of evolution. The more powerful one becomes, the closer they get to the image of a perfect life form. Ethan didn't give the girls much time to gossip. He fused the power of destruction with lightning, augmented by the Crimson Dragon's boost. A single punch landed square on the monster's forehead. The Son of Chaos roared not in anger, but in pure terror. Chapter 433. First meeting Sephiroth, watching via projection, frowned. The boy's too reckless. She prepared to teleport and help, but Liera held her back. Sephiroth, have you been hiding for so long that you've gone soft? He's clearly holding back. Liera was right. Ethan was targeting the monster's soul. He systematically crushed every desperate magical beam the Son of Chaos fired, and then delivered a final, soul-shattering blow. Does he really only have 2 years of cultivation? Sephiroth marveled. Even for a Dragon Emperor, this is ridiculous. Liera, with her barato, length golden-white hair, and striking outfit, watched with sparkling eyes. She was a peak lower-tier god herself, having trained for 20 years. Seeing Ethan's effortless power made her feel inferior, yet strangely excited. Shella and this boy were looking for us. I think it's time we met them. Liera whispered with a smile. As the Son of Chaos collapsed and dissolved into pure magic particles, Ethan felt a surge of energy. His magic power breached the final gap, officially making him a high-tier god. By defeating an invader, he had earned the favor of the world's will. He also sensed a new realm, the infinite battlefield. But he decided to ignore it. He wasn't going anywhere that dangerous until he reached the level of a true god or evil god, Saint class. With the boss dead, the remaining enemies were quickly mopped up. Val had teleported away, and Ethan let him go, hoping he'd bring some of his favorite barato with him next time. Ethan left the negotiations and Prophet splitting Tereus and teleported to follow the 2 auras he had sensed earlier. He found them in a hidden chamber filled with the barato of the council elders. 2 strikingly attractive women stood there. Lord Crimson Barato Emperor, have we met? Liera asked, looking at Ethan with interest. She wore a simple white outfit that left her arms and legs uncovered. No, but I have admired you both for a long time, Ethan said. Cinchuredo. She hated the old god and Jean Tuju, but her feelings for Becerra, the son she had bound to her through a blood fusion ritual, were complex. Fine, Sephiroth said, her face flushing slightly. Let's go to the human world. Chapter 434. A free gift back in a human world at the large mansion. The atmosphere was chaotic. Shella immediately tried to glomp Sephiroth, only to be pushed away. You're filthy. Get away from me, Sephiroth grumbled, though she didn't seem truly angry. After a long explanation of Becerra's birth and the reunion with Mio, Cinchuredo, this has a contact spell I created. It's a bit difficult. Do you want me to teach you? She leaned in closer, speaking softly. Ethan, who had long since committed to mastering magic, didn't hesitate. He placed a friendly hand on Liera's barato, drawing her closer to share the moment. Cinchuredo, Ethan tilted Liera's chin up and barato her softly. As he drew her close, Liera's thoughts went quiet. She had only meant to tease him, but now the moment swept her away. Her inner fire made her heart race. She leaned in and barato him back. Even as she worried about what was coming next, Ethan's hands remained gentle as he worked. He reached carefully near the edges of the white cloth wrappings. The smoothness of her skin reminded him of warm jade, and his heart raced with concern. She had been carefully bandaged beneath the layers of cloth. As he carefully tended to her injuries, Cinchuredo, instead, they added a layer of friendly charm to the encounter. However, they had known each other for less than half a day. Ethan was well acquainted with Liera's history, but Liera knew very little about him. Faced with the bowtie's soft plea, Ethan finally slowed his pace. Liera, Cinchuredo, he smiled slightly and began to move again. Under Ethan's warm presence, Liera let down the last of her hesitation. With a quiet sigh, she relaxed in Ethan's arms, trusting him completely. Her barato met Ethan's once more. This time, Liera began to respond gently. Cinchuredo. Liera didn't have time to be surprised that he would use such a powerful ability for something like this. Her attention was immediately drawn to Ethan's confident appearance. His handsome face and composed posture stood out. Most importantly, the intensity of the situation was clear. Cinchuredo, could it really be that powerful? Liera couldn't help but wonder, her mind drifting. No matter how strong they were, it seemed every skilled warrior, upon seeing Ethan's impressive display of power for the Barado, instinctively worried about facing such a formidable opponent. But she was a powerful goddess after all. The worry lasted only a second before turning into hope. Without Ethan having to ask, Liera reached out her smooth hand and gently held the glowing ember. The dormant Barado charm slowly warmed in the goddess' long, slender fingers. The radiant heat and carved texture made Liera curious. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Liera felt a rush of happiness. The glowing Barado-shaped figure shifted and tapped against the goddess' cheek. Liera snapped out of her daze, blushing as she looked toward Ethan. She held the Barado figure carefully in her hands. Centurado, Centurado, at this thought, Ethan became even more excited. While riding proudly on his beast, he worked even harder to reach the fragrant meadow and the flawless, pink Barado that looked like a perfect work of art. Liera gently reached for the now even more restless creature in front of her. She focused intently on the project, carefully working on the detailed model. With a soft hum, she carefully adjusted the tip, skillfully making precise improvements. A wonderful sense of satisfaction quickly swept through Ethan's entire Barado. His arms trembled, and he nearly celebrated right then and there. Liera tried her best to open her Barado wide to greet the great beast. While she was cautiously approaching, she held her two hands together, forming a tender barrier before the fierce creature's path. The Barado paused, enchanted by the brave gesture. Centurado, only with a Barado of such impressive size and a woman of such remarkable strength could such a powerful bond be possible. Ethan's face lit up with excitement, and he couldn't help but step forward eagerly. Liera, how do you do this so well? Wow, this is incredible. Centurado, 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 Centurado. He quickly adjusted his position, kneeling in front of her. Chapter 436. Centurado, 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 the goddess' powerful self-healing and adaptability had already adjusted to the unusual energy, transforming it into a state of calm. The exercise, mixed with curiosity, excitement, and cultivation, officially began. Ethan steadied Liera's Barado as they stood together. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Although Liera's combat power was formidable, a single round of cultivation only took a few hours. It was just turning dark now. Liera, there's plenty of time tonight. We should talk about the important business first. At Ethan's words, Liera suddenly remembered the matter of Sephiroth. Burying her embarrassment deep inside, she put on a playful act, her arms hooking around Ethan's neck, leaning close to him. What? Now that you've had your fun, you're not calling me sister anymore? Ethan paused, his expression resolute. It's not that I won't call you that, but I'm afraid if I do, you won't let me leave. Besides, with just you alone, if we don't work together to restore your strength. Centurado, Centurado, Liera's entire form had trembled about a dozen times. Part of it was because she was inexperienced and still adjusting. The other part was entirely due to the gap in skill and strength. Against Ethan's extraordinary, blazing power, no matter how renowned the technique or how powerful the artifact, they were no match. And because of this trait, no matter how strange the peach blossom spring Ethan faced, he could precisely overcome every challenge he encountered. As the images of the cultivation replayed in her mind, the remaining energy within her seemed to spread. Liera felt her limbs go weak. She just wanted to stay slumped against Ethan like this, comfortable in his presence. Ethan stroked the goddess' smooth, golden white hair. All right, Liera Onizen, there will be plenty of chances to talk later. Let's resolve the matter with Sephiroth first. Humph, resolve? I think you're just obsessed with Sephiroth. Liera pouted and muttered discontentedly. Just as Liera herself didn't understand how it had come to this. Everyone else besides Sephiroth herself could see Ethan's intentions toward her. Ethan didn't argue. Instead, he smiled and said, Centurado, I won't get involved in that. If you've got the nerve, go win her over yourself. Liara stepped back from Ethan and began to tidy up the area. Thinking of Sephiroth's attitude, she also chose to stay out of it. Ethan felt a bit of regret at failing to turn Liara into a wingwoman, but it was expected. Half an hour later, Ethan and Liara arrived at the dining room together. Faced with the teasing looks of the other girls, even someone with Liara's personality felt a bit embarrassed. Even among all of Ethan's bravado, the speed at which Liara had grown close to him ranked near the bravado. Considering her power and status, it was truly a bit incredible. Fortunately, as the food was served and dinner officially began, everyone's attention shifted. Sephiroth-san, we have plenty of empty rooms here. Ethan brought up the old topic. This time, likely because of Liara, Sephiroth didn't refuse immediately. Liara naturally understood Ethan's plan, but since she had said she wouldn't interfere, she didn't offer any opinion. It's still not quite right for me to live here. If Liara wants, she can stay. For some reason, Sephiroth was still unwilling to move in. Ethan didn't want to force it. He looked at Liara. Cinchuredo. Ethan didn't argue. As for whether she would change back after leaving, a habit held for so many years wouldn't change overnight. Anyway, Sephiroth had seen it for years. Seeing it more wouldn't hurt. Let's get one thing straight. You only wear that outfit at home. It's not meant for anyone else to see. Cinchuredo, whether it was leather or armor, the key areas were fully protected. And that kind of outfit was indeed more convenient for battle. Ethan was possessive, but he wasn't unreasonable. Despite being threatened by Ethan, Liara laughed exceptionally happily. The sight was almost dizzying for anyone watching. Liara blinked her sharp eyes. Don't worry. Besides you, no other man has seen me in that outfit for years. Her status was special. She had been hiding in the shadows with Sephiroth for years and almost never went out. When she did, it was for revenge. Cinchuredo, I happen to have some questions about that magic circle ID, like to ask Liara. This time, Sephiroth finally didn't refuse. However, Ethan's repeated invitations made her feel a bit strange. If it weren't for her intuition not sounding any alarms and the fact that her niece Mio and her old friend Shella were there, she would have suspected Ethan had some kind of conspiracy. Her feeling wasn't wrong. Ethan was indeed plotting for her as a person. Of course, his excuse wasn't entirely fake. He really did have things to discuss regarding the contact magic circle. Thus, seeing Sephiroth agree to stay, Ethan decisively shifted his focus to the magic. Soul communication was convenient, but its limitations were still great. If they could master and popularize the contact magic circle, both of Ethan's organizations would benefit immensely. Contact magic circles plus mobile phones meant they wouldn't have to worry about losing contact in almost any situation. However, while Ethan found it easy to master, it was actually a very complex thing. If it were truly simple, a magic circle wouldn't be necessary, and someone would have created it long before Liara. Convenient communication was something that would never go out of style in any era. Liara, how did you think of creating this magic? To understand the principles, Ethan went straight to the source. Logically, magic of this level could only be created by God-class powerhouses. And at that level, there wasn't much need for such communication. They could just teleport and talk face-to-face. Below the God class, most communication methods were like the Bluetooth headsets Rias had given everyone during the raiding game, a product of tech and magic combined, but with very high limitations. Liara was surprised by the question and paused before answering. Sephiroth-san and I were always in hiding. Teleportation magic creates too much of a disturbance. Sometimes when we just wanted to communicate simply, it was very inconvenient, so I thought about whether there was a simpler way to talk. Chapter 437. Research and Discussion. Ethan nodded in understanding. It was likely only a goddess who was hiding in the shadows and had too much time on her hands who would research such specialized magic. Of course, Liara's own superb magical talent was also key. Can the difficulty of mastering this magic be reduced? It doesn't matter if the effect is a bit weaker. Ethan planned to work with Liara to transform the contact magic into something more widely applicable. If they succeeded, They might go down in history, though neither Ethan nor Liara cared for such fame. After a moment of thought, Liara said, "It should be possible. The main difficulty is the use of space magic. If we reduce the security and encryption, the difficulty will drop significantly." Security was important, but most of the time, communication was just for trivial information. Using mobile phones as a reference, almost everyone used them despite the possibility of eavesdropping. Truly secret matters required dedicated satellite phones. Contact magic was the same. If someone needed secrecy, they could learn the original version or something even more complex. Ethan didn't just plan to simplify it and spread it across the 3 realms. He also planned to develop a more advanced version for internal use only. Going from 0 to 1 is hard, but 1 to 2 is easy. Once the magic spread, people would surely study the principles and build upon them. Liara wasn't the only magical genius. Without thorough preparation, Ethan's attempt to profit from this or influence the 3-realm situation would likely fail. Whether it was fame, profit, or changing the communication methods of the underworld, none were Ethan's primary goal. He mainly wanted his ever-growing number of girls to be able to contact each other at any time. Only with a widely usable magical communication method could the 2 organizations led by Kasumi Takamine and Fuyuko Sakuradai formally advance into the supernatural world. Through continuous joint training and shared practice with Ethan, the girls' strength had reached a level where they could be called the 2 strongest organizations in Tokyo. And because one was in the light and the other in the shadows, other factions' attempt to shift blame or win over one side against the other were useless. Except for the lack of top-tier powerhouses specifically, only Ethan, they were almost a match for pure-blooded devil families after the Great War. After Ethan broke through to the god class, he had a whim and looked into things, discovering that his casual arrangements had grown to such a degree. He was both surprised and delighted. As the boss behind the scenes, he intended to solve the key problem hindering the girls' progress. Thus, seeing the potential of the contact magic, he became very serious. Ethan and Liara discussed it excitedly. Shella and the other girls listened for a while, but found it boring. After dinner, they left one by one. Sephiroth, at the invitation of her good friend Shella, went to her room to catch up and also settled on her temporary room, the one right next to Shella's. More than a week had passed since Sephiroth and Liara came to the human world. Rias finally finished processing all the matters in the underworld and returned with the girls of the Occult Research Club. Ethan didn't ask what specifically they had gained, but judging by Rias' confident and energetic demeanor, the Grimory family had definitely benefited a great deal. Notably, Ravel Phoenix, after following Rias through this ordeal, had actually broken through her bottleneck. In the morning, Ethan was about to go continue discussing the improvements to the contact magic with Liara when a beautiful girl in a pink princess dress stopped him. "Ravel, is something wrong?" "Lord Ethan, tonight." The tsundere young lady with golden twin tails lowered her gaze and fidgeted, hesitating for a moment before saying, "I have become a high-class devil. Tonight, I can help heal Shiwalan and Isabella." Ethan hadn't forgotten the 2 girls who still needed treatment. He had wanted to get close to the Chinese Chongsim girl and a masked girl for a long time. But those 2 were too loyal. Because Ravel had spoken, they would rather endure their injuries than cooperate with Ethan. Ethan couldn't say much in that situation. The more loyal they were to Ravel, Cinchuredo. With the 3 of you together, one evening should be very productive. Starting now is perfect. Looking at Ethan's back, Ravel felt shy but also incredibly happy. As Ethan's devoted companion, being so valued by him was something that made her overjoyed. This was true for all the women. Seeing the man they liked desire them so much made them happy. The saying a woman dolls herself up for the one who admires her was exactly this. Conversely, if a girl doesn't like you, everything you do just disgusts her. If she's a green tea type, she'll just start treating you like a dog. A simp. Ethan's own room was very large, but right now it was occupied by the 3 mother and daughters, as well as Yuki Kiba and Akino Himejima. It was the Barado for Ravel and the other 2, so he couldn't choose that environment. Thus, the golden twin-tailed devil, Lady, snapped out of her shyness to find herself standing in a familiar room. Huh? Lord Ethan. Don't call me Lord. It feels weird. Ethan interrupted. If you're not comfortable calling me by my name, do like Mio and call me Ethan G. Mio Naruse and Ravel were the same age. Centurato. No. Ravel imagined the scene and said firmly, "We'll handle it in my room. He'll go get Shualon and Isabella right now. Don't bother, he'll do it." Ethan smiled reassuringly. He'll also test the results of the past few days. Ethan and Liera had researched for a week. The contact magic had improved a lot, but there were still many problems. Right now, instead of making a call, it was more like using space magic to forcibly transmit words to another location. If you're lucky, it reaches the person you're dialing. If you're unlucky, either no one answers or someone else hears it. This time, Ethan's luck was good. Shualon and Isabella received the message. But because it was voice transmission, the other girls around them heard it too. In his own home, Ethan didn't care at all. But the two beautiful girls were stared at by their friends until their faces turned red, and they couldn't even lift their heads the whole way. After notifying Shualon and Isabella, Ethan didn't just wait. He sent a full-version targeted contact to Liera, informing her that today's research was on hold. Liera asked why out of curiosity, and Ethan told her the truth without reservation. He received a huff of annoyance. Even through the magic, Ethan could feel the goddess' disdain. During this week, their research sessions often involved them working in close physical proximity as the spell required. At first, Liera wasn't used to the intense magical collaboration, and the research would be delayed, but later, once she grew accustomed to the process, they could train together and discuss business at the same time. This was the powerful self-control and multitasking ability of a God-class powerhouse. With a strengthened soul, multitasking was effortless. If you don't mind, you could join us. We can train and research at the same time anyway. Huh, go ahead and go to Ruin, you weirdo. Liera, always seeking enjoyment, didn't mind a large gathering, but since this was someone else's initial experience, she thought it would be tactless to join. A week ago, during her own initial experience, others hadn't interfered, and she had Ethan all to herself for almost a whole day. She hadn't realized how rare that was at the time, but after this week, she understood. Ethan chuckled and said intentionally, researching magic while rapidly increasing strength people would beg for such a good deal. Ha! Liera hung up. She lay back lazily in bed, her fair hand resting gently beside Sephiroth. Over these days, Sephiroth's intention to find a house had faded. It was comfortable here. She had her best friend and niece, and soon her son would return. Rias, the rightful owner, hadn't said anything and was very welcoming, so Sephiroth naturally stopped mentioning moving out. Sephiroth's beautiful eyes glared slightly as she swatted Liera's hand away. What? No research today? Someone beat you to it? The sarcasm in her voice was obvious. Sephiroth was inexperienced, but that didn't mean she didn't have feelings. Every day Liera came back looking energized and carrying a faint cologne. Yet after spending time with Ethan during the day, Liera would come back to her at night and seemed restless, often reaching out to hold her hand. Centurato, Centurato, Centurato. To stare blankly. When beauty reaches a certain level, it captivates both men and women alike. Especially with a heroic, valiant Valkyrie like Sephiroth, her charm was perhaps even more potent toward women than men. Faced with Sephiroth's rejection, Liera giggled, completely unbothered. Instead, she stared at the other woman with interest, looking like she wanted to start teasing her. Playful banter was common between them in the past, but now that one of them actually had more life experience, the dynamic felt different. During these past days, Liera claimed she wouldn't get involved, but her spectator mindset led her to provide Ethan with many subconscious assists. Under the constant influence of the atmosphere, the valiant Valkyrie was beginning to feel awkward whenever she faced Ethan. She might be a bit slow, but she wasn't stupid. By now, she realized exactly why Ethan kept insisting she stay over. But even realizing it, she no longer felt like moving out. Ethan was a close friend of Becerra's, which made Sephiroth feel a bit conflicted. Otherwise, after years of keeping to himself, combined with Ethan's unique training abilities and the bravado coming from Shella and Liara, she might have already joined his team by now. While Sephiroth and Liara were joking around, Xiulan and Isabella arrived at Ravel's room. When the two arrived, the atmosphere inside was already lively. At Ethan's low command of come in, Xiulan and Isabella exchanged a look. They pushed open the half-ajar door, slipped inside, and quietly closed it behind them. Seeing Ravel lying on the bed, as she adjusted her skirt and smoothed her clothing, the two girls couldn't help but feel nervous despite their preparation. Beyond the nerves, there was curiosity. They had discussed the upcoming event many times with the other sisters and understood what to expect. Centuredo, he applied more pressure, but stopped as soon as he felt firm resistance. Ethan had not planned to approach Ravel first. Instead, he sat up and looked at the two people standing behind him. As bridesmaids, you can't just stand there and wait forever. Please come help. A flash of light emanated from Ethan's bravado, revealing his tall, athletic frame. Xiulan and Isabella looked at each other. Ultimately, the Chinese Cheongsam girl was more shy. She took a step back, gesturing for the masked Isabella to step forward. Isabella was naturally more open-minded. Combined with the half-mask on her face, she quickly adapted after the initial shock. Stealing her nerves, she stepped forward and picked up the glowing object. What do you want me to do with it? If you don't mind. Ethan smiled, clearly impressed. Centuredo, she felt shy under Ethan's gaze. She hugged her arms and turned her head away, whispering, "Okay, what next?" "Next, you just need to cooperate," Ethan said with a smile. He didn't have time to give Isabella a slow tutorial. She wasn't the first, and he had experienced far more impressive beauties many times. As soon as he spoke, Ethan quickly guided Isabella to her feet. The sudden movement made the girl instinctively reach out and steady herself by holding onto Ethan's arm. Centuredo. He knew this was just her instinct. He comforted her in a low voice. Realizing what was happening, Isabella stopped struggling. She leaned into him as he carried her to the bed, placing her beside the exhausted Ravel. A man and woman lay down next to the golden-haired devil heiress. The bed was huge, but Ravel still shifted over to give Ethan and Isabella enough space. Ethan leaned closer to Isabella, keeping a respectful distance, one hand resting gently near her side as he looked at her thoughtfully. Gazing at Ethan's handsome face slowly approaching, even without deep emotional roots, Centuredo, however, he didn't think this was a bad thing. It saved a lot of mental exhaustion. Am I going to be bravado? Does bravado really feel good? Ethan stepped closer to Isabella, his expression serious and tender. Isabella's heart raced as she looked up at him, her thoughts swirling with uncertainty. Even though the moment felt very vulnerable, they hadn't actually bravado yet. The girl didn't know how to react. In the next second, a gentle softness brushed against her bravado. Their mouths met, and she felt a rush of emotion. Gradually, under Ethan's careful tenderness, the tension began to melt away. A surprising softness broke through her defenses. The moment it touched her bravado, a jolt of energy shot through her entire bravado. Isabella shuddered, her eyes widening. Her mind was filled with nothing but disbelief and surprise. Her frozen bravado didn't know what to do next. She could only stand quietly in Ethan's arms as she tried to process the moment. Raven, watching from the side, frowned. She hadn't even shared such a warm moment yet, and Isabella had gotten to it first. It wasn't that Ethan didn't want to show affection to Ravel. He had just greeted her in an unusual way and was afraid she'd find it awkward if he tried again. In reality, beyond a sweet bravado, there was no unpleasant smell. The stronger the power, the fewer impurities in the bravado. A healthy Centuredo, as if afraid something hidden would slip out if she pulled away. After absorbing the bloodline abilities from Shella and her daughters, Ethan's inherited traits had grown stronger. He could usually manage them, but not in moments of intense spiritual resonance. As time passed and the energy surged, the young women Shualan and Ravel watched Ethan intently from their positions in the room. One lay beside Ethan, keeping close to him. The other stood near the bed, watching Ethan's steady breathing as he rested. Chapter 439. Shualan. On the first floor of the mansion, Yubaluna and the other girls were chatting while they worked. It's finally Shualan and Isabella's turn. Those two have waited long enough. Tell me about it. But since Lady Ravel gave the order, you'd have to wait willingly too. It's not without benefits, though. During this time, Lord Ethan's strength has improved a lot. They say he's God-class now. The healing effect must be even better. A week had passed, and the news of Ethan becoming a God-class powerhouse had spread. If Yubaluna and the others were curious, they could just ask him. But beyond satisfying curiosity, it didn't really change much. Plus, Ethan had been busy with Liera lately, so they tactfully didn't disturb him. Niru, Cinchuredo aside from Rias and the other elite members, most of the others had limited access to training and mentorship. Still, the students in the program were fortunate. They received guidance from Ethan far more often than the partners from the other regions, who only met with him once every half-month in a larger group setting. As Ethan's following grew, this was inevitable. Luckily, in a world of supernatural power, strength determined everything. Palace intrigue and petty conflicts weren't really possible. It wasn't that no allies with strong personalities or high demands had thought of leaving, but once you were bound to Ethan's cause, departing was difficult. The unique restriction, or rather, its side effect, completely cut off those thoughts. After breaking his mental blocks, Ethan had even taken the time to add an extra layer of insurance to his barato, ensuring their loyalty and focus remained solely with him. He hadn't even spared the ordinary girls he originally intended to keep at a distance. He was just that petty, that possessive, and that hypocritical. Regardless of what anyone else thought, Ethan felt refreshed and clear-headed after doing so. In Ravel's room, as if echoing the girls' conversation downstairs, Cinchuredo, the massive life energy was more than an inexperienced girl could easily handle. Despite Isabella's desperate attempt to absorb and convert it to heal herself, her condition gradually improved. After a minute, ensuring the healing was perfectly achieved, Ethan let Isabella go, catching his breath. Cinchuredo. He didn't have to hold back, nor did he have to cruelly continue destroying the already exhausted Isabella. Because their treatment had been delayed, Shualan and Isabella's strength had fallen to the bottom tier. Even as a rook, Isabella's combat power wasn't very high. Shualan was slightly better. The Chinese martial artist never stopped training. Even if her magic hadn't progressed, she exercised every day. Ravel was still looking at Ethan with teary eyes, overwhelmed with emotion as she held her skirt and pressed a hand to her heart. Cinchuredo, are you sure you want Shualan to go first? Faced with Ethan's question, Ravel hesitated. She was eager, but the thought of following Isabella's turn under Zulin's attention made her unable to speak. Ethan and Ravel had agreed to let the other two go first. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just been teasing her earlier. In this mansion, Ethan could start a party anywhere, anytime, without any scruples. Seeing Ravel silent, the cheerful woman in the Cheongsam stepped forward to lighten her mistress' mood. Though she felt hesitant, her loyalty to Ravel outweighed it. Of course, Cinchuredo. Looking at the black-haired girl with hair buns kneeling before him with her back to him, Ethan's heart felt strange. In his memories of Japanese anime, there weren't many Chinese girls. Shualan was a relatively famous one, though she was just a minor character in the original. Pulling his drifting thoughts back, Ethan focused on the girl before him. Shualan was slightly smaller than Isabella, but taller than Ravel, a perfectly balanced figure. Her long-term martial arts training gave her a slender, youthful, and energetic physique. Her posture and presence were impressive. Cinchuredo classic terms. Ethan's soul felt a spark of nostalgia. For the barato in a long while, he spoke in Chinese. Shualan, from now on, stay by my side as my personal maid. In her state of excitement, the girl didn't notice the change in language and answered smoothly, Yes, Shualon is willing. The unfamiliar language made Ravel pause what she was doing. Once she realized what it was, she didn't care. With magic assistance, supernatural beings in this world didn't have language barriers. As the eldest daughter of the Phoenix family, she had mastered various languages since childhood. It was just that Chinese was difficult and rarely used, so it was a surprise. She assumed Ethan was just doing it for roleplay. In reality, more than roleplay, Ethan saw his own roots in Shualon. For once, he felt a genuine emotional connection. It wasn't just love, it was something distinct from mere physical desire. Centuredo, 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 the way she said the title felt meaningful and vivid, leaving a strong impression on him. Chapter 440. Charms of the Homeland under the warm sun. Shella and the other girls finished getting ready and came down to the living room. Lunch was ready, and everyone was in place, but besides those who had cultivated with Ethan last night, some were still missing. Maria looked around and asked curiously, "Where's Ethan G? Is he researching that contact magic with Liera-san again?" Just then, Liera appeared around the corner of the stairs and said innocently, "It's not me today. Ethan is helping Shualon and Isabella with their training," Rias explained simply. Ravel broke through yesterday and immediately brought up the recovery bravado. "I see." The demon girl tapped her chin and her eyes lit up. No wonder Ravel-chan is missing too. Ethan G must be in her room with the three of them. With that, she started skipping toward the stairs. "Maria, where do you think you're going?" Shella asked in an unfriendly tone. "Well, obviously to find the only food that can truly satisfy a hungry spirit." Shella Barado Maria by her Barado. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. Ethan paused a few times before carefully stepping forward. "It hurts." As he gently moved closer, the sharp Barado made her cry out. Her cry made Ethan stop. Looking at her pained expression, he felt a wave of pity. He leaned over her, ready to comfort her with care, pressing his face against her pale cheek while his hands reached around to steady her. The preparation and the assistance of their shared training meant that, like Isabella, Zulin's pain faded in less than a minute. Feeling Ethan's kindness, the Chinese girl felt comforted. She opened her eyes and looked at Ethan's profile. "I'm okay. You can continue." Ethan didn't rush. He gently placed his hands on her shoulders and spoke softly, encouraging her through the practice. Centuredo, he gently comforted her until she no longer felt the pain. The girl had her eyes closed, taking slow, deep breaths and feeling at ease. Sensing the moment was right, Ethan smiled and stepped back, ready to enjoy his lunch together. Holding her gently by the Barado, he slowly guided her through a challenging cultivation exercise. Zulin's face tightened, her brow furrowed, and her hands gripped the edge of the training mat to steady herself. Soon, Ethan encountered a barrier deep within the exercise. As a veteran, he knew exactly what it was. Pressing forward against the barrier, Ethan whispered, "Shualon, don't be afraid. The final moment is here." She nodded and whispered back, "Yes." With that, she gathered her resolve and prepared to move forward. Centuredo. Ethan's heart raced as he entered the unfamiliar room for the Barado. The space felt incredibly tight, pressing in around him, and the atmosphere seemed to pull at him like a warm Barado. The experience was so overwhelming he felt he might lose himself. When he finally stepped fully inside, Shualon let out a long, relieved sigh. Her tense expression turned into one of pure joy. Centuredo kneeling on the bed as she let Ethan help her practice her technique. In the empty room, her cheerful humming carried over to the other two girls. Isabella, lying tiredly on the bed, felt her cheeks flush as she heard her friend's voice. She stretched her arms across her Barado and let out a small sigh. And Ravel, the golden-haired heiress who hadn't had her turn yet, was regretting her decision to go last. Being watched was embarrassing, but it was better than this agonizing wait. Plus, there was no guarantee Shualon and Isabella wouldn't be conscious and watching when it was finally her turn. In fact, thanks to the formation, a girl could recover most of her energy within 10 or 15 minutes unless she was completely exhausted. Isabella was already getting restless again, keeping her thoughts to herself. Ethan didn't have time to worry about Ravel and Isabella. Centuriado, moving with powerful strikes. The Chinese martial artist's skills fully blossomed. The intense exchange made Xiulan incredibly happy. Under Ethan's skillful technique, she finally dropped her reserved act and began to actively engage in the fight. Her white hands moved with her own style. Chapter 441, Ravel, Part 1. It was early December, and the daylight hours were short. After the girls finished their lunch, they hurried off to their respective tasks, whether it was magic practice or household duties. The restless Maria was sent back to her room by her mother, Shella, alongside Lucia, for a period of quiet meditation. They needed time to recover from the excess spiritual energy they had absorbed. There was no real rush, though. Barring any accidents, Centuriado. And even if she did, she wasn't sure she could beat the newcomer Liera, let alone Reyes and Aquino, whose strength was skyrocketing. Within half a year, this group of gifted young women would likely undergo a qualitative soul transformation and become God-class powerhouses. To achieve this goal, Centuriado, yet it still couldn't contain it all. She lacked the special traits needed and wasn't strong enough to absorb the energy quickly. Consequently, waves of overflowing energy erupted from the depths of her garden. However, since the exit was blocked by Ethan's presence, occasionally she let out a quiet, calm breath. Beyond the relief it brought, the primary effect was the natural healing from the restorative technique. It mended her worn frame, giving her a sense of inner wholeness so complete she wished she could remain in that peaceful state. Though their power gap was too large for her to significantly boost his mana through regular means, her innate spiritual energy still gave Ethan's magic a noticeable bump. He was very satisfied with the result. Furthermore, sensing his physical combat talents being reinforced once again, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The 2 consecutive rounds of the process felt long, but in reality, only a little over an hour had passed. The girls downstairs had only just finished their lunch. Both Isabella and Xiulan were feeling quite exhausted and needed a brief rest. To complete the procedure quickly, Ethan didn't intentionally hold back. Instead, he kept pace with the girls' rhythm as best he could. While it was satisfying to see a companion reach such an overwhelmed expression, he had a long road ahead and Ravel was still waiting, so he played it relatively safe. In truth, with his current strength and the special cultivation technique, he could easily overwhelm any opponent into complete exhaustion. No matter how much energy he expended, he could recover it seamlessly. After a brief moment of rest, waiting for Xiulan to recover her composure, Ethan turned his gaze toward his queen. Ravel's future appearance would likely rival Liera's, but she hadn't fully matured yet. Even though she was feeling emotional, her Barado face still carried a hint of youthful innocence. This touch of innocence didn't make her seem childish. Rather, combined with her expressive eyes and her casual attire, Centuriado, but the moment they touched, the Tsundere, sharp-tongued devil heiress began to meet him with a fierce offensive. Ethan wasn't some dense, kind-hearted protagonist. He had known Ravel's feelings for a long time. It probably started as curiosity, but after his duel with that blonde turkey razor, her inner ideals were awakened. Combined with her instinct to follow the strong and her family's push, she had gone from being someone Ethan desired to actively pursuing him. As Ethan's queen, being proactive seemed only natural. While not every queen piece in the peerage had to be the king's lover, Centuriado, Ethan's reflexes were impressive. No matter how Ravel tried to reposition, he adapted instantly, making him an exceptional partner to work with. Having just watched 2 close-up live performances, Ravel was well aware of how remarkable Ethan's skill was. Once the initial excitement settled, she relaxed and let the moment unfold naturally. Centuriado, please help me cultivate. Gladly. With that, Ethan stepped close to Ravel and gently held her shoulders. He looked into her eyes with deep affection and promised to stand by her side as she trained hard. Cinceredo, she wore a pink back-button dress that Ethan carefully helped her with. Chapter 442. Ravel, Part 2. I wasn't sure if it was because Ravel was a noble lady, pampered from a young age, not in a derogatory way, but quite literally, or because her power level was higher, but Ethan noticed that her overall appearance was even more refined and polished than Isabella's or Zulin's. Not only that, Cinceredo and their mentor. Ravel remained quiet under Ethan's gentle attention and care. Her expression shifted as Ethan respectfully held her close, offering a warm and supportive bravado. Meanwhile, his reassuring presence helped calm the moment. Cinceredo, for someone of her age and petite stature, she was truly bravado and resilient. Ethan admired her quiet strength as she worked, noticing how she carried her tasks with grace. Her presence was impressive. He appreciated the steady rhythm of her efforts as she continued onward. The towering waves rose and dipped, cresting and swelling, the white foam occasionally spilling out from between Ethan's hands. Seeing the pink shells swaying like precious pearls, Ethan felt another urge to explore. He didn't hesitate, following his inner desire. He lowered his head. He leaned in close to Ravel, overwhelmed by a sweet, ethereal fragrance that stirred his heart. His soul awakened with a warm tenderness he had never felt before as he held her gently in a quiet, affectionate bravado. Cinceredo, trying to create better grip against Ethan's burning blade. Though it was like scratching an itch through a boot, it was better than nothing and slightly eased her tension. Ravel's translucent face was flushed with determination. Her voice grew louder, and her breathing became heavy and ragged. Cinceredo, and yet retained a pure and innocent charm. Ravel had a naturally graceful and bravado appearance, with a unique and subtle beauty about her. Being naturally unmarked in such a way wasn't common. Most girls use magic to refine themselves. Apparently, our cute and pure Cinceredo, Ethan gently held her close and rested his hand on her lower back as he drew her near. He leaned in and bravado her softly on the bravado. The golden-haired, twin-tailed lattice cheeks were now flushed and warm. She trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a sudden rush of anxiety about the approaching challenge. Ethan noticed her shaking. His fingers carefully gripped the door handle to her home. So cold, Ethan's other hand reached upward. They fought closely together, their bravado synchronized like partners in a dance. Ethan's focus sharpened as he adjusted his stance into the traditional cultivation posture, channeling his energy with precision and determination. Cinceredo, Ethan read her gaze and held back. Ravel, the little princess of the Phoenix house, had lowered her guard around him. He steadied himself and moved forward, crossing the threshold beside her. It hurts. As the saying goes, short pain is better than long pain. But this short pain was very real. Despite all the preparation, Ravel still found the procedure hard to endure. A pained cry reached Ethan's ears. Nearby, Ravel looked nervous as she lay on the pink-white sheets. Hearing her sudden cry, Ethan immediately paused and held her gently, comforting her through the difficult moment. Cinceredo, she hurriedly let go of his shoulder, looked up at him with a nervous face, and asked, "Lord Ethan, I'm so sorry. Are you all right? Does it hurt?" Chapter 443. Ravel, Part 3. Ravel's little white teeth were certainly strong, but they were still a long way from breaking Ethan's natural defenses. However, in a moment like this, Ethan couldn't maintain his magical barrier. Not only did he have to drop his guard, but he also had to actively reduce his defenses. Otherwise, if Ravel struck, the rebound impact would likely leave her severely injured. Compared to the girl's worry, Ethan didn't think much of it. The sight of blood was startling, but it was merely a surface wound. Once Ravel let go, a single pulse of magic would heal it instantly. Looking at Ravel's anxious face, Ethan smiled tenderly, stroking her golden, silky hair. Compared to the pain you're feeling, what does a small scrape matter? Ethan was telling the truth, but to Ravel's ears, his words were filled with a romantic weight. She was deeply moved, hugging him tightly, her heart overflowing with excitement and happiness. No matter how much of a man of steel Ethan was, living among a garden of women every day had taught him a thing or two about a girl's heart. Thus, Ethan didn't speak further, nor did he rush to continue the cultivation. Instead, he stayed close to Ravel, quietly enjoying this rare moment of warmth and peace. It took a while for Ravel to recover from her emotional state. She lifted her small head from his warm chest, looking at him with a bashful expression. "Lord Ethan, does your shoulder still hurt? What do you think?" Ethan teased, pinching her cute little nose. "I think it must hurt a lot," the sharp-tongued heiress said, uncharacteristically apologetic and shy. Seeing her remorseful gaze, Ethan chuckled and pinched her pure, lovely cheek. "I'm joking. As my queen, you should know what kind of power I have." Hearing this, Ravel remembered that Ethan was now a god-class powerhouse. Even if she had become a high-class devil, unless Ethan actively removed his defense, her bravado wouldn't have caused significant damage. Realizing this, Ravel calmed down and nodded at Ethan. "I know. Lord Ethan is the strongest." "Huh, you still have a lot to see." Censuredo, censuredo. After a quiet moment between them, Ethan spoke gently to Ravel. He looked at her kindly and whispered near her ear, "Ravel, censuredo, let us begin the cultivation then." He placed his hands gently on either side of Ravel and focused his attention inward. The technique stirred a comforting warmth within the girl, and her earlier discomfort faded. Under her super regeneration, the previous pain gradually eased, and she steadied her breathing as the training began. Censuredo, 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 censuredo. However, Ethan had grown weary of life's simple comforts, even when surrounded by the finest things nobility could offer. When someone becomes consumed by a constant craving for indulgence, the experience eventually loses its spark. No matter how many rewards one collects, a sense of repetition inevitably sets in. Even so, censuredo, 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 censuredo. The sound of their laughter echoed through the hall as their conversation grew intense. Suddenly, Ethan felt a deep sense of resolve stir within him. A powerful resolve from deep within gripped his heart. Her posture straightened, her face showing a mix of determination and unwavering focus. Saris Leidhart, it was just after 2 p.m. While Ethan and Ravel's cultivation was reaching its peak, a foreign girl arrived at the house. Marion and Brent, the devil maids who had stayed at the mansion to return to their duties after being healed by Ethan, were responsible for greeting her. Seeing the beautiful girl at the door, they were stunned for a moment before realizing who she was. "Miss Leidhart, you've arrived. They'll go call Miss Yuki and Miss Kurumi." As Ethan's subordinates, the Nanaka sisters were technically on the same level as Ravel. Since the maids had decided to fulfill their roles properly, they addressed all the girls associated with Ethan as Mississippi. Although formal titles were not required, using Miss and another respectful form of address helped them feel more comfortable in their roles. The visitor was Saris Leidhart, the elite brave girl selected by the hero clans, who had unfortunately missed Ethan during her last visit. On her first trip, she hadn't seen Ethan or the mistress of the house, Rias. After talking with the Nanaka sisters with whom she had some professional acquaintance, she had chosen to leave temporarily. The Nanaka sisters hadn't known when Ethan would return and had given her a conservative estimate of 1 week. To their surprise, Ethan had returned the very next day. Well, he had finished the battle quickly and left the paperwork to Rias and Aquino. Since Saris was new and hadn't left a contact method, and with the arrival of Liera and Sophia, they had temporarily forgotten about her. If she hadn't shown up again a week later, no one might have remembered. The beautiful girl, with her shiny golden hair tied in a side ponytail and an elegant, steady aura, nodded and followed Marion and Brent into the living room. While waiting, a look of stubborn determination appeared in Sarah's clear emerald eyes. She had left easily last time because she had errands to run getting a new SIM card, handling school transfer papers, and obtaining new ID. Now that those trifles were settled, she wouldn't leave even if she couldn't see Ethan or Rias today. Her mission was close surveillance, which meant she intended to live here. The Brave clans had sent Saris because they trusted her strength and her honest, stubborn personality. Until she was sure the Naru's sisters and the Occult Research Club weren't a threat, she wouldn't back down. As the elite Brave from the Vatican made up her mind, Yuki and Kurumi Nanaka arrived. Senior Lightheart. Good afternoon, Senior Lightheart. Since Saris was stronger, higher in status, and slightly older, Senior was the most appropriate title. Saris accepted it naturally and asked bluntly, Nanaka, has the Red Dragon Emperor returned? He's been back for a while. Yuki hesitated before saying sincerely, Senior Lightheart, I suggest you give up on this mission. Why? Ethan has reached God class, Kurumi added. The Brave clans should have received the news by now, though it might take a moment to reach you. With our current strength, whether we chose to fight or simply deceive you, the Brave clans wouldn't even notice. Your surveillance mission is meaningless. Saris was stubborn, but not stupid. She could tell Yuki was genuinely concerned for her, but she wouldn't quit without a direct order. After processing the words God class in her mind, she said slowly, Thank you, but I still wish to speak with the Red Dragon Emperor face to face. Centuredo Ethan is busy right now. You probably won't be able to see him until tomorrow morning. Is the Red Dragon Emperor not home? He doesn't even have time to see me for a moment? Saris asked, confused. She found it hard to understand why she had to wait until tomorrow if he was in the house. Kurumi shrugged helplessly. Ethan is busy training with Ravel. And Shiwalan and Isabella, Yuki added. He won't be coming out of that room until tomorrow morning. Training with them? Ravel? Shiwalan? Isabella? Saris was full of questions. She knew what the term meant from her research on Ethan. She didn't recognize the three names, but she guessed they were girls. But the combination of these words confused her. Wasn't the practice supposed to be between two people? This sounded like four. Well, it's complicated. If you don't believe us, you can go see for yourself, Kurumi said, tossing her purple ponytail. She didn't want to waste her breath on the stubborn Saris. It was better to let her see with her own eyes. In Kurumi's experience, the girl's initial challenge should be reaching its conclusion about now, so an interruption shouldn't be too much of an issue. After a brief silence, Saris said firmly, Take me there. A moment later, the three girls stood outside Ravel's bedroom on the second floor. The heavy wooden door couldn't fully muffle the sounds. The faint murmur of conversation leaked through the cracks. The Nanaka sisters were experienced now, hearing the sounds. They looked nervous and uncomfortable about the situation unfolding before them. Saris, who had no prior experience with such matters, felt uncertain about what was happening. However, since she lacked the detailed knowledge the sisters possessed, she appeared calmer than they did. The Red Barato Emperor is in there? Yeah, if you want to see for yourself, Nak Kurumi said, hurrying away. She was afraid that if she stayed, she'd try to force her way in the moment the door opened. Yuki was a bit more composed and added, Ethan will probably let you in, but I hope you won't be too shocked by what you see. Behind the door, Ethan already knew what was happening outside. He didn't use his special vision, so he didn't know it was the brave girl Saris yet, but he heard the conversation. As the girl spoke outside, his actions inside quickened. Under the sudden noise, Ravel completely broke down. Centuredo, smiling at her, as she caught her breath with her eyes closed. Her beautiful face filled him with satisfaction. As the moment faded, Ravel opened her eyes and saw Ethan's devoted gaze. She cupped his face with her hands, looking at him with deep affection. The scene was tense and emotionally charged as the group gathered together. Just as Ravel was about to say something important, and Shiwalan and Isabella leaned in from the sides to join her, the door was knocked. Knock, knock. Lord Red Barato Emperor. Are you inside? I am Saris Leidhart, ordered to discuss the continuation of our agreement. Faced with Ethan's growing power, the Brave clans had become much more polite. They didn't even use the word surveillance anymore, opting for agreement. Saris, so it's her. Ethan's mind conjured an image of a girl with emerald eyes, long golden hair, a purple uniform, a short white pleated skirt, and black tights covering long legs. Ravel, Shualan, and Isabella paused their bravado. Their slight annoyance at being interrupted was replaced by curiosity. Lord Ethan, who is that? What agreement do you have? Ethan stroked Ravel's golden hair and smiled. It's the Brave clans. He paused, then added, would you girls mind if we had one more person joining us today? Chapter 445. Watching the battle, Ravel froze for a moment, subconsciously glancing at Shualan and Isabella beside her. The two girls didn't speak. They simply nodded, indicating that everything was up to their latest decision. Ravel was conflicted. She didn't know Saris. Being with a complete stranger was entirely different from being with her own servants. However, as Ethan's queen, she wanted to know why the girl was so desperate to find him. The matter of monitoring Mio and Aruz had become almost a joke. The girls had practically forgotten about it. By now, even the Nanaka sisters' past as Braves was a distant memory. Ethan had mentioned it involved the Brave clans, but she couldn't immediately connect it to surveillance. Ethan saw Ravel's hesitation and explained, if you're not willing, forget it. I can see her tomorrow, just the same. Saris is probably just here to continue monitoring us to ensure we don't cause too much destruction to the human world. Her? Monitoring us? Ravel asked in confusion. Is she strong? She sounds quite young. With Ethan's current strength, unless a monitor was at least Malclass, they wouldn't stand a chance. A high-tier god could interfere with mental magic or temporarily erase memories with ease. Unless they possessed a conceptual talent like Becerra Toyo's, resistance was futile below the Malclass. Did Saris have that? The answer was no. As a brave, her talent was great, and in terms of pure combat power, she wasn't inferior to Becerra. But compared to Rias and the others, she fell short, let alone compared to the cheat code that was Ethan. She's all right. Ethan's impression of Saris was faint, but since she was a late-game character, she was likely quite powerful. Should be S-class? Oh, that's not bad then. Similar to the others from before. Ravel nodded understandingly. For a human to reach the level of a high-class devil in her teens, even with a holy relic or sacred gear, was impressive. Mastery of a sacred gear was a testament to one's ability. Ravel's curiosity was piqued. She was still short one member for her peerage. If possible, Lord Ethan, let her in. Ravel snuggled into Ethan's bravado. Positioned between Shualan and Isabella, she would be mostly concealed even if Saris entered. Ethan smiled and stroked Ravel's golden hair, then called out to the door, Saris Leidhart, come in. Saris didn't hesitate. She pushed open the unlocked door and stepped inside. Meanwhile, Yuki Nanaka, her mission complete, hurried away with a flustered expression, deciding it was best not to linger. Lord Red Barato Emperor, excuse the intrusion. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Saris Leidhart, a brave from the Vatican. Closing the door behind her, the tall blonde beauty placed a hand over her barato and bowed slightly. But when she finished her bow and looked up, she was so shocked by the display before her that she lost her voice. She had waited outside for several minutes, assuming Ethan was cleaning up and that things would calm down. Instead, Ethan hadn't stopped at all. In fact, he had intensified his efforts. The group remained tangled together in a chaotic blur of movement, with Shualan and Isabella acting as a partial shield between them and the rest of the room. She was aware of Ethan's interactions with Ravel. Because Ethan was handsome and the three women were striking, the moment felt intriguing rather than upsetting. The room carried a blend of floral and warm fragrances. Since Sharedo, she had no prior experience, joining the group wouldn't be out of the question. As for strength, it was hard to tell without combat. Sacred gears were nearly impossible to sense when inactive. Judging purely by her spirit energy, she was significantly stronger than the Nanaka sisters had been, likely possessing S-class combat power. Yes, an excellent candidate for my peerage, Ravel thought. With that decided, she let go of her remaining inhibitions. She treated her subordinates, well, not quite like Rias's family approach, but she was protective. In Ravel's mind, Centuriato, Ethan took the lead. I know why you're here. We can fulfill the agreement, but do you think it still has any meaning? Saris snapped back to reality, suppressing a strange throb in her heart. I know my strength is nothing to you, but if I retreated just because I was outmatched, I wouldn't have made it this far. If we really intended to do something, you alone couldn't stop. Ethan's distraction seemed to annoy Ravel. Her sudden movement caught him off guard, causing him to let out a muffled sound of surprise. He paused the conversation to glance at her. When he looked up, Centuriato, her mask had fallen off, revealing a beautiful, valiant face filled with longing. Lord Ethan, according to the arrangement, wasn't it my turn to dance? Isabella pouted. Right away. Ethan paused. He did favor Xiulan, but just now he had acted on instinct. He gave Isabella an awkward smile and pulled her close, patting her on the back. Sarah's face was turning red. When she saw Ethan standing there, she felt her heart skip a beat. Even though it was just a brief moment, the sight stayed on her mind. Centuriato, and the impact of watching a real partner training demonstration at close range was massive. Saris, Ethan smiled. If you want to continue close-range surveillance, you'll be seeing this quite often. In his mind, she was here for Mio Naruse. Mio wouldn't train with him every day, but 3 times a week was the minimum. After all, Mio was one of the few girls who could rival Rias in talent and potential. Chapter 446. Incomprehensible. Ethan's suggestion to Ravel about one more person was just a possibility. He didn't expect Saris to agree immediately. He had become more socially adventurous, but mutual consent remained his baseline. He wouldn't use threats at most, some verbal pushback. If he demanded Saris agree to his terms as a condition for the arrangement, the stubborn girl would probably comply with a 50 probability. But Ethan didn't feel the need to push it. Facing Ethan's bluntness, Saris clenched her jaw. Centuriato, she gazed at him with deep affection as joy and fulfillment washed over her. Xiulan, does her teacher make you feel proud? Ethan encouraged, pushing forward with determination. Xiulan let out a bright laugh and gave him a playful glance. My teacher is the best. You're supposed to be helping me, Centuriato. Xiulan took a deep breath and steadied herself. She closed her eyes and let out a long sigh, calming down after the excitement. After a while, she opened her eyes and looked at Ethan with a soft, emotional expression. Seeing him look at her with admiration, she felt a warm sense of pride and comfort. She smiled gently and rested her hands by her sides, moving into a state of meditative absorption. As Xiulan began her cultivation sleep, Ethan turned his battle-ready gaze toward Isabella, who was already waiting in position. Saris was free to leave, but if she wanted to stay and be influenced, Ethan didn't mind. Perhaps she would even join involuntarily. Ethan and Isabella shared a tender moment together, their connection growing deeper. He held her close, gently running his hand along her side in a caring gesture. As the evening continued, he spoke softly to her, his words full of affection. Isabella listened closely, her heart feeling full and warm with emotion. Centuriato. She saw Isabella suddenly tense up, her expression shifting to one of shock and strain. Looking at the new life beginning to arrive, Saris instinctively looked at her own belly, wondering quietly if she herself would be able to endure the same. Just as Saris' internal tension began to settle slightly, the overwhelmed Isabella clung to Ethan tightly, refusing to let go. Then, to Saris' shock, Isabella began to let out more emotional cries, her bravado trembling with relief. Ethan's judgment was right. Isabella was a natural. After her initial setback, she quickly regained her composure and pushed forward with renewed determination. Without hesitation, she reached her goal. Ethan glanced at the stunned, uncomprehending Saris and began to focus on the task ahead. He placed a supportive hand on Isabella's back and continued onward. After a while, Centuredo completing their second round of healing and cultivation. Saris, you can continue your mission, Ethan said, turning his head. He had no interest in lingering observations, even if the observer was a blonde beauty. But if you're done for now, could you please leave? I need to continue with Ravel and the others. Oh. Centuredo Ethan looked at her in surprise, but didn't stop. He slid back into his seat across from Ravel, making the sharp-tongued heiress sigh in relief. Her long legs stretched out beneath the table as she steadied herself. After dozens of meetings, Ethan asked, "What are you doing?" "I already said you could stay on the mission." Centuredo, the mission changed slightly, Sarah stammered. "It's still surveillance, but they want me to monitor you specifically." The brave higher-ups wanted to uncover the secret behind Ethan's monstrous growth. Everyone knew about his unusual breakthroughs, but some refused to believe those were the only reason. "Centuredo, it's a bit weird being watched, but I can accept it," he added mentally. "But what would you do if I said no?" Instead of giving a tactical answer, the overly righteous Saris gave an unexpected response. She looked at him seriously. "I would find a way to make you agree, no matter the cost." Ethan almost stopped moving. He couldn't help but ask, "If I said you had to give up everything you value to change the agreement, what then?" Without hesitation, Sarah said, "If that's what it takes, I am willing." "You were prepared for that all along. Centuredo, I thank you for that," he muttered sarcastically. He had no interest in arguing with her, but her attitude made him want to put her in her place and prove his point. He glared at her, suppressed his rising frustration, and focused back on Ravel, accelerating his pace. Ravel responded by wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him into a kiss. Seeing Ethan drop the subject, a flicker of disappointment appeared in Sarah's heart. She knew why she had given that answer. Part of it was duty, but the other part was something she didn't want to admit yet. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. You're interfering with my cultivation. He knew that if he simply gestured, this striking young warrior from the Vatican would likely follow along without much objection. However, thinking back to Sarah's previous words made Ethan a bit annoyed. He wasn't the man he used to be. Whether out of desire or ambition, Saris was only average to him now. If anything, only her fresh enthusiasm and his vague memories of her character provided some interest. In reality, being able to cultivate with him was a massive benefit for her, certainly not something she was losing out on. The brave girl's breath hitched, and a flash of shame and anger appeared on her beautiful face. Ethan ignored her huffing, and, once she sluggishly moved away, he picked up the short-haired Isabella, who hadn't fully recovered, and began a new round of cultivation. Under Sarah's watch, Ethan became even more vigorous. Isabella, Centuredo, Centuredo, as a way to thank her for the good person label she gave him earlier. Ethan wasn't intentionally teasing her, but since she had spoken so boldly before, he wasn't going to be the one to initiate. Even if she was someone who caught his eye. Well, Centuredo. 15 minutes later, Isabella reached her limit again, visibly exhausted as she asked Ethan to stop. Ethan held back this time, but there was still plenty of energy remaining, so the training effect didn't drop much. He was focused on the task at hand, and since Isabella was exhausted, Shualon seamlessly stepped in. "Young Barato, help is on the way." Her hair had come undone, swaying gently as she worked diligently. After a long while, she couldn't maintain her composure and focused entirely on the training her mentor provided. The afternoon sun began to dip, but the cultivation continued. The warm atmosphere in the room grew more intense. The blonde girl had somehow slumped to the edge of the bed, looking lost in thought. Through a tear in her black tights, Ethan noticed she seemed distracted and uneasy. Despite her usual righteous demeanor, something about her behavior seemed off. "She's making a mess on the floor," Ethan thought to himself. He shifted his gaze away, planning to have Ravel change into some black Barato to look the part. Red Barato Emperor. Lord Ethan. After watching the Barato for so long and becoming increasingly overwhelmed by Ethan's naturally overwhelming aura, Saris finally couldn't resist any longer. She wasn't easily swayed, but the intense, otherworldly energy Ethan emitted was simply too powerful to ignore. Centuredo, she had been ready for a while, but was too proud to ask. She had underestimated Ethan's spite. Ethan looked at her curiously. Something the matter? Lord Ethan, I want to join the cultivation too. Saris whispered, her face burning red. Sure, why not? Huh? Ethan's blunt agreement stunned her. It felt like she had thrown a powerful punch, only to hit a pillow. What? You thought I'd keep making it hard for you? No. Saris waved her hands frantically, suppressing her confusion and frustration as she crawled toward him, leaning in close with a hopeful look. Chapter 449. The Fall of Saris. Ethan stepped closer to the girl, holding her gaze with quiet confidence. He knew exactly what she was thinking. To her, he was just a scoundrel. She expected him to make unreasonable demands now that she had humbled herself. Ethan had been a little annoyed earlier. Centuredo, and slowly allowed him to stand closer to her. Ethan didn't rush. Instead, he gently held her hand, pressing his palm against hers, holding on softly. He bravado and released. He held her gently and steady, his touch calm and reassuring. His other hand moved down her long legs to her feet, holding them carefully until Saris steadied herself. Then, his hands moved back up to her back, helping her to her feet once more. Centuredo. She always had a strong sense of confidence in her personal style. Ethan didn't tease her further. He simply handed her a scarf. The black fabric fluttered softly as she wrapped it around her shoulders. She felt comfortable and at ease. Ethan paused for a moment, watching her with a gentle expression before leaning in closer. Oh! Saris let out a soft sound of surprise as he affectionately rested his head against her. She instinctively drew him closer, holding him warmly against her as they shared a tender moment together. Centuredo. Lifting her stance as he trained alongside her energetically and joyfully in front of the other three girls. Chapter 450. Persisting in the mission, Ethan leaned down and whispered something reassuring near Saris' ear. Saris, the training is almost over. Get ready. Understood. Centuredo, my dear brave. Didn't you just say you couldn't take it? Maybe I should stop before the final step. After all, your progress is already several times higher than your usual training. As he spoke, he slowly moved back and forth, encouraging her with measured, challenging steps. Saris was driven to push beyond her limits. Centuredo, lost in a moment of deep meditation and inner peace. Saris didn't notice that Ethan was still nearby. As he moved away, he began to stir again. Ravel, however, wasn't happy. The blonde woman hugged Ethan from behind, pouting. Lord Ethan, she's had enough fun now. It's someone else's turn. Ethan chuckled, giving Saris an encouraging pat on the bravado before stepping up to challenge Ravel for a new round. The hours blurred by. Even with Saris added to the rotation, Ethan remained the undisputed champion of the battlefield. By the time the long training bravado ended, Saris felt completely renewed and empowered. Through this marathon effort, Ethan's strength advanced to the peak of high-tier godhood. His next breakthrough would be the bravado god level. Centuredo. Ethan saw the moon was high. It was Yuki Nanaka. Ethan, how is Saris doing? Her cold voice asked with a hint of hesitation. Saris had been in there for hours. Yuki, familiar with Ethan's methods, was concerned about Saris' condition, but found it hard to believe the stoic Vatican girl would break so easily. Saris, hearing her former comrade's voice, she immediately covered her bravado and held her breath, terrified of being discovered hiding in the house. She had only been there for 12 hours and had been forced into hiding the entire time. However, she still clung to her mission. Ethan smirked at the trembling girl. Centuredo, why don't you go tell Yuki yourself? He made a move toward the door. No, stop. Saris pleaded quietly. Ethan held her close and bravado her gently. She clung to his arm, terrified Yuki would overhear them. Ethan smiled softly and held her quietly. Centuredo, just rest. Ethan whispered gently, adjusting the blanket around her shoulders. You need to recover. He stayed by her side, watching over her as she rested. Saris eventually drifted into a deep sleep from sheer exhaustion. When she woke up the next morning, Ethan was already up and stretching with a smile. Morning, Saris, he said. After our morning routine, they'll introduce you to the rest of the household. Chapter 451, Sophia's Choice, Part 1. By the second half of the night, all four girls had been unconscious. Ethan let them sleep until dawn, when he woke Saris up with a light morning routine. By the time they finally left Ravel's room, the sun was well up. In the living room, Mio Naruse and the others were having breakfast. Ethan introduced Saris to the group. Why is Miss Saris wearing Ravel's clothes? Maria asked with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Saris had a fuller figure than Ravel, and the borrowed outfit looked snug and ill-fitting. She didn't bring a change of clothes, Yuki explained quickly, saving Saris from further embarrassment. The girls, all bound to Ethan by soul contracts, immediately understood what had happened. After breakfast, Ethan went to assist Lahara with her magical research. Her project, a magical communication device, was nearing completion. As he walked toward the stairs, he ran into Sophia. Is there any news on Becerra? Sophia asked coldly, her nose wrinkling slightly as she caught an unfamiliar cologne on Ethan. Soon, Ethan replied. His father is God tier. My people can't track him easily, but they should be back for the new year. Sophia flicked her crimson hair. Fine. I'm moving out soon. Lahara is in your hands now. Moving out? Why? Ethan asked, confused. Huh? Why stay? To be a third wheel to your constant love drama? Sophia sneered. She had seen how quickly Saris was consumed and didn't want to be next. Ethan chuckled. That's easy. If you don't want to be a third wheel, just join in. I'd love to have you. Sophia's expression hardened, a hint of dangerous intent surfacing. Boy, for Mio's sake, you'll take that as a joke. She turned to walk away, her long legs striding gracefully. Ethan watched her go, noticing how her tense posture betrayed her nervousness. He realized she was testing him with her usual confidence. Sophia, I wasn't joking, Ethan said, catching her by the wrist. She looked back, a playful smile on her face. Oh, so you have plans for me? Of course. You're remarkable and strong. I admire you. Emio's aunt, Lahara's sister, and you already have plenty of bravado. I want to say yes, she said coldly, yet she didn't pull her hand away. Then look at it this way, Ethan said, stepping closer. Don't think of it as a relationship. Think of me as a tool, a human battery for your cultivation. You don't have to join the others. Just come to me when you want to get stronger. Sophia laughed. So I can use you for training and leave when I'm bored? Exactly, Ethan smirked. He knew that once a talented student like her committed, she'd never quit. Sophia smiled and looked away. They'll think about it. Let go of my hand. Ethan didn't let go immediately, pressing his advantage until she finally nodded and agreed to stay in the house. As she hurried away, blushing, Ethan turned to see Saris watching them. Let's go, Saris. Time to see some world-changing research. They entered Lahara's room. Centuredo and Lahara stopped targeting Saris, though she chose to remain where she was. Saris, who had been stunned throughout the confrontation, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She stepped back a few paces, giving Ethan and Lahara space to conduct their research. Centuredo, Ethan gave up on research and began his training regimen. His partner, as planned, was Lahara. Saris, still recovering from her morning workout, watched from the sidelines, though she eventually got her turn once Lahara was thoroughly exhausted. Because they skipped lunch to continue their routine, Sophia, who had just started to soften her stance, was left fuming again. However, thanks to Ethan's direct confession earlier, she didn't think about leaving this time. People can be complicated. Often, even when they want something, they look for a reasonable reason to go along with it, so they don't feel taken advantage of. Unless a person has been deeply hurt or is unusually bold, they often seek a valid reason before expressing strong personal feelings. This is especially true for those who are shy or inexperienced. They may deeply yearn for connection, but will rarely express it openly. They tend to give subtle hints or encourage the other person to take the first step. Ethan understood this perfectly. Many men fail with women because they're too arrogant about their money or looks, or they make crude, inappropriate jokes too early. A high-class, beautiful woman cares about her face. She won't make overtly forward remarks. Instead, she'll say she's looking for security, money, chemistry, looks, or health and happiness, vitality. They lie to the world and even to themselves to maintain their dignity. Sophia needed a hero to solve the problem of her son, Basara, and someone strong enough to help her rescue her friend, Raphaeline, from heaven. Raphaeline had sacrificed everything to help Sophia with the surrogate birth of Basara, only to be imprisoned and mistreated by the 10 ruling gods. Sophia felt immense guilt, often masking it by calling Raphaeline stubborn and brainless. Ethan was the only one who could fulfill all her needs. He was powerful, brilliant, and perfect except for his large group of devoted Barato. The fact that he was closely allied with her sister Lahara, her nieces Mio and Maria, and even her old friend Shiera made her hesitate. But Ethan's proposal to lend her his spiritual energy for cultivation with no romantic obligations had given her the perfect excuse. She could tell herself she was just using him for power. The wait didn't last long. A few days later, Basara Tuju and his father, Jean Tuju, returned. Ethan received the news immediately as they lived right next door. But when he tried to bring Sophia to meet them, the fierce Valkyrie suddenly got cold feet. It's too sudden. I'm not ready, she stammered. You've been preparing for 20 years. How are you not ready? Ethan countered. No matter what he said, she wouldn't budge. Fine. Women are such a pain. I'll go talk to Basara first and have him come see you tomorrow. Is that okay? Tomorrow? Isn't that too fast? I don't know about you, but I'm in a hurry, Ethan said bluntly. You can refuse to see him, but I'm not going to keep grinding my gears on this forever. In Ethan's eyes, it was simple. Explain the truth. Sophia and Raphaeline were victims of a celestial conspiracy. Not mothers who abandoned their child by choice. But Sophia, despite being a legendary warrior, was more terrified of a teenage boy's judgment than a god's blade. Ethan walked across the yard to the Tuju residence. He saw the father and son cleaning the entrance. Afternoon, Uncle Jean. Basara, Ethan greeted. Jean Tuju, the god of war, smirked and lit a cigarette. Afternoon, Ethan. You're here for Basara, I assume? I'll leave you kids to it. He strolled in the yard to slack off, leaving the boys alone. Ethan looked at Basara. The boy looked sturdier, his gaze more determined after his training. How was the special training, Basara? Want to spar and test your progress? Forget it, Basara sighed. No matter how much I improve, I can't catch up to you. My dad told me you wiped out the Chaos Spawn like it was nothing. So Jean told you? Ethan was surprised. He thought they were cut off from the world during training. Yeah, I was aiming for Demon King class to help you guys in the Demon Realm, but by the time I sensed the second gate, the war was already over. It only took you 3 days. Basara felt a bit dejected. He had worked extremely hard only to find the boss was already dead. They chatted for a bit. Basara mentioned he wanted to focus on school and the upcoming final exams. He craved a normal life, despite his bloodline. Ethan didn't judge. He just waited for the right moment to bring up the main topic. Basara, there's something you need to know about Sophia and Raphaeline. Ethan laid out the truth. He explained that Sophia was currently staying at his house. Basara was stunned. He had dreamed of meeting his mothers, but finding out one was right across the street was overwhelming. Unlike Sophia, however, Centuredo leaving only himself, Mio, Maria, and Sophia. Sophia sat to Ethan's left, her hand trembling. Ethan reached under the table and gently barato her hand. Relax. Basara is a good kid. Jean raised him well. Under his touch, Sophia calmed down until the men walked in. Then she panicked. She was wearing her usual Valkyrie armor. Oh no, I forgot to change into a dress. First impressions are everything. Ethan laughed. Becerra, it's just dinner at my place. Why the suits? Becerra immediately threw his father under the bus. I told him it was weird, but Dad insisted we had to make a good impression. Jean coughed, rubbing Becerra's spiky hair. Sophia, it's been a long time. It's not about the clothes. It's about respect. Yes. Long time no see, Sophia replied curtly, her eyes locked on Becerra. Seeing that he didn't look at her with disgust or resentment, she finally let out a breath. Dinner began in an awkward silence. Jean tried to make small talk, but Sophia ignored him entirely. It was Maria and Mio who finally broke the ice, their cheerful banter allowing Becerra and Sophia to start a real conversation. As the meal ended, Sophia finally looked at Becerra. Becerra, I'm sorry for all those years for not being there. Becerra scratched his head, looking embarrassed. It's okay. It's in the past. I know you and Mom, Raffaelline, had your reasons. You were victims too. He was so understanding that Sophia's eyes welled with tears. She reached out and materialized a gift of the beautiful, pitch-black katana crafted from rare demon realm, or it was her own blade from her youth. I don't have much, but please take this. Becerra looked at the slender, elegant blade. He was used to the heavy, wide blade of Brynhildr. Thank you, Mom, but I have my sword. This would be wasted on me. He summoned Brynhildr, the silver greatsword humming with demon king-level power. Sophia wasn't offended. She was proud. They spent the next hour talking about his childhood. Finally, she asked the question that had been haunting her. Becerra, would you like me to take on a maternal role? Clarify that, Sophia, Ethan interrupted before someone misinterprets the situation. Sophia glanced at Jean and hurried to add, I want to fulfill my parental responsibilities. I'm not saying I'm reuniting with that person. Jean, a sharp old fox, had already noticed the sparks between Ethan and Sophia. He felt a pang of loss, followed by an intense urge to watch the drama unfold. Don't mind me. Becerra is almost an adult. He'll probably be away from home most of the year anyway. As if you were ever home before, Becerra rolled his eyes. He turned to Sophia. Sophia, Mom, I'm nearly an adult. I'm happy to know you, but I'm independent now. We don't need to force a traditional household. Sophia sighed. It was the truth. She had missed the chance to raise him, and she didn't even know how to cook or do laundry. But the bond was acknowledged. They were family now. All right, Ethan said, steering the conversation. Let's talk about rescuing Raffaelline. The mood shifted. Raffaelline was the final piece of the puzzle. But Jean Tiju, wanting to see Ethan struggle, threw a wrench in the gears. The rescue can wait until after the school holidays. But before that, Ethan, shouldn't you explain your relationship with Sophia? The room went silent. Sophia jumped, her hand flying away from Ethan's under the table as she scooted her chair back. Her face turned bright red. Ethan didn't flinch. He hadn't planned on keeping it a secret forever. In pursuing Sophia, Cinchuredo, his best friend's handsome face, suddenly looked very punchable. He didn't care if he could win. He needed to hit something. Boom! Brynhildr flashed, and a massive crescent of green mana tore through the room toward Ethan. The expensive solid wood dining table was sliced in half. Sophia, Jean, and the girls leaped back as Ethan took the hit head-on. Ethan didn't fight back. He knew he deserved this, and he couldn't exactly beat his best friend to a pulp in front of his new mother. Ugh! The battle lasted 15 minutes. The luxury living room was reduced to rubble. If Sophia hadn't maintained a barrier, the entire neighborhood would have been leveled. Ethan stood in the dust, his clothes torn and face covered in soot, watching Becerra sheath his sword and walk away without a word. Hey, Ethan coughed. That's it. No more bringing this up in the future. Becerra didn't look back. He realized now that Ethan wouldn't stop until he had every beautiful goddess in the world. He realized Raffaelline was probably next on Ethan's list. No wonder he was so eager for the rescue. Ethan shouted after him, I'm serious. Next time you swing at me, I'm hitting back. Becerra's veins popped on his forehead. He decided right then. He was going to train harder than ever, if only to give Ethan a proper thrashing one day. That night, Ethan stayed in the room shared by Sophia and Lahara. Lahara encouraged him to demonstrate his techniques, so Ethan began his cultivation practice right in front of Sophia. At first, "Centuredo, you're not mad?" She gave him a soft, sidelong glance. "I was never mad, just embarrassed." The fight with Becerra had actually helped. Since Becerra didn't disown her, she felt the final barrier had crumbled. She was a Valkyrie, a woman of action. She stepped closer to him and held him in a warm bravado. "Let's not talk," she said softly. "Just show me what you've been working on." Chapter 454, Sophia's Choice. And arguing with a woman is the height of foolishness, especially when Sophia had already actively accepted the training. Whether she was just being stubborn or truly wasn't angry, Centuredo, he carefully sampled the left piece first. The rough texture sent a sharp bravado through the Valkyrie, causing her pulse to quicken. Her gaze grew distant as she looked at Ethan's armor. She reached out. "Centuredo. Ethan signaled her to rise. Sophia obeyed, looking up at him with calm composure. They moved away from Lahara to where the space was more open. Ethan observed her with quiet attention, impressed by her disciplined presence. She appeared composed and fully prepared, a picture of focused resolve. Like a hidden ravine, it divided the valley. Ethan carefully cleared a narrow opening, moving aside the surrounding brush millimeter by millimeter. The slow revelation filled him with anticipation, and the curious Valkyrie watched closely. Centuredo. He was captivated by her, gently cradling her trembling form as he offered comfort and reassurance. He carefully tended to her, making sure she felt safe and supported through the difficult moment. Despite Sophia's distress, Ethan remained calm and steady, guiding her gently through it all. Centuredo, after watching a training demonstration earlier and now fully energized by Ethan's confident guidance, the Valkyrie stood ready to begin her first lesson. Ethan lifted Sophia, setting her down beside Lahara and helping her find a steady stance. Under Lahara's watchful gaze, Centuredo, an incredibly difficult challenge that lay before him. It hurts." The Valkyrie, who had never cried out from a battlefield wound, couldn't hold back a cry of pain as he faced this final trial. This pain was different. Unless one had a very specific constitution, it was impossible to ignore. Fortunately, Centuredo, Ethan leaned in and bravado her softly. "You're okay?" Sophia could only nod. The initial discomfort had passed, replaced by an overwhelming feeling she had not expected. She had hoped it would be nice, but not this overwhelming. She finally understood why Lahara was so devoted to this pursuit. She grew closer to him, fully engaged in the moment. She was so overwhelmed with joy that she held Ethan's face and leaned in affectionately. "Ethan, I'm so happy today." She had reached an important milestone with him, but the knot that had plagued her for 20 years, the guilt over Becerra, had been loosened. She knew that without Ethan's determined intervention, she would have kept delaying the meeting with her son. Overwhelmed with relief and gratitude, Sophia embraced him tightly, tears streaming down her face as years of pent-up emotion finally broke free. Sophia staggered as the creature lunged forward. The creature finally broke through the final barrier. Overwhelmed by the impact, Sophia collapsed, gasping for breath. Ethan pulled back and moved to safety. Centuredo felt the bottleneck shatter as she broke through to the next level. For Ethan, absorbing the Valkyrie's potent energy, amplified by his harmonized cultivation technique, allowed him to smash through a barrier he expected would take years to overcome. He felt his energy reserves triple. He nodded in satisfaction. Now he understood why the low, mid, and high-level gods were grouped together while the Subdragon God level had its own name. The jump in power was a literal tripling of strength. A Subdragon God could easily crush 3 high-level gods at once. As his magic stabilized, the immortal chi in his body also surged, absorbing the surrounding energy. He reached the late golden immortal stage, late high-level god. While he lacked specific divine techniques like the 72 transformations, his martial foundation allowed him to wield his power effectively. For now, he would focus on the mainstream system of this world and let the immortal cultivation progress naturally. As the energy waves subsided, Sophia opened her watery eyes, looking at Ethan with pure affection. The shortcut to a woman's heart is through genuine love and devotion. While Sophia had originally been drawn to his looks and presence, she was now truly falling for him. Ethan, let's keep practicing. I think I can sharpen my focus more. Ethan smiled. He understood what she was aiming for. All right, with your determination, you can definitely handle another round. They continued their training, fully committed to the shared effort, and he could feel her energy refreshing after the rest she had just taken. But as Ethan prepared for the next challenge, Lahara protested. Ethan, Sophia, what about me? The blonde friend walked over, leaning her barato against Ethan's arm. Be good, Lahara. This is Sophia's first challenge. Just be patient, Ethan coaxed. He was grateful to Lahara. Her bold display had helped motivate Sophia tonight, but he had to prioritize the bride. Lahara pouted, but didn't push it. However, she decided that if she couldn't be included, she would at least help move things along so the evening could wrap up sooner. She had an idea. Chapter 455, Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. Let's focus. Sophia stepped back for a moment and picked up her own discarded black clothing items. She put them on. Now, Ethan was faced with a red-haired Valkyrie in dark attire and a blonde goddess in a light robe. The moment felt charged with tension. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. Sophia seemed dazed and unsteady for a moment. Ethan, is she okay? She'll be fine in a few minutes. Ethan calmly stepped back. Sophia took a slow breath, still recovering, as a strange residue dripped onto the ground. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. Following an intense training barato, Lahara's strength had improved slightly. Chapter 456. The rescue operation. Thanks to Ethan's powerful life energy infusion, Lahara's power had grown. As Sophia had noted, because they had been cultivating daily, Lahara had a vast amount of undigested energy in her system, so the immediate breakthrough wasn't massive. With a soft thud, Ethan helped Lahara sit back on the bed to rest. She felt drained and needed a moment to recover. Centuredo, who had finally regained her composure after her overwhelming emotional release, didn't want to be left behind. She reached for Lahara's barato, gently massaging it with care before leaning down to offer a comforting barato. Centuredo, a warm drink, was mixed with Ethan's milk, creating a sweet aroma that filled the pink room, brightening the mood. My turn now, Sophia announced. Despite having nearly fainted moments ago, she wasn't about to let the opportunity pass as she noticed little Ethan standing tall once more. Lahara's mind was still distracted, so she couldn't keep up. The red-haired Valkyrie rose confidently. Centuredo, you recover fast. Ethan nodded, impressed by her determination. He kept his hands respectfully at his sides and offered steady encouragement. Sophia was learning quickly, though her energy eventually began to fade. Centuredo. December 25th, Christmas Day. A light snow fell over Kuo town, adding to the barato atmosphere. This holiday was particularly popular among high school students, especially those spending time with their partners. That night, the town was alive with celebration, and Ethan's mansion was no exception. It had been over a week since Sophia and Becerra had reunited, and just as long since Sophia and Ethan had taken the final step. A massive party was held at the mansion. Every beautiful woman and lady associated with Ethan was there. Looking around, the room was filled with breathtaking beauties. Lahara and Mio Naruz, the two red-haired favorites, held center stage. Centuredo, only his immense strength and the replenishment from steady recovery kept him going. Christmas Day was the peak of the madness, and the revelry didn't truly wind down until the arrival of final exams. Standing at the classroom door, Ethan felt a strange sense of comfort in the familiar environment. Centurato. Memorizing and understanding high school curriculum was as easy as breathing. Ethan could easily ace the tests without even using supernatural powers. The only slightly annoying subjects were history and physics. History was a mess because his memories of his previous life conflicted with this timeline's localized revisionist history. As for physics, well, in this world, Newton's laws were more like polite suggestions. He knew the correct school answers, but his mind kept flashing to the bizarre, physics-defying things he saw in battle. When the results came out, Ethan excelled in everything except history, where he barely passed. While he sailed through, others weren't so lucky. Lahara had strictly forbidden cheating, which made the exams hard mode for those who hadn't been paying attention. Maria, Midgard, and Kurminanika were all sentenced to winter break remedial classes. Mio Naruse, Yuki Amano, and Yuki Nanaka simply retracted their fists, shared a look, and left together, leaving the three failures to their fate. Meanwhile, Becerra did surprisingly well after some last-minute cramming. By now, everyone knew about Ethan and Sophia's relationship. Becerra felt a bit awkward, but as long as he didn't see them together, he managed to deal with it. But the piece was about to end. With exams over, it was time for the rescue mission to save Raphaeline. Ethan, the two red-haired goddesses, and the Tuju father and son stood within a golden magic circle. Becerra, be careful. You are the weakest among us, Jean Tuju said seriously. I still suggest you stay behind. With Chisato, Hasegawa, one of the 10 primary gods, and their inside woman, the plan to rescue Raphaeline was straightforward. It wasn't an all-out war, so they didn't bring Rias and the others. They needed a small, elite strike force. Chisato could teleport them directly to where Raphaeline was imprisoned. Their task was to get her out and break through the interception of the other 10 primary gods. Aside from Chisato, there were 9 other god-level entities. 2 of them were expected to remain neutral, as they had opposed Raphaeline's punishment from the start. However, the vacant seat left by Raphaeline had been filled by a new member who was desperate for her death to solidify his position. This meant they faced 7 powerful enemies, including 1 sub-dragon god-level entity. Ethan's side had 5 god-level fighters, including Jean Tuju, but Chisato would be unable to fight once they arrived. She was under a restrictive contract with Heaven. If she fought, it could be used to suppress her. Her plan was to teleport them, then retreat to the neutral goddesses to provide them all with an alibi. Dad, I won't hold you back, Becerra said firmly. I'm 1 step away from god level. I cannot be absent when we save Mother. Ethan thought Becerra's insistence was a bit reckless, but considering his protagonist status, he allowed it. Ethan was confident he could take on 2 gods at once. But if the others crumbled, the mission would fail. If they failed now, Raphaeline might be executed immediately. Waiting longer for Ethan to get stronger wasn't an option. Every day they waited was another day Raphaeline was in terrible pain. Fine, Chisato said, taking off her glasses. Her green divine power surged as she reverted to her golden goddess form. The resemblance to Lahara was striking. The gold-green light became blinding, and with a surge of spatial energy, the 6 of them vanished. The prison where Raphaeline was kept was heavily guarded for mortals, but with Chisato leading the way, they found her easily. The guards were 2 ultimate-class mechanical angels. Before they could even make a sound, the 5 gods silenced them, knocking them unconscious. Sister, Chisato ran forward. Raphaeline was suspended by chains, her golden hair disheveled, her face pale. It had been 3 years since Chisato had seen her. Back then, she still had some spirit. Now, her life force was like a flickering candle about to go out. No time for reunions. Jean Tuju interrupted, cutting the chains. We need to leave before we're discovered. As they moved, Chisato realized Raphaeline also had leg irons hidden beneath her tattered dress. This was unusual. Even the worst criminals were usually allowed some movement. Anger flared in Chisato's eyes as she shattered the irons. They rushed toward the exit. Teleportation was blocked inside the prison. It was a one-way trip in. As they ran, the alarm sounded. Call the primary gods. The SSS-class prisoner Raphaeline is escaping. Chapter 457. The Simple Goddess, Part 1. Raphaeline was clearly a high-priority target. Within a minute of the alarm, 3 primary gods appeared at the prison exit, blocking the only way out. TCH, too late, Jean Tuju spat, looking at the 3 ornate figures. Jean Tuju, does the hero clan intend to war with us? One god demanded. Shut up. This has nothing to do with the hero clan. This is personal. I'm here for my woman and for revenge, Jean replied. As they spoke, the rest of the 10 primary gods arrived. 6 men and 3 women, including Chisato. They formed a semicircle, trapping Ethan's group. Enough talk. Take down the criminals, one of the gods said eagerly. He was the one who had taken Raphaeline's seat and wanted her dead to secure his power. The group looked toward the man at the back, a cold, middle-aged man. He was the strongest, a veteran subdragon god. He ignored the others and looked at Chisato. Afria, Chisato, do you also intend to betray heaven? I will never forgive you for what you did to Sister Raphaeline, Chisato stated firmly. The middle-aged god didn't speak. Instead, he raised his hand and crushed a tiny magic circle in his palm. Chisato groaned, blood leaking from the corner of her mouth as her divine power flickered, but she managed to maintain her form. Ethan, I'm okay, Chisato whispered through their soul bond. She handed the unconscious Raphaeline to Lahara. Take her. I'll lead the 2 neutral goddesses away. Chisato charged toward the 2 female goddesses, Frigga and Sif, and the 3 of them began a battle that moved further and further away from the main group. Do it, the middle-aged god commanded. Dead or alive. The battle exploded. A battle-hungry god charged at Jean Tuju, eager to test himself against the legendary hero. Sophia, now a high-level god, took on 2 others. Lahara, being the weakest and carrying the dead weight of Raphaeline, struggled against the new primary god who was obsessed with Raphaeline. Ethan found himself facing 3 gods, including the powerful subdragon god leader. Ethan didn't hold back. Balance breaker. The crimson dragon armor enveloped him, doubling his power instantly. Having recently broken through to subdragon god level himself, the armor closed the gap between him and the middle-aged leader. However, he was fighting 1-on-3. Relying on his combat instincts and the destructive power of destruction, Ethan held his own. The boosted gears doubling effect, combined with his upgraded talents, allowed him to parry their lethal strikes. But he was pushed to his limit. The pocket dimension began to shatter under the weight of their power. Becerra couldn't even get close to the shockwaves. While Ethan was holding, the others were flagging. Sophia was covered in wounds, having taken hits to protect Raphaeline. Her armor was shredded, leaving her battered and exposed. But she held her ground. Ethan scanned the field. This wasn't going as planned. He could break out alone, but he couldn't leave the others. Bang! Sophia was sent crashing into a crater near where Becerra was hiding. Mother Sophia, Becerra's demon blood boiled. No one noticed the Anne in the corner, but suddenly, Becerra's power spiked. He reached god level in a momentary burst. Shing as 2 gods descended to finish Sophia, Becerra appeared behind them. His dimension severance, banishing shift, ignored their defenses. It was a momentary burst, but it broke the stalemate. Sophia was freed. She helped Lahara, and together they freed Jean. Go! Get out of here! Ethan roared as he held back the 3 strongest. They can't stop me. The group didn't hesitate. Sophia took the lead. Lahara carried Raphaeline, and Jean grabbed the now exhausted Becerra. They bolted through the exit. Don't chase them, the middle-aged god commanded. Go find Frigga and Sif. Subdue Afria. The male gods grinned. Raphaeline was a husk anyway. If they could capture Chisato and the other 2 traitors, they could replace all the female gods with men. Ethan frowned. He sent a message to Chisato through the soul bond. The middle-aged god blocked Ethan's path. The Red Barato Emperor is truly the strongest in history. But you are alone now. You think you can stop me? Ethan's voice was cold. This was his strongest state. If he had enough time, he was confident he could defeat Desperado. I don't need to fight you. Cinchuredo Sif, you have to come with me, Chisato pleaded. She explained that the male gods were coming to strip them of their power and replace them. But the two goddesses were hesitant. They had lived in heaven for eons. The atmosphere has been strange. Yes, but surely they wouldn't kill us just for letting you go? They simply couldn't believe their fellow primary gods would turn on them so viciously. Chapter 458. A troublesome treatment. It could only be said that the middle-aged god's worries were justified. A goddess as naive as Raphaeline could easily be tricked into leaving under false pretenses. A Raphaeline who surrendered without a fight was a dumb girl, but the other two weren't much smarter. Sister Sif, Sister Frigga, by the time that happens, it will be too late. Chisato Hasegawa was growing anxious. Within her sensory range, several powerful auras had already appeared. Chisato felt them, and naturally, Frigga and Sif noticed them too. Instead of listening, the two goddesses urged Chisato to leave quickly. They feared that if she stayed any longer and they were surrounded, she truly wouldn't be able to escape. Seeing that Frigga and Sif wouldn't believe her until they faced the consequences themselves, Chisato had no choice despite her worry. Sister Frigga, Sister Sif, I will come back for you. Finally, she left them with a promise and resolutely activated her teleportation magic, vanishing from the pocket dimension. Moments after she left, the 6 male primary gods arrived. What followed was predictable. Seeing only Frigga and Sif, they didn't even bother with explanations. They used their overwhelming power to suppress the two goddesses immediately. It was only when their power was completely sealed that Frigga and Sif finally believed Chisato's warnings. They were filled with regret, but it was far too late. On the other side, Ethan kept his soul network open. Once Chisato had safely escaped, his last bit of worry dissipated. Since Ethan was determined to leave,